Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Got a System. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Naruto's POV. I've never been one to dwell on things. Normally, I just roll with the punches life throws at me and keep pushing forward. But discovering my Uzumaki clan heritage, that threw me for a loop. Suddenly, the dream of becoming Hokage didn't burn as brightly. Growing up as an orphaned outcast, wanting to become Hokage made sense. It was more than a goal, it was a statement. I wanted to prove everyone wrong, to transform from the village reject into its most beloved leader. It was my identity, my drive. Yet, now that I've learned about the Uzumaki clan, it's like I've been caught in a new current. This identity, this history, this legacy, it's something tangible, something that was part of me long before I knew it. It's a badge of honor I wear proudly, unlike the Hokage title, which feels like a distant dream. As these thoughts swirled in my head, pushing the dream of being Hokage to the background, my new goal became clear: to become strong enough to protect those I love and uphold the Uzumaki name. Naruto-kun, I know this is hard to hear. But you are not responsible for the past. Your family's history. It doesn't define who you are, Hinata said, her voice gentle, trying to offer comfort. I turned to look at her, appreciating her kindness but feeling a deep connection to my heritage. The Uzumaki. It's not just about me. It's about all of them, the ones who came before me. I can't change the past, I can't bring them back, but I can make sure they're remembered with honor. I forced a smile, trying to show Hinata I was okay, trying to keep up my usual spirited front. Hinata's voice was soft, barely above a whisper as she said, "It's okay to feel upset, Naruto-kun. It's a big part of your history. But remember, you have friends here. And I care about you for who you are now." I just nodded. I appreciated her words, her support, but deep down, I was wrestling with a whirlwind of emotions. I had every right to be upset about my family's past, about their disappearance from history. But that didn't mean I was going to sit back and cry about it. I was determined to honor their legacy with every fiber of my being, through my actions, my jutsu, and my mark on history. Feeling a surge of resolve, my chest puffed up with pride. This was my new dream, making a mark on history so profound that the Uzumaki name would never be forgotten. "Thanks, Hinata," I said, my voice gaining strength. "But you know what? Being an Uzumaki, honoring them, it's a part of who I am now. And that's not something I want to ignore. It's something I want to shout about, to celebrate. I can't change the past, but I can definitely shape the future. And hey, maybe that future still has a spot for a Hokage who's proudly Uzumaki." Despite my outward confidence, a small, nagging voice in the back of my mind began to surface. Why did no one tell me about this? Why did Gigi hide it from me? Why keep the history of the Uzumaki clan hidden from the newer generation? I remembered Hinata mentioning something about shame, but was that really all there was to it? Was shame and anger truly enough to justify burying such a significant part of Konoha's history? I was so lost in my thoughts that I nearly jumped when Iruka's familiar voice suddenly broke through. "Naruto, please take the book," he said, extending a textbook towards me for the day's lesson. Startled, I blinked a few times, snapping back to the present. I reached out and took the book from him. Notification. Opportunity detected to acquire skill, Uzumaki clan taijutsu, swirling kata. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of class skill. The moment I saw the words on the system screen, I immediately tapped the acceptance button. Skill unlocked. Uzumaki clan taijutsu, swirling kata, level 1. Description. A taijutsu style from the Uzumaki clan, focused on attacks utilizing scroll arts and fuinjutsu rather than physical strength. Passive enhancements. Scroll synchronization. Increases efficiency and speed of scroll arts integration in combat by 15%. Enhanced agility. Improves dodging capabilities and reflexes by 20%. Active boost. Swirling assault. Temporarily enhances attack range and speed by 25% for 30 seconds upon activation. Chakra infusion. increases the power of scroll-based attacks by 20% during the active phase. My surprise must have been obvious as I stared down at the book in my hand, titled, Basic Academy Style Taijutsu. It hit me then. Through the system's skill table, I had just unlocked the Uzumaki clan's taijutsu, swirling kata, even though I only had the basic academy techniques in front of me. This revelation made me wonder what I needed to do to truly master these basic techniques. Alert! System Quest. Quest. Learn Basic Academy Taijutsu. Objective. Perform basic kata. Perform 200 punches, kicks, and rolls. Reward. Basic Academy Taijutsu. Failure. None. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of class skill. I stared at the notification on the System Quest alert, deep in thought. The question loomed in my mind. Did I really want to learn the Basic Academy Taijutsu? I weighed my options carefully. Comparing the two styles was straightforward. Iruka had often explained the origins of the taijutsu taught at the academy. It was a diluted version of the Senju clan's taijutsu. Designed to be foundational, the academy taijutsu allowed for flexibility, enabling students to integrate additional martial arts techniques as they progressed. Essentially, it was crafted to complement any other fighting style, whether taijutsu, kenjutsu, or another discipline. On the other hand, the swirling kata, amusingly, was also a complementary style, but in a different sense. It specifically complemented the class features of scroll arts and fuinjutsu. Predominantly focused on evasion and defense, the swirling kata was structured around agile movements and positioning to avoid attacks. The offensive capabilities were not direct but were executed through fuinjutsu and scroll arts. I've always been a brawler, fighting up close, so learning the academy style seemed like the obvious choice. But the excuses started rolling off my tongue almost automatically. I wanted everything about me to be a representation of the Uzumaki clan. After all, in the Rat Dungeon, I saw the real power of fuinjutsu. I realized then that the Uzumaki clan's taijutsu, which is better for mid to long range combat, worked well with my scroll arts. It was a stark contrast to the close combat focus of the academy style. My experiences had shown me the advantages of keeping a distance in battle. Plus, I was really keen on unlocking the chakra chains, a crucial part of my clan's heritage. The swirling kata seems right for me. Why should I bother learning basic academy taijutsu? It would take a lot of time and effort to master something that might not even be all that beneficial in the long run. Why bother? I'm an Uzumaki. With a decisive click, I declined the quest. It felt crucial to focus on techniques and skills that aligned with my identity as an Uzumaki and my future goals. I need to concentrate on what will make me stronger in the way I naturally fight, I murmured to myself, feeling confident in my choice. Iruka's announcement brought a buzz of excitement to the classroom. Okay students, after you've revised the basics, let's do some practice spars, he declared, leading the class outside to the training grounds. Naruto sighed. Great, I can't use the offensive part of my Uzumaki style in the spar. I only know two seals, explosive and storage. Storage is useless in a physical spar, and explosive. Well, it's too dangerous for my opponents. As the class paired up for sparring, Naruto sighed, wishing the day was already over. He was eager to delve deeper into the system, to explore more of its mysteries and capabilities. The potential of what he could learn and achieve was far more appealing than the sparring session ahead. Guess I'll just have to wing it and hope for the best, Naruto thought as he prepared to step onto the training ground. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Status: Chakra imbalance, difficulty in controlling chakra, minus 100% performance in executing simple jutsus. Title: Academy Student. Level: 2. Class: Shinobi of the Uzumaki clan. Race: Human. HP: 353 150ths. AC: 11. CP: 10k 10k. Lineage traits: Chakra chains, locked. Mind's eye. Healer's body, locked. Class features: Scrolls arts. Fuinjutsu. Feats: Observer. Stats: STR 12. Dex 14. Con. 10. Int. 13. Wis. 12. Cha. 9. VIT. 11. Luck. Stat points remaining. O. Allies. Equipment. Express. 630. Description. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of the Konoha Academy, having failed the graduation twice before and clearly not prepared to graduate. While most of his past is a mystery, Uzumaki Naruto has found his clan. Every academy student learns one important saying: the life of a shinobi is held by the tip of the knife that is knowledge. Many people believed Naruto was oblivious to this saying, or too foolish to understand it. If he could, Naruto would gladly retort, "You're all the stupid ones, teens." How could he pull off such masterful pranks without a solid grasp of knowledge? He knew everything about his targets, their habits, the best timing, and all the necessary prep work. Pranking was practically an art form that required serious smarts. Lately, especially after the whole Fujino debacle, Naruto had begun to truly value his system's observer feat. It was like having cheat codes in a video game. He barely had to lift a finger to gather all the crucial intel he needed. I should do a prayer ritual thanking the system with ramen, Naruto mused, then winced at the thought of wasting good ramen. Nah, that's too much. Maybe I'll just drop 10 yen in the next beggar's cup. Satisfied with this plan, he nodded to himself and scanned the classroom, eyeing a few students he knew could give him trouble in the taijutsu spar. As the sparring matches began, nothing particularly special caught Naruto's attention until he observed some of his stronger classmates. Shikamaru gave up against a civilian ninja of level 2, prompting a few chuckles around the training ground while Naruto's eyes observed. Name: Akamichi Choji. Status: Fat, increased HP and con due to robust physique, -2 penalty to dex for reduced agility. Title: Academy Student. Level: 5. Class: Shinobi of the Akamiki clan. Race: Human. HP: 498 498ths. AC: 10. CP: 250 250ths. Lineage traits: Yang physique. Class features: controllable analgesia. Feats: NA. Stats: STR: 14. Dex: 810 to 2 penalty. Con: 16 14 plus 2 from enhanced stamina. Int: 10. Wis: 10. Cha: 10. Allies: Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara. Equipment: weapons: redacted. Armor: redacted. Gear: redacted. Magic items: redacted. Description: Akamichi Choji, a member of the Akamichi clan, is known for his large frame and appetite, both of which contribute to his powerful shinobi abilities, especially in body manipulation jutsu. Choji is a kind-hearted young man, but he is sensitive about comments related to his weight. Note: removal of redactions may occur through leveling up or engaging in combat. Naruto raised his eyebrows as he read the description in Choji's profile. So that's why those rumors started, he thought, recalling the whispers that a student ended up in the hospital for calling Choji a fat pig. Despite the severity, nobody really believed the rumors at first. Choji was known as one of the kindest kids around. Still, it quickly became an unspoken rule among the students: making fun of Choji's weight was off limits. Name: Inuzuka Kiba. Status: hot-headedness prone to rash decisions, -1 to wis during high-stress situations. Title: Academy Student. Level: 5. Class: Shinobi of the Inuzuka clan. Race: Human. HP: 191 190ths. AC: 12. CP: 252 150ths. Lineage traits: animalistic senses. Dog affinity. Class features: animal companion. Feats: none. Stats: STR: 10. Dex: 14. Con: 10. Int: 10. Wis: 7 8 to 1 penalty. Cha: 10. Allies: none. Equipment: weapons: redacted. Armor: Redacted. Gear. Redacted. Magic items. Redacted. Description. Inazuka Kiba, a member of the feral Inazuka clan, is known for their close bond with Ninken and animalistic abilities. Kiba, though average for an Inazuka, is a competent shinobi with excellent tracking skills and fierce combat abilities. He often acts on impulse, which can affect his judgment in critical situations. Note. Removal of redactions may occur through leveling up or engaging in combat. Naruto quietly whispered to himself, slightly taken aback by this information. Wait, he actually uses the dog in battle. I thought that was just a pet. Naruto watched Kiba and his ninja hound, Akamaru, with a mix of envy and fascination. I should get myself a companion too, he thought. Maybe I could unlock an achievement for a dog. Or a bird. Or maybe something cooler. His mind raced with possibilities. Growing up, he'd never had any pets. Hiruzen always said it was too much responsibility. Naruto scoffed at the memory. I am responsible, he muttered under his breath. Name. Aburame Shino. Status. Emotionally detached, increased focus. +2 to int, reduced social interaction. -2 to cha. Title. Academy student. Level. 6. Class. Shinobi of the Aburame clan. Race. Apostles of the Tyranids. HP. 500/720ths. AAC. 10. CP. 500/500ths. Racial traits. Symbiotic relationship. Nest's physique. Class features. Insect affinity. Hive mind. Feats. Analytic mind. Stats. STR. 10. Dex. 10. Con. 14. Int. 18, 16 +2 from emotionally detached. Wis. 20. Cha. 6, 8 to 2 from emotionally detached. Allies. None. Equipment. Weapons. Redacted. Armor. Redacted. Gear. Redacted. Magic items. Redacted. Description. Aburame Shino is a member of the acclaimed Aburame clan known for their silent nature and appreciation of the little things. Known to host a colony of kikaichu within their bodies that make their techniques and abilities not just powerful but also extremely creepy. Shino is the heir to the clan and a very capable shinobi in training. Note. Removal of redactions may occur through leveling up or engaging in combat. Naruto edged behind Choji, his face twisted in a grimace as he watched Shino gently handling a ladybug. The whole idea of living in symbiosis with insects made his skin crawl. Creepy, he whispered, barely audible. Choji, confused by Naruto's sudden need for a human shield, turned to question him, but Naruto quickly cut him off. I'll buy you a dozen bags of chips if you let me hide here, he bargained hastily. Choji's eyes lit up, and he nodded enthusiastically, settling back to his previous stance, effectively screening Naruto from view. From his hideout, Naruto peeked out just enough to see Shino place the ladybug back among the leaves. Why isn't his race just human? Naruto mumbled to himself, baffled and a bit freaked out. Shino seemed to sense his gaze because he looked up and met Naruto's eyes for a fleeting moment. Naruto instantly ducked, fully hiding behind Choji. Shino held his gaze on them a moment longer before turning his attention back to his insects. Naruto sighed in relief, whispering a silent thanks to Choji for the cover. Seeing that the coast was clear, Naruto turned his attention to his rival. Sasuke Uchiha was there, seemingly oblivious to the numerous girls vying for his attention all around him. Lucky emo bastard. Naruto's gaze then shifted to Hinata, who caught his eye for a moment before shyly looking down. He felt a sense of relief. At least Hinata is not like the rest of them. Name. Uchiha Sasuke. Status. Unawakened Sharingan, dormant due to psychological trauma, +2 dex, +3 int, +1 whisper level, Avenger, +25% to all stats when attacking redacted, Firebug, -15% cost to Kaden Jutsu, +10 damage to Kaden Jutsu, Paranoia, increased alertness, +2 to Whis, decreased trust, -2 to Cha, antisocial, reduced social engagement, -3 to Cha, increased self-reliance, +2 to Con. Title. Academy student. Level 8. Class: Shinobi of the Uchiha clan. Race: Human. HP: 1170 1170ths. AAC: 17. CP: 1180 1180ths. Lineage traits: Sharingan partially locked. Natural affinity: Raiden lightning style. Class features: Natural affinity: Kaden fire style. The Golden Heart. Feats: Avenger. Stats: STR 19. Dex: 16 14 plus 2 from Unawakened Sharingan. Con: 20 18 plus 2 from Antisocial. Int: 15 12 plus 3 from Unawakened Sharingan. Wis: 11 8 plus 2 from Paranoia plus 1 from Unawakened Sharingan. Cha: 13 18 to 2 from Paranoia 3 from Antisocial. Allies: none. Equipment: Weapons: Redacted. Armor: Redacted. Gear: Redacted. Magic items: Redacted. Description: Uchiha Sasuke, bearing the scars of his clan's tragedy, struggles with paranoia and antisocial tendencies. His psychological trauma has kept his Sharingan dormant, yet he remains a highly skilled shinobi. Driven by vengeance and marked by his past, Sasuke's journey is one of both internal and external battles. Note: removal of redactions may occur through leveling up or engaging in combat. Naruto blinked in disbelief. What the heck are these stats? He thought, astounded by the sheer numbers. Sasuke's stats were significantly higher than most of their classmates. As Naruto read through Sasuke's description, he felt an unexpected kinship. To think we're this similar, he mused. Sasuke, feeling a persistent gaze, turned his head slightly to catch Naruto looking at him. There was a look in Naruto's eyes that Sasuke couldn't quite place. Was it sympathy? The notion confused Sasuke. Why would Naruto, of all people, look at him with sympathy? Shaking off the perplexing thought, Sasuke refocused on the task at hand. Today's sparring session was an opportunity for him to test the fruits of his rigorous training from the previous week. He was determined to gauge his progress and see if his efforts had enhanced his skills. The matches were wrapping up. Shino had just beaten Kiba, and Choji took down a civilian student. That left just me and that Tem, Sasuke. The last match will be between Sasuke and Naruto. Please step onto the field, Iruka announced, and I couldn't help but groan. Great. I'm up against the strongest in this class and I can't even use explosive seals, I muttered to myself, glaring at Sasuke's indifferent expression. I wondered how that cool facade of his would crack if he had to face off against my explosive seals. I paused for a moment, stretching my tongue against my teeth in annoyance, then reluctantly stepped up to the dirt field. The afternoon sun was blazing, and I could feel my palms beginning to sweat. World Quest Alert. Quest: overcoming a mountain. Objective: defeat Sasuke Uchiha in a spar. Rewards: failure, 20 express. Action required: acceptance or declination of quest. Why am I so nervous just because Sasuke is stronger? So what? I've faced opponents like the Rat Spearman and the Rat King, who were stronger than me, and I beat them. I'll beat Sasuke too. With a burst of resolve, I formed a half-ram hand sign, my pointer and middle fingers pointing up while my thumb held down the other two fingers, a gesture signaling my readiness for a duel. Sasuke mirrored my gesture. Hajime. Iruka's voice rang out, signaling the start of the match. I watched Sasuke assume the famous Uchiha stance. He leaned forward on his right foot, his left foot stepping back, his right hand poised forward. I knew this stance well from watching countless mock battles. It was crafted to counter an opponent's moves, a technique I hadn't fully figured out yet. Maybe it involved the Sharingan, but honestly, I didn't care. Instead, I adopted the swirling kata stance, moving fluidly in a spiral. My body was relaxed yet alert, palms open and facing outward as I stepped lightly, ready to deflect and redirect. I could see the flicker of surprise in the eyes around us, quickly dismissed by most, probably thinking I was just joking around. Ignoring their skepticism, I focused on Sasuke, whose indifferent gaze was fixed on me, calculating. It was an interesting matchup. His style was all about countering, while mine was about evasion. Minutes ticked by as I maintained my swirling movements. Clearly growing impatient, Sasuke charged forward abruptly. He feigned a jab towards my head, but quickly pulled back his fist, aiming an elbow strike at the side of my guard instead. Reacting instantly, I dipped my torso and shifted my weight to my back leg, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seizing the moment, Sasuke attempted a shoulder check, aiming to knock me out of my circular path. However, his move wasn't as effective as he had hoped. I barely budged, staying firmly within the circle. A bead of sweat trailed down Sasuke's face, marking his surprise. He hadn't expected such resilience and skill from someone who was considered the class's dead last. His interest peaked. Sasuke now took the spar more seriously and adopted a more aggressive stance. Despite his preference for the classic Uchiha style, a style known for its counterattacks and precision, Sasuke was well versed in other techniques. He knew he might need to tap into these alternative styles until he could awaken his Sharingan, giving him the edge he desired. As Sasuke launched into a flying knee kick, I smoothly transitioned into the anti-clockwise spiral of the swirling kata. This form was all about movement. A defensive clockwise spiral to evade and an offensive anti-clockwise spiral to close in. I felt the ground beneath my feet as I traced the spiral pattern, each step grounding me further into my technique. Dodging Sasuke's flying kick by a hair's breadth, I continued my inward spiral, closing the distance between us with precision. Normally, at this moment, my outstretched hand would carry an explosive seal to mark my opponent, a swift, decisive end to any spar. But today, against Sasuke, such measures were off the table. No seals, no lethal force. He was a rival, not an enemy. So, I opted for a simple jab. Shifting my weight forward and twisting my hips to add force, I extended my arm in a smooth, fluid motion. My fist aimed for Sasuke's side, targeting a spot just under his ribcage, a place to disrupt his balance and breath without causing severe harm. As my fist connected with Sasuke's side, the impact was sharp and quick. Sasuke's body tensed as he absorbed the hit, his breath catching slightly from the unexpected jab. The force of my punch pushed him sideways, breaking his momentum and throwing him off balance for just a moment. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded across my face, a hot flash of agony as my jaws clanked shut from the impact, sending shudders up through my skull. With blurred vision, I raised my half-open hand between us, partly to defend, partly to prepare for a more aggressive move. I might need to grab a fistful of his shirt soon, just to keep him at bay. The taste of blood filled my mouth, metallic and thick. No academy medic would tend to this self-inflicted wound, another one of those ridiculous rules that seemed to apply only to me. I spat a glob of bloody saliva to the side, eliciting a loud, "Ew," from the Sasuke fan club. A chuckle escaped me, briefly lightening my mood. I realized what I did wrong. That jab. It was solid, but it broke the flow. The offensive aspect of the swirling kata is meant to be more of a poke, a setup for the seal that delivers the actual damage. By throwing a full jab instead, I disrupted the continuity of the spiral movement. This break in flow meant I lost the rhythm that the kata relies on to blend defense seamlessly into attack. With gritted teeth, I spat again, clearing more blood, and readied myself. Sasuke threw a punch aimed at my exposed face, but I was quick to block it with my back hand. He grimaced as I counterattacked, driving a punch into his stomach. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. In my desire to represent the Uzumaki heritage, I had pushed myself so hard that I ended up reverting to just being a brawler. The swirling kata was amazing, no doubt, but I had boxed myself into relying solely on it, simply because it carried the Uzumaki label. Is this my goal? I asked myself. Is this how I plan to honor my family? By fighting and limiting myself until I'm backed into a corner, forced to revert to just being what I am, Naruto. I paused, a new thought crystallizing in my mind. I am an Uzumaki, yes, but I am also Naruto. Why was I focusing solely on the Uzumaki side of me? Why was I ignoring the person I am? A surge of clarity washed over me. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I'll honor them by being me. Sasuke swung a hook toward my head, but I immediately entered into a clockwise spiral. Midway through, as I came around to his side, I seized the opportunity. Jumping up, I launched into a corkscrew punch, an aerial maneuver where I extended my body horizontally, my fist leading into a spin and landing the punch directly into Sasuke's eye. The blow made Sasuke stagger a bit. I paused, anticipating his next move. True to form, he retaliated with a high kick aimed at my face. I spun on the ball of my heel, ducking low in a swift, fluid motion that allowed me to dodge his attack. Continuing the spin, I extended my leg, sweeping Sasuke's lone supporting leg right from under him. He fell hard, kicking up dust as he landed. I didn't waste a moment. Standing quickly, I extended my leg for another kick. I noticed the darkening in Sasuke's eye as he instinctively moved to protect his head. Anticipating this, I redirected my kick to his stomach, exploiting his momentary vulnerability. Sasuke gasped for air, his body folding over as he clutched his abdomen. The pain from the blow was evident in his wince, and for a moment, he struggled to regain his breath. Silence enveloped the entire class, jaws hanging open in disbelief. No one had ever lasted more than a minute against Sasuke in a spar, let alone engaged in such a fierce and bloody battle as the one unfolding between Sasuke and Naruto. Iruka, watching intently, felt the impulse to step in and stop the fight. But he hesitated, recognizing the significance of this moment for Naruto. If Naruto had managed to push Sasuke to this extent, it meant he had been training intensely in secret, dedicating weeks, perhaps months, to improving himself. Iruka couldn't bear to cut short this demonstration of Naruto's hard-earned progress. Meanwhile, the rest of the students were utterly stunned. The class clown, the prankster, the perennial dead last, they watched as he turned the class's top performer into a disheveled contender. Sasuke, always cool and composed, was now grappling to maintain his poise. Sasuke-kun, you can win this, Sakura shouted, her voice breaking the silence and rallying Sasuke's fanbase into a chorus of encouragement. In contrast, Hinata watched Naruto with admiration. As their eyes met briefly, she smiled warmly and nodded at him. As Sasuke tried to regain his balance and re-establish his position in the center, Naruto didn't give him the chance to fully correct his stance. With a burst of speed, Naruto tackled him back to the ground, pinning him before he could set himself properly. Naruto unleashed a flurry of strikes, capitalizing on his advantageous position. Sasuke, meanwhile, curled up into a defensive posture, trying to protect his head and torso from the onslaught. Each of Naruto's blows was filled with a predictable rhythm, a vulnerability common among fighters who hadn't yet learned to vary their attack patterns. Sasuke, sensing the repetition in Naruto's movements, looked for an opening. As Naruto raised his arm for another strike, Sasuke made his move. He caught Naruto's wrist, using his grip as leverage to twist his body sideways. This grappling maneuver was a basic but effective wrestling technique aimed at reversing their positions. Naruto tried to maintain his dominant position by shifting his weight, attempting to prevent Sasuke from turning the tables. He used his other hand to try and pin Sasuke's shoulder to the ground, aiming to stabilize himself and regain control. However, Sasuke managed to slip one leg between Naruto's, using his knee to push against Naruto's thigh, creating space between them. With a quick heave, Sasuke used his legs as springs, attempting to buck Naruto off. Naruto clung on, but the gap allowed Sasuke enough room to maneuver into a better defensive position. He locked his arms around Naruto's waist, preparing to execute a basic wrestling escape. As Sasuke locked his arms around Naruto's waist, preparing to execute a basic wrestling escape, Naruto countered unexpectedly by spitting in Sasuke's eye. The momentary flinch was all Naruto needed to gain the upper hand. Sasuke barely had time to react before he felt a sharp explosion of pain in his face as Naruto's elbow connected with it. Dazed and disoriented, Sasuke found himself lying on the ground, with Naruto looming over him. For a brief second, as he lay there, Sasuke's vision blurred, and he saw not Naruto, but Itachi above him, someone stronger, someone who had taken everything from him. The painful memory triggered a surge of anger and hatred in Sasuke's heart. Fueled by these intense emotions, Sasuke sprang up with a sweeping leg kick aimed at Naruto. Naruto, quick on his feet, jumped back to dodge the attack. For a brief moment, confusion flickered across Naruto's face as Sasuke charged toward him, driven by the wounds Itachi had left on him, wounds of hatred and despair. As if clouds were parting in the sky, clarity struck Sasuke. He could now predict Naruto's annoying spiraling movement. As Naruto moved in a clockwise spiral, Sasuke did the opposite. He executed an anti-clockwise spiral, but with a twist. He jumped, transforming the spiral into a circular motion. Extending his leg out, he slammed his foot directly into the back of Naruto's skull. The force and speed of the attack sent Naruto crashing headfirst into the ground with a resounding slam. Sasuke stood up, feeling the weight of numerous eyes on him. As he turned around, he sensed their fear, their eyes wide as they looked at him as if he were someone else, as if he were Itachi. The realization chilled him. "See, congratulations, Sasuke. You have unlocked your Sharingan," Iruka stammered, his voice breaking the tense silence as he rushed towards the fallen Naruto. Sasuke froze, pulling out his kunai instinctively, his heart racing. When he looked down, what greeted him in the reflection were two red irises marked with a single comma, the fabled One-Tomo Sharingan. Naruto's eyes fluttered open, and he immediately squinted against the harsh light flooding the room. As his vision adjusted, a head-splitting headache surged through his skull, feeling as if he had slammed his head against a wall. The pain was sharp and throbbing, pulsating with every beat of his heart. "Naruto, here." He heard a familiar voice and saw a blurry hand extending towards him with a pill. Gratefully, he took it, his fingers clumsy and weak. He was handed a glass of water, and he gripped it with both hands, bringing it to his lips with shaky movements. The water felt cool and soothing as he swallowed the pill, helping to ease the raw dryness of his throat. As the medication began to take effect, Naruto felt the vice-like grip of the headache gradually loosen. "How are you feeling?" the voice asked. "Like I want ramen," Naruto murmured almost instinctively as he looked around, trying to orient himself. He was in the school infirmary. The room was stark and clinical, with white walls and the faint smell of antiseptic. Beds were lined up with crisp, clean sheets, and medical equipment was neatly arranged throughout the space. "Of course you do," Iruka said with a gentle chuckle, setting the glass down on a nearby tray. "Quest failure. 20 Express." He dismissed the notification with a wave of his hand. "Guess I lost," Naruto grumbled, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Naruto." Iruka placed his hand on his shoulder, prompting him to look up. "You were amazing out there. No one in your class has pushed Sasuke to that point. If it wasn't for Sasuke awakening that Sharingan." "Sharingan? You mean those red eyes?" Naruto interrupted, his tone shifting as he connected the dots. "You saw them?" Iruka asked, surprised. "Of course, I was confused why the Tem's eyes were red." "So, he awoke the Sharingan," Naruto said, a smile creeping onto his face as he remembered that the unawakened Sharingan gave the Tem some stat boosts, which meant the awakened Sharingan gave that emo a bigger boost. "Loser had to get a power-up to beat me." Iruka's sweat dropped as Naruto held his head high, clearly proud despite the defeat. "Good, you're back to normal," he said with a relieved sigh. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Don't worry, I was just worried what Sasuke's last attack might have done. The nurse said you were fine but..." Iruka's voice trailed off, his expression tinged with anxiety. "Thanks, Iruka-sensei, but you should leave, you have classes to teach," Naruto said, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. "Naruto, school is over," Iruka replied, a slight amusement in his tone. "Oh, so I missed school," Naruto said, his smile broadening. He seemed genuinely pleased by the news, his earlier troubles momentarily forgotten. Iruka sighed and pulled out a hefty notebook. "Hinata left me with these," he explained, opening it to show the meticulous notes inside. "She took 2 sets of notes in class, one for herself and one for you." Naruto looked down, and to his surprise, he felt a few tears escape his eyes. The gesture touched him more deeply than he expected. Guess you found a friend, huh, Naruto? Iruka said with a warm smile. Naruto nodded, quickly wiping his face to hide his emotions. Here, eat some, Iruka said, handing Naruto a plate of apple slices cut into bunny rabbit shapes. Naruto accepted the plate, his curiosity piqued. Don't worry, I made those, Iruka continued with a mischievous grin. They were from your girl LL. Friend, he rolled the R exaggeratedly, teasing Naruto about Hinata. Thanks, sensei, Naruto replied, his response washing over Iruka's playful intent with complete obliviousness. But was Iruka deterred? Not at all. The hint of mischief remained in his eyes as he prepared for another attempt to tease Naruto. I think you should get Hinata a gift, Iruka suggested, watching Naruto's reaction closely. I'll get her a gift, sensei, Naruto responded, his voice carrying a tone of determination. He seemed oblivious to the deeper implications of Iruka's suggestion, his mind already racing through potential gifts for Hinata. Iruka sighed, shaking his head slightly as he mumbled under his breath, I hope that kick Sasuke gave you would cure your obliviousness. Did you say something, sensei? Naruto asked, his attention snapping back to Iruka. I think we need to talk, Naruto, Iruka said, his tone shifting. We do? Naruto asked, curious about what was on Iruka's mind. Yeah, firstly, I tried to check some information about Uzushiogakure, but I couldn't find any. I'm sorry, Iruka explained, looking a bit apologetic. That's okay, Iruka-sensei. Hinata told me about Uzushiogakure, Naruto replied, relaying the information Hinata had shared with him. Iruka seemed surprised but nodded. I'll try to see if I can find more information, he promised. Thanks, sensei, Naruto said gratefully. Well, aside from that, let's talk about your spar, Iruka brought up the topic of the earlier match. What about it? Naruto asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Don't worry, you aren't in trouble, Iruka reassured him, noticing the anxious look on Naruto's face. Naruto nodded, still nervous. He scrambled mentally for an excuse about how he knew the swirling kata. He obviously couldn't reveal the system, that would be too retarded, even for him. Naruto. Iruka began, but he was cut off by Naruto's sudden outburst. I made that taijutsu up. Naruto blurted out loudly. Iruka blinked in surprise. Wow, but I think, Naruto, you should stop your experimentation and learn the academy style. Combine both. It's not like the academy style is going to clash with your very own fighting style, Iruka suggested as he placed a book down. Naruto nodded, already realizing that he didn't want to limit himself to just the Uzumaki label. Anything that could make him stronger, Uzumaki branded or not, was good for him. I'll learn it, sensei, Naruto declared with determination. You stay here, I'll get the nurse to give you a checkup, Iruka said, preparing to leave the room. Sensei, Naruto called out, stopping Iruka in his tracks. Thank you for staying by my side even after school is over. Iruka blushed slightly at the heartfelt thanks. Let's get ramen, after the checkup, he suggested, smiling. Yada. Naruto cheered, his spirits lifting instantly. But if the nurse says no, we eat something else, Iruka added, knowing well Naruto's penchant for ramen. Fine, Naruto grumbled, clearly not thrilled with the possibility of missing out on his favorite food. System Quest Alert. Quest. Learn Basic Academy Taijutsu. Objective. Perform Basic Kata. Perform 200 punches, kicks, and rolls. Reward. Basic Academy Taijutsu. Failure. None. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of class skill. A few minutes later, Iruka returned to the infirmary, accompanied by the school nurse, who was a retired medical ninja. They were discussing Naruto's condition as they entered. So, I don't think Naruto is suffering from any form of brain damage. Iruka's voice trailed off as he and the nurse stopped dead in their tracks, staring in disbelief. Naruto was on the floor, rolling back and forth energetically. Naruto, what are you doing? Iruka asked, trying to make sense of the scene. Rolls, Naruto replied matter-of-factly, pausing his rolling to switch to push-ups. Why? Iruka probed further, his confusion growing. To learn the Academy Taijutsu, Naruto stated, as if it were the most obvious answer, pushing up and down with determination. Iruka turned to the nurse. He clearly has brain damage. I am stupid. I am stupid. I am stupid. Naruto repeated this mantra to himself, feeling frustrated. He had just completed his quest in about an hour after leaving the school, and now, as he slapped his forehead in exasperation, he gazed at the system interface displayed before him. Skill. Beginner Academy Taijutsu. Description. Taijutsu, or hand-to-hand combat, is essential for all shinobi. This beginner level focuses on proper stances, basic strikes, kicks, and blocks. Active enhancements. Strength STR modifier. +2 for 30 seconds upon activation. Vitality VIT modifier. +2 for 30 seconds upon activation. Dexterity Dex modifier. +2 for 30 seconds upon activation. Skill. Beginner Academy Tactics active. Description. Teaches team formations, ambush strategies, counter-ambush tactics, and various battlefield maneuvers. Active enhancements. Intelligence Int modifier. +3 for 30 seconds upon activation. Wisdom Wis modifier. +3 for 30 seconds upon activation. As Naruto scrolled through the details, his earlier frustration wasn't because the skills were easy to learn or because he could have missed out due to his careless oversight of his identity assimilation. The real reason Naruto was scolding himself was because of the quest he had almost overlooked. System Quest Alert. Quest. Pick up the books. Objective. Pick up the books on Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced Academy Taijutsu. Rewards. The Senju Clan's Taijutsu. +100 reputation with redacted. Failure. None. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of quest. He gazed at the system, realizing just how close he had come to missing out on a great opportunity. With a relieved sigh, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. So, I guess I need to find books for the intermediate and advanced versions. Datbeo. If only I had a magic item that could instantly unlock the skills. His attention then shifted to the reputation bonus in the rewards. Reputation, he mumbled, tapping on the interface to bring up his current standings. The list was more extensive than he expected. Konohagakure. Hated 15 1,000ths. Landlord. Hated 50 1,000ths. Iruka. Friendly 660 1,000ths. Mizuki. Hated 10 1,000ths. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Friendly 700 1,000ths. Konoha Merchant Guild. Hated 5 1,000ths. Ichiraku Ramen. Revered 1,000 1,000. Akamichi Bakery. Hated 15 1,000ths. Konoha General Store. Hated 1 1,000th. Konoha Clothiers. Hated 1 1,000th. Unknown. Hated 5 1,000ths. Unknown. Hated 1 1,000th. Surplus Arms. Hated 1 1,000th. Uchiha Sasuke. Friendly 600 1,000ths. Haruno Sakura. Unfriendly 90 1,000ths. Nara Shikamaru. Neutral 450 1,000ths. Akamichi Choji. Neutral 320 1,000ths. Yamanaka Ino. Neutral 300 1,000ths. Hyuga Hinata. Revered 1,000 1,000. Inazuka Kiba. Neutral 250 1,000ths. Aburame Shino. Neutral 300 1,000ths. Shimura Clan. Hated 10 1,000ths. Sarutobi Clan. Neutral 500 1,000ths. Naruto sighed, his heart sinking as he saw how many people and places in Konoha hated him. As all of Konoha mentally ill or something? He muttered to himself, frustration mounting. Please don't tell me all of Konoha hates me because of the Uzumaki clan or some other dumb reason that I clearly have no control over. He pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts before looking at the system screen once more. Great, it's real, he grumbled. Let me guess, if I can somehow check my reputation, I'll find that I'm also hated by every other village in the world, huh? Naruto asked the empty room, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The thought that his entire village, his home, practically despised him was a painful realization. He felt the weight of their unwarranted animosity bearing down on him, making it hard to see any positivity in his situation. Yet, there were a few glimmers of hope. Iruka, Hiruzen, Hinata, and Ichiraku Ramen. He tapped the icon, seeking more information about the reputation system. A black box with yellow writing appeared, but no arrows pointed to anything. Reputation. The reputation tracks a character's standing with various individuals, organizations, and groups. It reflects how the character is perceived and treated within different factions or communities. Reputation ranges and statuses. 0. Despised, the lowest possible standing, often resulting in hostility or complete exclusion. 1 to 50. Hated, a negative standing where the character faces distrust and aversion. 51 to 200. Unfriendly, character is known but not well regarded, leading to minimal cooperation. 201 to 500. Neutral, a neutral stance where the character is neither favored nor disliked. Basic interactions are possible. 501 to 800. Friendly, a positive standing where the character is welcomed and assisted. 801 to 950. Honored, high regard and respect from the faction, leading to significant support and benefits. 951-1000. Revered, the highest level of esteem, offering the best possible support, resources, and opportunities from the faction. Benefits at each level. Despised. Character faces active hostility and is barred from most interactions or transactions. Hated. Limited interaction, with most services or assistance denied. Unfriendly. Basic interactions allowed, but with limited access to resources or information. Neutral. Standard level of interaction with no special privileges or restrictions. Friendly. Improved cooperation, access to better resources, and favorable treatment. Honored. Access to exclusive resources, high-level assistance, and strong support. Revered. Best possible support, including access to top-tier resources, special missions, and unique opportunities. Note. Reputation can be improved or worsened through actions, decisions, and interactions within the world. Some factions or individuals may offer unique rewards or opportunities at different reputation levels. Well, that's some bullshit, Naruto grumbled to himself. Naruto's gaze lingered on the honored status next to Hinata's name, puzzling over why she regarded him so highly. He paused for a moment, lost in thought, before a small smile crept onto his face. At least I know Hinata is a true friend, he said to himself. His attention then shifted to the friendly status next to Sarutobi Hiruzen's name, which contrasted starkly with the neutral status of the Sarutobi clan. I thought the Sarutobi clan liked me, Naruto mused, his lips pursing in confusion. Guess it's just some people in the clan, not the whole clan. He let out a sigh, realizing the complexity of his relationships within the village. It wasn't as straightforward as he had initially thought. Naruto's eyes widened in awe as the new orange window materialized before him, filled with thumbnail-sized images representing his current attire and gear. Cool, he whispered, unable to hide the idiotic grin spreading across his face. Driven by curiosity, Naruto tapped on the image of his jacket, eager to discover what attributes it might hold. The window expanded, revealing the jacket's attributes. Orange overstock jacket. Material. Thin, lightweight. Protection level. Minimal. Stat modifiers. AC +5, Dex +1, movement speed. Status effects. -15% stealth efficiency, -5% reputation gains. Durability. 2/30. Description. Basic outerwear offering limited protection and reduced stealth capabilities. Suitable for basic environmental exposure. Warning. Due to the material being so old, effects can't be applied. What? Naruto exclaimed, his excitement quickly turning to frustration. That's bullshit. Again. This game is freaking broken, goddamn it. Annoyed, he flicked his finger, closing the window. Not one to give up easily, Naruto tapped on his pants. Orange overstocked running pants. Material. Thin, lightweight. Protection level. Slightly enhanced. Stat modifiers. AC plus 2, Dex plus 1. Status effects. Minus 15% stealth efficiency, minus 5% reputation gains. Durability. 3/30. Description. Lightweight pants providing minimal protection. Offers slight agility improvement at the cost of stealth and reputation. Warning. Due to the material being so old, effects can't be applied. Naruto inspected his shoes. Blue Academy issue shinobi sandals. Material. Flexible, light. Protection level. Basic. Stat modifiers. AC plus 3, Dex plus 2. Status effects. Plus 5% stealth efficiency. Durability. 10/30. Description. Optimized for novice shinobi. Enhances mobility without impeding chakra flow. Offers minimal defense. Warning. Due to the material being so old, effects can't be applied. Finally, he tapped on his goggles. Green goggles. Material. High quality, durable. Protection level. Advanced. Stat modifiers. AC plus 5. Status effects. Plus 10% observation efficiency. Durability. 40/50. Description. Superior eye protection designed for field use, particularly suitable for dojutsu users. Naruto's jaw dropped as he realized something shocking. You mean to tell me that I have been fighting gearless for how long? He was on the verge of exploding with frustration as he grabbed the nearest thing, which happened to be a beautiful white book adorned with a red camellia flower design. He slowly slammed his hand into it again and again, venting his annoyance. Why is it always me? He lamented, his voice rising in exasperation. First sabotage, then hatred, and now this crap, gear with no stat effects. After a minute of taking out his frustration on the poor book, Naruto looked up and smirked. Okay, let's add that to the reasons why the emo loser won. Because I was nerfed, both with my gear and my abilities, and he got a power up. Naruto sat in his apartment, pondering his next move. He needed better gear, but the glaring problem was his lack of money. Just as he was about to succumb to frustration, a light bulb went off in his head. Wait a minute, he shouted, quickly rummaging through his inventory. He pulled out 2 items that he had almost forgotten about. Items. Rat gold tooth. Description. A rare tooth, possibly valuable to certain collectors or useful in specific crafting. Durability. Redacted. Refined ore. Description. High-quality ore, essential for crafting superior weapons or armor. Durability. Redacted. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he realized the potential of these items. I can sell these, right? He thought aloud. This could be my ticket to some decent gear. And maybe even a nice gift for Hinata. Gold shop. In the bustling gold shop of Konoha, Epstein, a man from Redaku in the west, found himself a long way from home. He had left his homeland to escape the oppressive corruption and exorbitant taxes levied by the royal family. Seeking a fresh start, he opened his shop in this less tumultuous village, where the air was free of the heavy scent of greed that pervaded Redaku. As the door to his shop swung open, Epstein caught his breath at the sight of the woman who entered. She was striking, with long blonde hair that cascaded down her shoulders and a figure that seemed sculpted for elegance, uncommon in the western section of Konoha, especially since this area was the red light district. She wore a dress that whispered of nobility. Its fine fabric and stylish cut were far from the local fashion. Great, I've hit the jackpot, Epstein thought, a smile playing on his lips as he anticipated a profitable interaction. The woman approached the counter gracefully and placed what appeared to be a gold-plated rat's tooth on the surface. Epstein blinked a few times, taken aback by the unusual item, then turned his attention to the woman, who began to communicate through hand signs. 10K. She signed, her hands moving with fluid precision. Epstein raised an eyebrow skeptically. Madam, he began, his voice steady despite the allure of potential wealth before him. I've been in this business long enough to know the value of gold. And while the tooth is certainly unique, I can't justify your asking price. The woman leaned in closer, giving Epstein a good look at her figure. He blinked, thinking he saw a distortion for a moment, but as he took in her appearance, he dismissed it with a gulp. Must be my mind playing tricks, he thought. But consider the rarity, Mr. Epstein. This isn't just any gold tooth. It's a piece of history, a treasure. Chuckling slightly, Epstein responded, history, you say? Well, history doesn't pay the bills, my dear. I can go as high as 5,000 Rio, but that's my final offer. The woman pouted playfully, her hands expressing her displeasure as fluidly as if she were speaking. Oh, Mr. Epstein, you drive a hard bargain, she signed, her eyes smiling. But what about 9,000 Rio? For such a unique piece, it's a steal. A steal, you say? More like highway robbery. Epstein laughed, thoroughly enjoying the banter despite himself. But I admire your persistence. Let's meet in the middle 7,500 Rio. She tapped her finger to her lips, a theatrical gesture of contemplation, before signing her agreement. All right, Mr. Epstein, you've convinced me. 7,500 Rio it is. But you're breaking my heart here, she signed with a playful wink. As they finalized the transaction, Epstein watched her gracefully exit his shop, the gold tooth sold for a handsome sum. But as the door closed behind her, there was a sudden puff of smoke, and in her place stood Naruto, grinning cheekily with the money in hand. Epstein's jaw dropped in shock as he realized he'd been duped. Naruto nervously laughed at Epstein. Look, the sun, he exclaimed, pointing towards the window. As Epstein's gaze followed the direction of his finger, Naruto dashed out of the shop, laughing all the way, with the 7,500 Rio securely in his grasp. As he ran through the streets, Naruto couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration. That worked better than I thought, he thought, amused at his own cunning. Now, time to buy some gear. And maybe something nice for Hinata. World Quest Alert. Quest. Find a shop. Objective. Use any means necessary to locate a shop that will sell gear to Naruto Uzumaki. Reward. 1,000 Rio. Failure. None. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of quest. Naruto groaned as he sat on the bench, scrolling through the system. I didn't even think of that, he muttered to himself, frustration mounting. Most of the stores in Konoha disliked him, and even if he offered double the money, they would probably sell him subpar gear. He couldn't even use transformation jutsu to solve his problem because it wouldn't change his voice. Seriously, someone needs to invent a jutsu that can help us mimic voices, he thought aloud. As he pondered his dilemma, an idea suddenly struck him. Quickly, he opened the reputation system and began to sort through all the shops in Konoha. 15 minutes later, he was nearly ready to give up and go complain to the Hokage about his predicament, hoping maybe his Jiji could intervene and get him the gear he needed. Just as he was about to close the system in defeat, a shop with a neutral reputation towards him caught his eye. Higurashi Shop. Naruto read aloud, a small wave of relief washing over him. Great. Now let's find someone who can tell me where this Higurashi shop is. Naruto was surprised to find the Higurashi shop situated on the eastern side of the forest, near the river. The shop was not at all what he expected. Instead of a typical storefront, it was a large, multi-story watermill house made of stone and timber. The rustic structure featured a functional water wheel attached to its side, using the flow of the river to operate. The roof was covered with wooden shingles, and there were several wooden balconies protruding from different levels of the house. A stone chimney with smoke coming out. I am in the right place, right? Entering the Higurashi weapons shop, Naruto was greeted by the sight of a well-worn establishment that boasted of serving Konoha since its very founding. The door behind him closed with a soft thud, followed by the gentle jingle of a bell. The shop appeared empty at first glance, its interior a fascinating array of weapons and armor that captivated Naruto's attention. Hello. Naruto called out, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet shop. A response came from the back, be with you in a second. The voice was gruff and no nonsense. As Naruto waited, he couldn't help but marvel at the variety of equipment surrounding him. Swords, kunai, shuriken, and various types of armor filled the shelves and racks. His observer skill was in overdrive, identifying each item and its potential use. This place is like a treasure trove for ninjas, Naruto thought, impressed. As Naruto waited, the shopkeeper emerged, a large man with a stern expression that briefly flickered to surprise when he saw Naruto before quickly settling back into neutrality. Is this a shop? Indeed, the man replied, his voice deep and resonant. But it's so far away from the shopping district, Naruto noted, his curiosity piqued. Those who want good quality stuff will make the effort to walk here. If they can't, then they don't deserve my creations, the man explained, a hint of pride in his tone. Creations? Naruto echoed, intrigued. I am a blacksmith. You can call me Mr. Higurashi, the man said as he stood behind the counter, wiping his hands on a cloth before extending one in greeting. Naruto shook it. What can I do for you, young man? Naruto replied, I'm here to buy some gear or get my current gear fixed. The shopkeeper, Mr. Higurashi, raised an eyebrow, taking a critical look at Naruto's attire. Take off the jacket and let me see it, he instructed, and Naruto quickly complied. As Naruto handed over the jacket, Mr. Higurashi noted with some amusement that Naruto had not brought any other clothing to wear, leaving him temporarily jacketless. He began inspecting the jacket thoroughly. Can you tell me what's wrong? Naruto asked, eager to understand the issues. Mr. Higurashi started pointing out various problems. Let's see, he began, his fingers tracing along the material. This jacket's leather lining is worn down, which is a big problem. It's supposed to offer you both protection and mobility. But due to its old age and the wear it has seen, it's hardly functional now. You see here, he continued, showing a frayed edge on the sleeve, and here, indicating a patch where the leather had thinned, these areas are particularly vulnerable. It compromises the jacket's ability to protect you properly while also restricting movement where the material has stiffened or bunched up. Can it be fixed? Mr. Higurashi nodded. Easily, but the sleeves and collar have to go, he declared, examining the jacket further. Why? Naruto inquired, puzzled about the specific changes needed. Mr. Higurashi explained, look, the leather and the lining are old and worn out. To fix it properly, I need to replace them with both leather and chain mail. Because a shinobi isn't going to get enough protection from just leather alone, I suggest a combination of 3 layers. The first layer is simple cloth, then leather, and finally chain mail. This triple layer approach is in line with the standard genin gear protocol. I am not a genin. Naruto asked. But you are about to become one. You have traces of chakra around your skin, meaning you just used a transformation jutsu not too long ago. Academy students who are about to graduate learn such jutsus, and it's the time of the year when graduations begin. So, this jacket would need to be ready for more rigorous use. You are smart, Naruto said in awe, impressed by Mr. Higurashi's skills. So, just fix the jacket, he instructed, then quickly added, and the pants. Right, both jacket and pants need to be fixed, and I see that you don't have a set of new clothes to wear. Are you planning to buy more? Mr. Higurashi inquired. Naruto thought about it for a moment before nodding. Let's see if we can get you some decent gear, though. How much money are you looking to spend? Naruto, slightly taken aback by the blunt question, responded, I only have 5,500 ryo. He had already planned out his budget. 1,000 ryo for a gift for Hinata and the rest for food and other essentials. The shopkeeper nodded understandingly. All right, with that budget, I can fix the jacket and pants for 5,000 ryo. You'll then have 500 ryo left, and a new jacket and pants cost 2,000 ryo each. Naruto's lips pursed as he did the math. Now what? I kinda need both. How about this? Mr. Higurashi proposed, my regular delivery girl is out on a mission. You can work after school for the next week and I'll give you a jacket and pants as payment. That works for me. Naruto took a moment to study the shopkeeper as he trundled through the narrow aisles. He was a large man, easily twice Naruto's height. He had a large gut but his arms were thicker than Naruto was and they were very well muscled. Here, said the shopkeeper, handing Naruto a pair of black pants. They looked like standard issue shinobi pant. Item. Charcoal Academy issue pants. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Stat modifiers. Dex +2, AC +3, HP +15. Status effects. +5% stealth efficiency. Durability. 600/600. Description. These pants offer a balanced combination of mobility and protection. The light leather reinforcement provides a significant defense boost while maintaining agility and enhancing stealth capabilities. Ideal for a variety of shinobi missions. Pick a jacket, said the shopkeeper holding up 4 different jackets. Item. Black and Crimson Academy issue jacket. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Protection level. Reasonable. Stat modifiers. Dex +2, movement speed and agility AC +4, HP +12. Durability. 600/600. Description. A well-balanced jacket offering defense and agility. The combination of black and crimson colors does not particularly enhance or hinder stealth. Suitable for diverse shinobi missions requiring a blend of strength and speed. Item. Black and Navy Academy issue jacket. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Stat modifiers. Dex +4, movement speed and agility STR +1, HP +12. Durability. 600/600. Description. This jacket, in black and navy, provides a reasonable defense while maintaining agility. It does not significantly affect stealth capabilities, making it a versatile choice for various missions. Item. Black and White Academy issue jacket. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Protection level. Reasonable. Stat modifiers. Dex +3, movement speed and agility STR +2, HP +12. Durability. 600/600. Description. Offering a balance of protection and mobility, this black with white cuffs jacket is well suited for a range of shinobi activities. The color scheme has a neutral impact on stealth. Item. Black Academy issue jacket. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Stat modifiers. Dex +2, movement speed and agility HP +12. Status effects. +5% stealth efficiency. Durability. 600/600. Description. This all-black jacket provides reasonable defense and enhanced agility. The color and design offer a slight boost to stealth, making it a strategic choice for missions requiring discretion. Aren't these for Academy level? Naruto asked, eyeing the gear Mr. Higurashi had laid out for him. Of course, graduation is about 45 days away, and I noticed that you value that orange jumpsuit more. So, you'll probably just use that jumpsuit more than these, Mr. Higurashi explained. Naruto nodded but couldn't resist adding a joke. You just don't want me to get free genin level gear, he said with a smirk. Mr. Higurashi lightly tapped Naruto on the head, amused by his suspicion. Don't think too much about it. Okay, so can I get these clothes in orange? Naruto asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Just get a chakra dye, Mr. Higurashi suggested casually. Chakra dye, Naruto echoed, puzzled. Mr. Higurashi walked over to the counter and pulled out a box of plain-looking rocks. Item. Chakra rock. Type. Magical resource. Description. A unique stone that becomes saturated with chakra after being in close proximity to a specially treated plant. This plant, which has been channeled with chakra continuously for a month, becomes sensitive to chakra natures. The stones, found near the plant's roots, absorb this chakra essence, making them valuable in crafting. Just grind these stones to a powder and you'll have chakra dye. It sticks to clothing like normal dye, but due to its chakra nature, the dye can change normal clothing from an original color to, in your case, orange, he explained. As Mr. Higurashi spoke, Naruto absorbed the information, thrilled by the possibility of transforming the emo colors into his beloved bright orange. However, a question lingered in his mind. Aren't you going to say that orange isn't a ninja color? Naruto asked, recalling the lessons from his teachers and his fellow classmates that always mocked his orange. Let me guess, your civilian teachers told you that, Mr. Higurashi deduced, earning a nod from Naruto. Look, it doesn't matter what color your clothing is. When a ninja needs to hide, they use transformation jutsu. You can just make it so that the light reflecting off your bright clothing is camouflaged to the environment. Naruto's admiration for Mr. Higurashi grew immensely. "You are cool," he blurted out, genuinely impressed. Mr. Higurashi simply sweat dropped at Naruto's enthusiasm. "Sure." Naruto grinned at seeing the blue window pop up. Alert. World Quest. Quest title. Deliver the goods. Objective. Ensure timely delivery of a box to the Hokage Tower within 15 minutes. The box contains vital supplies from Higurashi weapons. Rewards. 10 experience points, express. 500 Ryo. Enhanced reputation with Higurashi weapons. Penalty for failure. 5 experience points, express. 100 Ryo. Decreased reputation with Higurashi weapons. Action required. Acceptance or declination of quest. Naruto tapped the acceptance. Great. Take this box to the Hokage Tower. Be careful, it's heavy. Oh, and make sure the receptionist signs for it. Naruto picked up the box happily and ran out of the shop with it. As soon as he was out the door, the timer popped up and began to count down. "Let's do this," he almost shouted as he took off at his top speed. 9 minutes later, Naruto had arrived at the tower and reported to the tower reception with the box. As soon as he got her to sign the form, the timer stopped with 0 hours 5 minutes and 43 seconds left on the clock. Task completion confirmed. Delivery successfully completed ahead of schedule. Next step. Return to Higurashi weapons to claim your reward. Naruto grinned and strolled out of the tower with a little bounce to his step. Completion awarded. Experience points, express 10. Currency. 500 Ryo. Reputation increase. Plus 50 with Higurashi weapons. Bonus award. Additional experience points, express, 50, 10 express per minute remaining. Additional currency. 500 Ryo, 100 Ryo per minute remaining. Additional reputation increase. Plus 250 with Higurashi weapons, 50 reputation points per minute remaining. Good work. Come back next tomorrow and I have another delivery for you. Naruto's POV. I've never liked being alone. While some might relish solitude, it's always been an unwelcome part of my life. Not a constant companion, but rather an occasional visitor, one that I've stopped trying to keep at bay. Over the past few days, I've grown numb to it. Normally, I'd do anything to chase away this loneliness, acting the class clown, pulling pranks, even enduring the scolding, anything for a moment's respite from the isolation that surrounds me. But since this system entered my life, things have changed. I don't know how or why I have it, but it doesn't matter. It's shielded me from my loneliness. It's given me a new identity tied to the Uzumaki clan, and it's brought me a friendship with Hinata. Because of this, I've become numb. Numb to the villagers steering their children away from me as I walk down the street. Numb on the days when I'm completely ignored. It doesn't bother me anymore. Let them stare until their eyes bleed, let them hate all they want. It doesn't touch me anymore. Their disdain can't break me, strip away my newfound pride, or sever the connections I have with my friends, my mentor, and my loved ones. All they have is their hate, and I don't care about that. A small grin replaced the frown on my face as I walked through the relatively empty streets of Konoha, a village that wakes early. Many here make a living either producing or selling goods. A perfect example is Ichiraku Ramen. Despite being a small restaurant that seats only about 6 people, making most take their food to go, it's been around for decades. Ayame and Mr. Chuki, who run the place, live above the shop but are mostly found downstairs, serving up bowls of ramen to the early risers and late-night crowds alike. The morning chill cut through my jacket and trousers, sending a shiver down my spine. Winter was not yet in full swing, so there was no snow, but a white frost covered the grass and fog clung to the windows of the village houses as I walked through the streets. I entered the shop through the back door, carefully locking it behind me. Tenuchi had noticed how customers often left whenever I walked in during the busy morning hours. Since most of the patrons were civilians, he suggested I use the back entrance during those times. I was grateful for his thoughtfulness, Perhaps it was because I had loudly declared that I was going to tell everyone who left last time, or maybe it was simply because Tenuchi wanted to keep the peace. Either way, his intervention made things easier for everyone. The warmth inside hit my face, a stark contrast to the cold outside, and I quickly shrugged off my jacket, struggling to hang it on the rack behind the door. A light voice chuckled at my struggle. I must be dreaming. The great orange connoisseur is wearing some new clothes for once. You like? I asked with a grin, turning to face her. It's an improvement, but why is it dyed like that? Ayame asked, her soft brown hair framing her warm, chocolate brown eyes that always seemed to carry a friendly spark. I looked down at my new jacket and pants, which were a mess. I had botched the chakra dye process by forgetting to add enough vinegar to the powder, which was supposed to turn the powder a certain color and then just leave the clothes in for 5 minutes. Apparently, you also have to refine the powder hundreds of times to get the brightest color. So, my new clothes ended up looking like, well, diarrhea. It's a working process, I told Ayame, who just nodded understandingly. Dad's in the middle of making some ramen broth, but we've got last night's leftovers in the fridge if you want them. Unfortunately, there's no miso, but there's tonkatsu and salt. Which one do you want? Tonkatsu, I replied with a smile, to which Ayame shook her head in amusement. Come in and help me, she said. Really? I asked, still smiling. No cooking. Dad is mad about last time, Ayame warned. Okay, so what am I helping you with? I asked, curious about what she had in mind. Dishes, Ayame said as she clasped her hands together and gave me a mischievous smile. I knew all too well that she detested doing dishes and would try everything in her power to get me to wash them. But that wasn't much of a chore for me since I was often bribed by the opportunity to taste her experimental ramen recipes, like the lemon honey pepper ramen. We moved into the kitchen where Mr. Tuki stood over 4 boiling pots with a mesh sieve in one hand. Every so often, he would scoop the scum off the top of each pot and empty it into the sink. I guess he couldn't hear us over the sound of the bubbling pots. With the morning cold at my back and the kitchen's warmth at my front, I watched as Mr. Tuki tossed a whole onion, about 2 cloves of garlic, and a ginger stick into each pot. Eventually, when he had placed a lid over each pot, he noticed me. Oh, he wiped his hands on his apron. Hello there, Naruto. Would you like me to make you a bowl for breakfast? Don't worry, Ayame-ne-chan is bringing me a tonkatsu bowl, one reassured Tuki as he eyed me, suspecting Ayame was avoiding dish duty. Dishes? He probed, and I initially shook my head. No. Naruto. Tuki pressed further, and with a sigh, I nodded in acquiescence. Hey, if this ninja thing doesn't work out, maybe I'll fire Ayame and hire you, Tuki joked, only to receive a sharp glare from Ayame as she placed my breakfast bowl in front of me. I muttered a brief thanks and began eating, my mood dampening at the thought of the school day ahead. The sting of onion filled my nose, and suddenly Ayame snapped her fingers in front of my face. Huh, I wiped the tears from my eyes, caused by the strong onions. Who are you and what have you done with Naruto? Ayame half joked. Well, I was just thinking, I replied, noticing Ayame and Tuki exchange worried glances. Their concern only made me chuckle. What are you thinking about, oh great orange philosopher? Ayame teased. I paused, absent-mindedly stretching my tongue to clean my teeth. Ayame, you're a girl, right? I asked innocently, causing Tuki to suppress a laugh. No, I am not, Ayame replied sarcastically. I nodded seriously, then turned to Tuki. Old man, why is Ayame-Nisan cross-dressing as a girl? I asked, puzzled. Tuki couldn't hold back anymore, he burst into laughter. Ayame, feigning annoyance, grabbed a spring onion to playfully hit me on the head. I quickly covered my head with my hands. Mercy! Mercy! I screamed, and Ayame stopped, exhaling a deep sigh. What did you want to talk about with a woman? She asked, curiosity piqued. What kind of gifts do women like? I blurted out, seeing Ayame's face light up as she brushed her hair behind her ear. Ah, Naruto, I would love a new. She began, clearly misunderstanding. It's not for you, I corrected quickly, watching as her smile froze and then dropped. Okay, Explain, Ayame said, her tone now all business. I told her everything about my dilemma with Hinata. I had no clue what to gift her. Okay. What gift were you going to initially give? Ayame asked. A dress. I replied tentatively. Too much. Ayame shot back quickly. A sword. I suggested next. Does she use swords? Ayame asked, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged, unsure. How about a bowl of ramen? Chuki chimed in, smiling at his own suggestion. I brightened at the idea, but Ayame was quick to dismiss it. No, she said firmly, then turned back to me. What does she like? I shrugged again, at a loss. Ayame sighed. Naruto, it's alright not to give her a gift. You've been friends for what, 4 days? 4 days, I confirmed. Okay, that. I don't think Hinata would like to get a gift after just 4 days of being friends. She could get overwhelmed by the gesture, Ayame advised wisely. I nodded, taking in her advice, when suddenly the chime of the system notification. Alert. World Quest. Quest title. Don't be late. Objective. Arrive at the academy on time. Time limit. 10 minutes. Rewards. 10 experience points. Enhanced reputation with class. Penalty for failure. Decrease in reputation with class. Action required. Acceptance or declination of quest. Gotta go, I said quickly, as I finished the last of my bowl, grabbed my jacket, and headed out to the academy. Ayame watched me leave, then turned to her father with a small smile. Really? A bowl of ramen? She teased. Chuki shrugged and replied with a chuckle, it worked on your mom. Ninja Academy. Lunch. Lunchtime found me alone with Iruka in the classroom, my head thudding against the table in frustration. Okay, what's wrong? Iruka asked, his voice a blend of concern and slight irritation. It's Hinata, I mumbled into the table. What about her? Iruka leaned in, trying to understand me better. I don't know what to get her, I admitted, finally lifting my head from the table. Iruka gave a small sigh at my dramatic woes. How about you get to know her a little better and then find her a gift? I'll do that, sensei, I replied, feeling a bit relieved by his practical advice. Good. Now, is there anything else I can help you with? Iruka shifted the topic, hoping to move on. I can't learn Bunshin, I blurted out, another pressing issue on my mind. I'm sure if you put some real effort into it, you could learn. Now, stop causing a scene, Iruka dismissed my concern lightly. But sensei, I protested, feeling misunderstood, I have too much chakra for it. There's no such thing as too much chakra, only not enough control, Iruka corrected me gently. So, how do I improve my control? I asked, the frustration clear in my voice. I've already taught you this. Try to remember, Iruka replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. I frowned, trying hard to recall the lesson. Was it that stupid leaf thing? Yes, that stupid leaf thing is a very basic chakra control exercise, Iruka confirmed. I suggest you spend some time working on it if you want to improve your control enough to use Bunshin correctly. I groaned inwardly, not thrilled about revisiting such a simple exercise, but knowing it was necessary. Alert. Path Quest. Quest title. Mastery of Chakra Control. Objective. Perform the leaf chakra control exercise. This exercise involves focusing chakra to the soles of your feet to stick a leaf to them without using your hands. Demonstrating mastery in this will be crucial to your development as a shinobi. Rewards. New skill unlocked. Chakra control. Experience points, express, 200. Penalty for failure. Incomplete mastery of chakra control, hindering progress in advanced jutsu techniques. Action required. Acceptance or declination of quest, chakra control, a fundamental skill for any shinobi, was emphasized heavily in the academy. The method they used to teach this vital skill was deceptively simple yet frustratingly difficult for many students. The exercise involved taking a dry leaf and sticking it to one's body using chakra. The students were then expected to perform various tasks, ranging from meditation to physical activities like running, all while keeping the leaf attached solely through the use of their chakra. For Naruto, This exercise was nothing short of a nightmare. He always found himself at odds with it, the leaf seeming to have a personal vendetta against him. No matter how hard he tried, the leaf simply refused to adhere to his skin. It was as if his chakra, abundant and unruly, repelled the leaf instead of attracting it. Quest title: Mastery of Chakra Control. Objective: perform the leaf chakra control exercise. This exercise involves focusing chakra to the soles of your feet to stick a leaf to them without using your hands. Demonstrating mastery in this will be crucial to your development as a shinobi. Rewards: new skill unlocked, chakra control. Experience points, Express, 200. Penalty for failure: incomplete mastery of chakra control, hindering progress in advanced jutsu techniques. Mastery of chakra control, huh. Easy peasy. Or not, he mumbled to himself, picking up a dry leaf from the floor of his sparse apartment. The task was simple, yet for Naruto, it was as challenging as climbing a mountain barefoot. He had to stick the leaf to the sole of his foot using only his chakra. No hands, no tricks. Just pure chakra control. Alright, Leafy, you and me, we're gonna be best friends, Naruto declared, trying to infuse humor into his situation. He placed the leaf on the floor, stepped on it, and focused all his attention on channeling chakra to his foot. For a moment, the leaf wavered, as if considering whether to comply or defy. Then, almost mockingly, it fluttered away as Naruto lifted his foot. Traitor! Naruto accused the leaf, his voice echoing off the bare walls. I thought we had something special. Naruto paused and walked over to the drawer to grab a marker. With a grin, he drew a face on the leaf. Good, now it won't feel weird, he murmured to himself, amused by his own creativity. He slapped the leaf onto his forehead, but it promptly fell to the floor. Naruto, feigning heartbreak, looked away with exaggerated tears in his eyes. How could you do this after all we've been through? He exclaimed dramatically, speaking to the leaf as if it were a treacherous lover. You cheated on me, you didn't stick around. He couldn't maintain the act any longer and burst into laughter. Not one to give up, Naruto tried again, this time attempting a new strategy. He balanced on one leg, resembling a flamingo more than a ninja, and concentrated hard. Come on, Leafy, stick to my foot like you mean it, he urged. But once again, the leaf seemed unimpressed with his efforts and sailed away the moment he moved. Naruto paused and glared at the leaf resting in his hand. I never should have picked you up, he muttered, pointing an accusing finger at the leaf. My mother was right. I should have chosen the richer leaf between you and the Sakura leaf. Naruto let out a heavy sigh as he dramatically drew a tear onto the leaf, pretending it was crying. Don't cry, just stick to me, he said, half joking, trying to coax the leaf to adhere to his foot. In his next attempt, Naruto decided to add a bit of flair to the exercise. Maybe if I do it with style, it'll work, he reasoned. He struck a dramatic pose, pointed at his foot dramatically, and declared, by the power of the future Hokage, I command you to stick. The leaf, unfazed by Naruto's theatrics, simply fluttered to the ground, gracefully bowing out of the performance. Naruto's lips pursed into a thin line as he declared in a monotone voice, ha ha ha, 10 years dungeon. Rushing to the window, Naruto scooped up a handful of leaves and began drawing faces on them. He set up a dramatic play, positioning one leaf as the original, criminal, leaf and the others as, police, leaves. With a flurry of movement, he pretended that the original leaf was outmaneuvering and defeating the police leaves in an epic showdown. Naruto gasped dramatically, addressing the leaf, you are here to take my Hokage hat. He glared at the leaf and said sternly, just stick to me, and you can gain the Hokage hat. Naruto placed Leafy on his palm, concentrating intently, then turned his hand and watched as it fell down. Frustration mounting, Naruto sat down, glaring at the leaf. You know, Leafy, we could have been great together. We could have shown them all. But no, you had to be difficult. He tried different approaches, meditating, trying to sneak up on the leaf, even sweet-talking it. You know you're the most beautiful leaf I've ever seen, right? He cooed, hoping flattery would get him somewhere. But the leaf remained unattached, both emotionally and physically. Naruto's antics continued, each attempt more inventive and desperate than the last. He tried balancing the leaf on his foot while spinning, using motivational speeches, and even bargaining with it. If you stick to my foot, I'll never use a fire jutsu near you. How's that for a deal? He placed the leaf on his forehead, channeling his chakra to stick it there instead. If I can't be a great ninja, maybe I'll be a great forehead model, he mused, trying to lighten his mood. He stood still, concentrating hard, but as soon as he moved, the leaf floated down like a gentle parachute. Not a forehead fan, huh? How about my back hand? He continued, placing the leaf on the back of his hand. Behold, the amazing chakra sticking hand. He kept his hand perfectly steady, a look of intense concentration on his face. But the moment he flicked his wrist, the leaf soared into the air like a freed bird. Okay, Leafy, you've made your point. You're not a fan of traditional methods, Naruto acknowledged, scratching his head. He then had a lightbulb moment. What if I use wind to my advantage? Yeah, that's it. Naruto carefully placed the leaf on his nose, lying flat on the ground. If I can balance this on my nose without using hands, I'm officially a chakra control master, he declared, closing his eyes to focus. As he lay there, the leaf wavered, teetering on the edge of his nose. Naruto held his breath, daring not to move a muscle. For a moment, it seemed like the leaf would stick, but then it slipped off, landing softly on his chest. Betrayed by my own nose, Naruto sighed. Sitting up, Naruto stared intently at the leaf. What makes you stick? Huh. It's chakra, but chakra is always changing, he mused aloud. An idea sparked in his mind. What if I could make chakra dense and sticky, like honey? With renewed determination, Naruto focused his chakra, imagining it becoming thick and viscous. He placed the leaf on his forearm and concentrated hard, envisioning the chakra oozing around the leaf, holding it in place like glue. Slowly, he lifted his arm, moving it gently at first, then more briskly. To his amazement and delight, the leaf clung to his skin, unmoved by the motion. Objective: Leaf chakra control exercise successfully completed. Rewards granted. New skill acquired. Chakra control. Experience points, express, 200. Yada. He exclaimed, his face lighting up with a triumphant grin. I did it. I made chakra sticky. Naruto jumped to his feet, a victorious whoop escaping his lips. Take that, stupid leaf exercise. Naruto Uzumaki, the chakra control master. He declared, striking a triumphant pose. Skill. Chakra control, level 1. Description. Fundamental skill for shinobi, essential for efficient use of chakra. This skill allows better manipulation and conservation of chakra for various jutsu. Passive enhancements. Chakra efficiency. Decreases chakra consumption by 10% for all jutsu. Chakra recovery rate. Improves passive chakra regeneration by 5%. Active enhancements. Chakra surge. Temporarily increases chakra flow, boosting the effectiveness of jutsu by 15% for 30 seconds. Activation consumes additional chakra. Focus boost. For 30 seconds, enhances concentration, increasing the success rate of complex jutsu by 10%. There's a saying in the Nara clan, to be lazy or. But Shikamaru often found it too troublesome to finish the quote. He was relishing a rare moment of peace. No nagging from his mother or Ino, no shogi matches with his dad, just lying under the warm sun with a partially cloudy sky above and cool grass below. To him, this was paradise. That paradise was abruptly shattered by a familiar voice. Fuck off. Shikamaru sighed. I know that annoying voice. Naruto. He could hear arguments coming from the front gate. Reluctantly, Shikamaru stood and walked towards the commotion. There, he found 5 guards in a heated debate with Naruto. Look, how can we trust you that this isn't some prank? One guard challenged. Because of the damn seal on the box. Naruto yelled back, frustration clear in his voice. The guards remained unmoved, and Naruto looked ready to escalate things into a fight. Shikamaru sighed heavily. This is troublesome, he thought as he quickly moved to intervene. Recently, Sasuke's fan club had concocted a theory that Sasuke had intentionally held back during his fight with Naruto, knowing his Sharingan was about to awaken, because some girl had read that the Sharingan often awakened in war conditions and assumed Sasuke had engineered the situation. But Shikamaru knew better. Naruto had genuinely pushed Sasuke to the edge. This meant Naruto was truly skilled, and a fight between him and the guards could spell trouble. Shikamaru preferred to avoid such complications. He stepped in, hoping to defuse the situation before it could escalate into something more serious. Hey, Naruto, what's up? I've got a delivery for your family from Higurashi Weapons. But these guards are being jerks, Naruto said, annoyed. One guard began to argue, but Shikamaru cut him off and reached for the package. Thanks, Shikamaru said simply. Naruto handed over the package and the receipt for Shikamaru to sign. Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver, Naruto said with a smirk, taking back the signed receipt. Delivery success. Completed just in time. Next step. Return to Higurashi Weapons to claim your reward. Completion rewards. Experience points, Express 10. Currency. 500 Ryo. Reputation improvement. Your status with Higurashi Weapons has advanced from liked to honored. Naruto raced back to the shop, breathless but beaming, as Mr. Higurashi greeted him with a nod of appreciation for a week's worth of successful deliveries. Hey, if you want to buy anything from the shop, you'll get a 50% discount, Mr. Higurashi offered generously. Naruto's smile widened as Mr. Higurashi pulled out a box. I finally finished with your gear, he announced. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of his new or remade clothes, a sleeveless orange jacket, and pants that were much like his old ones but noticeably heavier. There were added pockets in the jacket and a blue long-sleeve shirt underneath. As Naruto examined the blue shirt in confusion, wondering, why is this here? Mr. Higurashi answered, this is my gift, Naruto. Overwhelmed, Naruto couldn't help but hug the clothes tightly, his face hidden as he absorbed the kindness of the gift. Item. Bright orange sleeveless jacket. Material. Thick cloth, lined with light chain mesh. Requirement. Level 5 or higher. Stat modifiers. Dex +3, STR +2, Vit +3, HP +20. Durability. 750/750ths. Description. This tough, short-sleeve jacket offers light protection against weapons. Ideal for combat situations requiring both mobility and a degree of armor. Caution. Enhancements activate only for characters at level 5 and above. Clothing item is wearable. Item. Bright orange light armored pants. Material. Thick cloth, lined with light chain mesh. Protection level. Light armor. Requirement. Level 5 or higher. Stat modifiers. Health points HP +50, Dexterity Dex +3, Strength STR +2, Vitality VIT +2, +5% effectiveness in stealth. Durability. 750/750ths. Description. These ankle-length pants are constructed for durability and protection. The combination of thick cloth and light chain mesh provides light defense against weapons. Item. Dark blue gambeson. Material. Thick cloth, lined with light leather mesh. Protection level. Light armor. Requirement. Level 3 or higher. Stat modifiers. Health points HP +25, Dexterity Dex +3, Vitality VIT +3, Constitution Con +2, +5% effectiveness in stealth. Durability. 750/750ths. Description. This gambeson is crafted from thick cloth and lined with a light leather mesh, designed to offer substantial protection while maintaining flexibility. It is dyed a deep blue, which helps blend into shadows and night environments, making it ideal for stealth-oriented missions. The armor provides a boost to the wearer's health, agility, and resilience, enhancing survivability in combat situations. Caution. Stat enhancements activate only for characters at level 5 and above. This clothing item is wearable and optimized for stealth and protection. Even without immediate stat enhancements, the clothes were awesome. I think you should buy some gloves and shin guards, Mr. Higurashi suggested, bringing Naruto back to the present. As the discount on all items are just one? Naruto asked, hopeful. Just one, Mr. Higurashi replied. Come on, I'll do more deliveries, Naruto bargained, eager to extend his discount. Fine, when I need you for more deliveries, I'm not going to pay you, Mr. Higurashi countered. Naruto mumbled, cheapskate, under his breath, barely audible. What was that? Mr. Higurashi challenged, raising an eyebrow. Where is the changing room? Naruto quickly changed the subject, eager to try on his new gear. Mr. Higurashi pointed to the left, his expression softening into a smile at Naruto's eagerness. Item. Black fingerless gloves with metal back plate. Material. Durable fabric with metal plating. Protection level. Moderate. Requirement. Level 3 or higher. Stat modifiers. Armor class AC, +5, +5% enhancement to parry. Durability. 500/500ths. Description. These fingerless gloves offer a solid grip and enhanced protection thanks to the metal back plate. Suitable for scenarios requiring both dexterity and defense. Item analysis. Gray and black shin guard. Material. Protective composite. Protection level. Basic shin defense. Requirement. Level 5 or higher. Stat modifiers. AC +5. Durability. 400/400ths. Description. Designed for shin protection, these guards provide basic defense while maintaining mobility. The gray and black color scheme offers a functional aesthetic without drawing attention, ideal for various shinobi activities that require additional leg protection. Item. Black genin shinobi sandals. Material. Leather and wood. Requirement. Level 5. Stat modifiers. Health points HP, +100, Agility AGI, +5, +5% effectiveness in stealth. Durability. 500/500ths. Description. These sandals are tailored for genin, offering a perfect balance between flexibility, chakra flow, and protection. The robust material provides a moderate boost to health and stealth, making them suitable for a variety of missions and terrain. So, how much do I owe you? Naruto asked, feeling a bit anxious about the total. Hidden tallied everything on the counter. That'll be 5,550 ryo. Naruto's face fell, but then he remembered something. Mr. Higurashi, would you be willing to do a trade of sorts? He asked. I'm listening, replied the shopkeeper, intrigued. At Mr. Higurashi's words, Naruto pulled out a piece of refined ore he had obtained from the rat dungeon. Mr. Higurashi immediately began to inspect it closely. Where did you get this? He inquired, his interest clearly piqued. Will you believe me if I said it is from a colony of rats? Naruto joked. Must be some colony, Mr. Higurashi mused, still examining the ore. This ore is very pure. Yeah, the bill will be covered by this, but I feel bad taking this in exchange for some gear. How about this? I owe you 5k. Seriously, how valuable is that ore? Naruto asked, surprised by the offer. Not much by itself, Mr. Higurashi explained, but what we can make from it is something truly valuable. Naruto nodded, amazed at the unexpected value of his find and grateful for Mr. Higurashi's fair dealing. Naruto, with a spark of curiosity, asked, don't suppose you have a book on intermediate and advanced academy taijutsu just lying around? Hidden looked surprised by the question. My daughter might have one, but I doubt she's ever used it. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. Could I buy it from you? I'll need to check with her first. She's on a mission but should be back by Friday. Check back then, Hidden replied. Awesome. Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm momentarily pausing as he tried to figure out how to broach the next topic. Something you need, Naruto? Mr. Higurashi asked, noticing Naruto's hesitation as he scratched the back of his head. Do you have any idea what gift I should give my girlfriend? And, before I forget, we've known each other for a week, Naruto said, looking hopeful yet slightly confused about the distinction between a girlfriend and a friend who is a girl. You have come to the right place, Mr. Higurashi replied, his tone a mix of shock, pride, and respect, for reasons Naruto couldn't quite discern. Why do I feel like I said something very wrong? Ninja Academy, true to its name, was a training ground for the next generation of shinobi. It taught the arts of ninjutsu, including the transformation, substitution, and clone jutsu, taijutsu, focusing on the academy's own style, and genjutsu, covering the basics of detecting and releasing illusions. Beyond the ninja disciplines, the academy also followed an academic curriculum set to the standard of the Fire Nation, ensuring that students received a well-rounded education. The academic week at the academy was structured into 4 school days, 1 free day at school, and 2 days off. During the regular school days, students attended classes that covered both the ninja skills and more traditional subjects, then returned home. The free day at school offered a unique opportunity. On this day, students were encouraged to join various clubs that aligned with their interests and potential career paths in the shinobi world. These clubs ranged from those specializing in creating poisons or kenjutsu to others focused on skills like seduction. Each club was designed to engage students in practical applications of their skills, with guidance from their teachers. The Club of Seduction, intriguingly, was the most popular among the female students at the academy. Its popularity did not stem from a collective desire to become seductresses in the traditional sense. Rather, the club offered a curriculum that extended far beyond mere allure or the art of acting like a femme fatale from a novel. It delved into the seduction of the mind, equipping the students with skills that enhanced their overall appeal through confidence, intelligence, and nurturing, traits that, when cultivated, made someone inherently compelling and persuasive. The club's activities were both diverse and enriching, designed to refine the students' understanding of interpersonal dynamics. They engaged in analysis of verbal and non-verbal cues, learning to read body language meticulously. Acting sessions were conducted to help them adopt various personas. Students learned traditional skills like kimono dressing, flower arranging, and tea ceremonies. These were taught not only for potential high society missions but also because many students simply enjoyed these ceremonial arts. Club of Seduction. Ino Yamanaka strode purposefully through the club, a plan forming in her mind. She approached her rival, Sakura, and slammed her hand down in front of her, catching her off guard. What do you want, Ino pig? Sakura glared back, bristling at the interruption. Nothing, forehead, Ino replied with a smirk. Just wanted to make a bet. What is it? Sakura asked, curiosity piqued despite her annoyance. Simple, Ino said, her smirk widening. Today is the flower pressing competition, she explained, watching as Sakura nodded. So my bet is simple. Whoever loses this competition asks Naruto out. What? Sakura screamed, her voice rising high enough to catch everyone's attention in the room. Come on, Sakura. Naruto-kun even went as far as fighting Sasuke for your attention. Can't you throw him a bone? Ino taunted mockingly. Sakura's expression darkened. Sasuke-kun held back against that loser. Oh, then are you afraid that you'll lose, forehead? Ino teased, sensing Sakura's growing irritation. Sakura stood up abruptly, fire in her eyes. You're on training grounds. Yada, shouted Naruto, jumping and pumping a fist into the air. Finally, I've made you my bitch now, you stupid targets. Quest name. My personal best. Achieve 90% accuracy or better. Completion status. Successfully achieved. Next step. Claim your rewards. Completion rewards. Experience points, Express, 100. Item acquired. Book, Academy Intermediate Taijutsu. Naruto's eyes widened as his quest completion notification popped up, showing his hard-earned rewards, including the Academy Intermediate Taijutsu book. He couldn't contain his excitement. Yes, finally, I did it. Took forever, but it was worth it. Now, just the advanced book remains. Hinata watched as Naruto leapt around in happiness, which wasn't surprising considering he had been vigorously attacking the training targets for hours. Neither of them belonged to any particular club, so they often trained together instead. In just a few minutes, Hinata knew Naruto would tire out, and then it would be her turn to train. However, Her routine expectation was interrupted when Naruto suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of shock. Is something wrong? Hinata thought anxiously. Meanwhile, Naruto stared into the air, his face etched with complete disbelief as he gazed upon the system. Hybrid Quest Alert. Quest Name: Love of a Flower. Description: Ino Yamanaka has lost a bet to Sakura Haruno in a flower pressing competition. As a consequence, she now has to go on a date with the player, Naruto Uzumaki. This scenario is forked, meaning the course of the quest can significantly alter based on Naruto's actions. The outcome of this quest could lead to notable changes in the world dynamics and character relationships. Rewards. The rewards for this quest will vary based on Naruto Uzumaki's actions and decisions throughout the date. Failure condition: a poorly managed date resulting in an unfavorable outcome with Ino. Gah, I can't believe I lost to Forehead. Now I have to do this. Three friends lay on the grass, buffeted by a cool evening breeze. Choji sat, his fingers idly ruminating through a bag of potato chips, before mechanically moving towards his mouth in a movement that had been so honed it was practically instinct. Shikamaru laid on his back, his eyes opened just enough to gaze into the clouds, but not enough for his pupils to be visibly seen. Ino paced around, her hair swinging in the wind, her footsteps trampling the grasses beneath her, and her gait one of inner turmoil. Come on. Don't just lay there. Give me some ideas. I can't do this without your help. Shikamaru closed his eyes even further, preventing his pupils from gathering any more light, as his breathing slowed on principle. He was kicked in the ribs for his effort. Don't pretend to fall asleep. Shikamaru's eyes opened, his speech coming out a slow, an enthusiastic drawl, like that of a donkey who had carried two obese men across the Suna Desert. Troublesome. You were the one who made the bet in the first place. Ino paused in her gait, one finger raised in indignation. That's because I thought I'd win. Forehead cheated. She got me with an uppercut that came out of nowhere. How was that cheating? Shikamaru asked. Meanwhile, Choji wondered why there was a fight in a flower pressing competition, as he didn't know it, but Ino did a double or nothing with the condition that Sakura could add a condition to the bet. Well, I don't know. All I know is, there's no way she could have beaten me in a fair fight. Choji rubbed his cheek with his finger. His momentary reprieve from his favorite snack was provided with the need to be in the loop. He played the mediator amongst the trio, neither too hot-headed to listen to reason, nor too relaxed to abstain from taking actions. What was the bet about? Ino seemed to turn green at the memory. Her face soured as though she'd taken a bite out of an unripe lemon, her fists clenched, balled and released, and her body swayed in place, as though besieged by seasickness. The loser has asked out. Naruto. Choji had his eyes widen, and Shikamaru merely muttered a simple word under his breath. Troublesome. I know. Just think. Asking out that loudmouthed, hyperactive, idiot in that horrible orange tracksuit. Ino shuddered in place. I can't be seen doing that. Ino plopped onto the grass, causing the Shikamaru to stare, curiously, as his friend had not bothered about the grass stains, nor had she complained about ruining her dress nor whined about the possibilities of biting insects moving through the hardy green flora. Don't do it, Ino, Shikamaru said. What do you stand to lose? It's either that or give up on Sasuke-kun, and leave him to Forehead. Shikamaru said nothing, letting the atmosphere be filled with the comfortable sound of crackling potato chips. It echoed in the background constantly, like a symphony that could not be changed, and like an accompanying orchestra that reminded the boy of the companionship to which he was privileged. I know. Ino sprung to her feet, slamming her fist into her palm. I'll confess all sorts of feelings for Naruto. That way, he'll be the one to ask me out. Choji, occupying himself with his chips, spoke up. I don't think that's such a good idea, Ino. What do you mean, Choji? It's flawless. I don't think Shikamaru here could come up with a better plan. I mean, I still have to make him believe I like him. My question is, why Naruto? Choji interrupted while eating chips. Ino sighed and mumbled. Naruto's fight with Sasuke is still fresh in everyone's mind. I might have planned to have Sakura be embarrassed by the fact that she asked Naruto out. And it backfired, Shikamaru added as Ino glared at him. Okay. So new plan. Don't lie to him. Shikamaru felt the need to say, he's changed. Ino felt her nose rumple in disbelief. I don't think Sasuke holding back in a fight constitutes change. Ino frowned, wondering if the Nara was joking. Okay then. Pineapple head, when did Naruto change? I don't know. Ino huffed, putting her hand on her waist. I'll be the judge of that. The pineapple-haired boy let out a single, slow nod. Don't say I didn't warn you. Finding Naruto was the hardest part. It was especially harder to track him down to a recluse location, one in which she knew Billboard Brow and a group of other girls would be watching from the bushes, probably ready to watch her make a fool of herself. She had hoped she'd be the one watching the pink-haired bimbo ask Naruto out. It would have been the most hilarious thing to watch, as the blonde would have been so ecstatic, ignorant of the girl's own dismay. Naruto-kun. Huh, Ino. The blonde stared at her, looking both left and right as though uncertain. You talkin' to me? Ino felt her anger bubble up, but let it slide low. I don't think there's any other person named Naruto in Konoha, is there? The boy put his hands behind his head and let out an awkward laugh that almost made Ino cringe. Yeah, I'm the one and only Naruto Uzumaki Datbeo. Ino desperately wished the Shinigami would take her there and then. So, Naruto-kun, there's something I wanted to tell you. Huh, really? You see, Naruto-kun, I've been watching you for a while now, and I didn't want to tell you this, but I. The words formed in her mouth. As she stared at the inquisitive blue eyes of the shorter blonde, she found herself wondering why they would not come forth. Maybe it was something odd about how his eyes seemed to examine her, or how they lit up with an emotion she could not quite recognize, or perhaps, it was the giggling of the girls she could hear that made her uncertain of how to proceed. She didn't quite understand it herself. This was Naruto of all people. He bounced back from anything. So what if she was going to get his hopes up and lie to his face? She shouldn't care. It shouldn't matter to her. It's not like she was going to break his heart or anything, so why was she unable to find the right words to say? Hey Ino. The sudden exclamation threw her off guard, and she found him staring at her with a concentrated gaze she did not know he had possessed. Why yes. Go out on a date with me. To Ichiraku Ramen. The girl could not have been any more floored if the Hokage himself had pranced by on a unicycle. What? I know it's kinda sudden, but you're a really cool person, ya know. I mean, we've both got awesome blonde hair, though mine is way cooler, and I think you're pretty. She idly wondered if one of her clan members had taken over Naruto's body with the clan jutsu and made him say those words, but instead, she shook it off as the universe being in her favor on this odd particular occasion. Naruto had asked her out on a date, hence, she couldn't ask him out anymore. The bet was null and void. She was free. Ino regained a bit of her confidence, placing her hand on her hips. No way. Why in the world would I want to go out with you? I mean, wanting to date someone just because you think they're good looking. That's really shallow of you, Naruto. But, he paused. Isn't that the same reason why you like Sasuke-tem? What? No way. I like Sasuke-kun because he's strong and he's cool and he's. Words, fickle as they were, failed her. She had an extensive vocabulary of terms that focused on the mind, on plants, on animals, and yet, despite her collective accumulation of adjectives used to describe things which were beautiful, she remained speechless. Fine then, Naruto said, crossing his arms and turning around. Good luck with the tem. You two deserve each other. It was strange, as to how those words seemed to sting much more than she thought possible. Hidden behind the trees, Hinata felt her nails digging into the bark as she witnessed the confession and rejection unfold. Using her Byakugan, she noticed Sakura and the others also hiding, watching the scene. Anger flared within her. Naruto-kun's feelings aren't your amusement, she thought bitterly, tempted to confront Sakura, Ino, and the rest. However, her anger quickly subsided, replaced by a pang of jealousy towards Ino for her boldness. Naruto had been kind enough to help Ino even though she was scheming. Leaning back against the cold bark, Hinata sighed and sat down. Naruto-kun, if I could confess. Hinata blushed, unable to even say the word. She clasped her cheeks, feeling a warm flush spread across her face at the mere thought of going on a date with Naruto. Hee hee hee. What a loser. Sakura's mocking laughter came from the bushes, drawing a sharp frown from Hinata. Bitch, Hinata thought bitterly. She remembered the stink bomb Naruto had given her as a gift. With a flick of her wrist, she threw it toward the bushes. No. Sakura's scream pierced the quiet as the bomb did its work. Hinata's heart pounded furiously, a mix of thrill and guilt washing over her as she fled from the scene. I can't believe I just did that. It felt good. As Naruto walked away from Ino, he found a bench and sat down. Naruto watched as the system flickered, seemingly uncertain about the outcome of this unusual quest. Weird quest, he mused to himself. The idea of a date was initially exciting, but reading the full details soured his mood. He pondered various strategies but ultimately decided to let Ino off the hook. The thought of forcing a date or playing games didn't sit right with him. As Naruto walked away, he was deep in thought. Am I a hypocrite for calling Ino shallow when I like Sakura mainly for her looks? Do I even really like Sakura? He questioned himself. Then, another thought struck him. Why did I have a crush on her? Just because she's pretty? No, that can't be it. Hinata is prettier. He paused, surprised by his own thoughts. Wait, where did that come from? Quest name. Love of a flower. Completion status. Successful. Next step. Claim your reward. Completion rewards. Unique item acquired. Skill rune stone. Naruto clicked on a tab. Item. Skill rune stone. Material. Enchanted stone. Effect level. Variable. Requirement. None. Effect. Unlocks a random skill. Use limit. Single use. Description. This stone holds mysterious powers capable of unlocking a random skill for the user. The nature of the skill unlocked is influenced by the user's luck, making each activation unique. Ideal for shinobi seeking to expand their abilities in unforeseen ways. The rune's enchantment is expended upon use, granting a potentially game-changing skill based on the wielder's fortune. It was not every day Yumino Iruka chose to treat Naruto out to dinner, and it was even rarer for him to offer to pay up the boy's backed-up debts, but, as he had found out from the resident gossip amongst the students, Naruto had asked out the young Yamanaka heiress and he had been brutally turned down. Though not exactly possessing sagely wisdom in the art of romance, the Chunin teacher felt that the young boy needed some company, or at the very least, needed some ramen to make him bounce back to his usual self. But Naruto was actually wrestling with a different problem. Should I use the skill rune or not? He was deep in thought, weighing his options, completely unaware of Iruka's worried look. The steam from their ramen bowls filled the air, and the quiet ticking of the clock seemed to press on Naruto. He knew he had to make a decision soon about the skill rune, but it was a tough choice. Item. Skill rune stone. Status. Used. Acquired skill. Spirit possession. Skill. Spirit possession. Class. Spirit warden. Effect. Enables semi-partial possession by a spirit, allowing the player to access the spirit's abilities. Slot status. Empty. Activation. Open the slot to generate a random spirit for possession. Caution. The chosen spirit will become the default spirit for summoning. Action required. Acceptance or declination of skill use. Surrounded by the comforting steam of their ramen, Naruto finally shrugged and decided, why not? He accepted the use of the skill rune. Suddenly, a card materialized on the system screen. It depicted a figure from the late 19th century, renowned for his sharp deductive skills. The man was dressed in a classic deerstalker hat and an elegant Victorian-era coat, clutching a magnifying glass. His piercing eyes and thoughtful expression suggested deep intelligence and remarkable powers of observation. Skill. Spirit possession. Description. Allows partial possession by a spirit of Sherlock Holmes. Stat enhancements. Intelligence int plus 20. Wisdom wis plus 20. Special status. Eyes of the detective. Effect. Grants the ability to observe the environment and utilize pre-existing knowledge to deduce minute details, enhancing investigative and problem-solving skills. Naruto observed the skill update closely. He realized that the spirit possession skill didn't require leveling up. The stat boosts to intelligence and wisdom were significant on their own. Plus, there was no cost in chakra points, CP, or durability issues to worry about. It seemed like a class feature of the Spirit Warden class, something he could use repeatedly whenever he needed. This is more than enough, Naruto thought, satisfied with his new ability. He decided to activate the skill. As he did, his perception of the world around him changed dramatically. Everything appeared as though viewed through a sepia filter, details and nuances sharply defined and vividly enhanced. This strange, exhilarating perspective made the world seem both old and new. Oi, Chuki Gigi. You out of toppings. My ramen's looking a little thin. Iruka bopped him over the head. Baka. Don't be so ungrateful. To think I actually offered to treat you to ramen after the pranks you pulled in class last week. Naruto's lips turned into a semi-indignant pout. But the broth is like 10% smaller than it was yesterday. And the toppings and portions are smaller as well. Iruka's eyes twitched. I think it's just your appetite that's grown bigger. Haha, Naruto-kun is kind of right. Iruka's eyebrow rose. He is. I am. Chuki nodded, slowly. Our usual delivery boy is a little late with the order, so I had to cut corners for the ramen. I'm sorry about that. Iruka waved him off. It's nothing. I barely noticed the difference. Only a ramen-holic like Naruto would realize it. Ramen is the food of the gods and everything about it is divine datbeo. Naruto said, grinning, I know everything there is to know about Ichiraku ramen. Iruka snorted. Sure, and I'm certain you can tell how many toppings are in my 14. Iruka blinked. He stared down at his bowl, and counted, and found himself baffled at the blonde getting the accurate number. Lucky guess. Naruto shook his head as he scarfed down more ramen. Not luck. Oh really? Then how many strands of noodles are left in my 38? Iruka stared into his bowl, slowly counting with his chopsticks, one by one, until he reached the exact number Naruto mentioned. How did you know that? Chuki Gigi usually has a fixed number of strands per bowl. It's enough to leave you satisfied, but not too much that it'll make you leave it unfinished. He said between slurps, and, you eat really slow Iruka-sensei. It was ridiculous, to know the exact number of noodles in a bowl, and the speed required to actually consume said noodles, so Iruka found himself staring at Naruto, his mind trying to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Naruto, how many people have visited Ichiraku ramen today alone? Naruto took a huge slurp out of his bowl, 50 or so. Why? Iruka glanced to Chuki and Ayame, and their widened eyes spoke more loudly than any verbal confirmation they could have possibly uttered. How did you know that? Ayame-ne's sleeves are folded up. What does that have to do with anything? Everything. Chuki Gigi's sink is kind of deep. Ayame-ne doesn't really need to fold her sleeves all the way up to her elbow in order to wash the dishes. The only time she'd need to do that is when there are tons of dishes available and she's put them all in. She folds her sleeves so they don't fall into the filled sink and get wet, and also to make it easier for her to wash. Iruka's mouth felt dry. But that just tells you that they've been a lot of customers. How did you guess 50? Because Ayame-ne has also been cooking, Naruto said. Chuki Gigi only ever lets Ayame-ne join him to prepare ramen when there are more customers than he can handle. And he's no slouch. He can take on 6 at a time, but if it gets too much, Ayame-ne helps him out. Naruto paused, placing a hand on his chin. Also, today's Monday, so there are usually about 8 or 11 customers in the morning, and around lunchtime, this place is filled really fast. That adds around 20 to 30 customers coming and going. Then after classes are over and in the evenings, there are fewer customers, but still enough to guess around 60. The sound of the kettle blowing was the only noise in the restaurant. How did you know Ayame-san had been cooking? What do you mean? She's got her apron on and everything. And look, those are miso soup stains on them. Iruka found himself feeling lightheaded and slightly dazed, more so when he realized that Naruto, Naruto of all people and of all his students, was subconsciously using inductive and deductive techniques to glimmer information about things around him, and he didn't even realize it. He took in several deep breaths, before he decided to calm himself. Naruto, how many major hidden villages do we have? The blond boy looked sheepish as he scratched his head. 2. How is it that? Iruka had to calm himself and lower his voice. How is it that you can accurately guess how many customers have visited Ichiraku Ramen, and how many strands of noodles are in my bowl, but you don't know how many major hidden villages we have in the elemental nations? Because I don't care about that stuff. Who cares how many there are? Konoha is the greatest datbao. Iruka sighed, shaking his head. Maybe he was just reading too much into things. Naruto spent most of his hours at Ichiraku Ramen, and had more hours at the establishment than he probably did at his own home. With so much time spent there, it would explain his ability to pick out all the littlest details and things that happened around there with alarming detail and frightening efficiency. It wasn't like Naruto was some sort of hidden genius or anything. No, the very notion sounded utterly preposterous. A thought did however stumble onto the Chunin's mind, and for a few seconds, he contemplated it. Hey Naruto, tell me about how you do your pranking. Naruto stopped, staring at him suspiciously for several seconds. If this is a trick to find out where I keep my gear, Iruka-sensei. Iruka put his hands up in a gesture of surrender. No tricks. I'm genuinely curious. Some of your pranks must take careful planning and deliberation. I wonder how you got into it. Well. 2 hours later, Iruka was regretting his decision to ask. While he had been hoping to gain some more insight into Naruto's apparent analytical and deductive abilities, it seemed that those abilities only registered or came up when it came to Ichiraku Ramen, or anything ramen related. Instead of finding out more about his student's mind, he was treated to a lecture on the different types of itching powder, the best paints to use for brighter colors, how to carefully set up feather traps, and all sorts of other information that the Chunin truly was not interested in. And then, you have to make sure that you wash your hands thoroughly or the itching powder might still be on you. That's great Naruto. Wow, look at the time. I've got some scripts to mark and you've got to get ready for school tomorrow. But I haven't told how to use the rubber chicken yet. Iruka nodded, slowly. No need, you seem to have a mastery of pranking that I don't think I can achieve anytime soon. Naruto blushed before rubbing the back of his head with his arm. Really? Of course. And if you applied those pranking skills of yours to your shinobi knowledge, you might even make a brilliant strategist or trap master someday. Naruto's face furrowed up in confusion. What does pranking have to do with being a shinobi? Well, information gathering, reconnaissance, stealth, and the likes. Instead of, say, planting a stink bomb in someone's house, imagine instead, planting an actual bomb, or some knockout gas instead. Iruka watched as the gears began slowly turning in Naruto's head. So I can prank people, just using deadlier and cooler stuff, and I could become a great shinobi for doing it. Sure, I don't see why not. Iruka placed his hand on the boy's head and tousled his hair. Don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto. You'll need to make sure you don't fail the academy this time around, and actually learn things. We can't have a Hokage who doesn't know how many hidden villages exist, now can we? You have slept in your bed. HP and CP are fully stored. Friday morning arrived, and Naruto was brimming with excitement. He quickly munched on his breakfast, eagerly checking his skill screen. Let's see what we've got here, Naruto muttered to himself, scrolling through his skills. Skill. Intermediate Academy Taijutsu. Description. Intermediate hand-to-hand combat training, enhancing techniques in stances, strikes, kicks, and blocks. More complex maneuvers are introduced at this level. Active enhancements. Strength, STR, modifier. +3 for 45 seconds upon activation. Vitality, VIT, modifier. +3 for 45 seconds upon activation. Dexterity, Dex, modifier. +3 for 45 seconds upon activation. Skill. Intermediate Academy Tactics. Description. Deepens understanding of advanced team strategies, complex ambush setups, and sophisticated counter-ambush techniques. Active enhancements. Intelligence int modifier. +4 for 45 seconds upon activation. Wisdom wis modifier. +4 for 45 seconds upon activation. Intermediate Academy Taijutsu and Tactics. Nice stat boosts for a short time. But wait. He paused, his face dropping. Ah, man. The intermediate skills replaced the beginner ones. There goes my master plan of stacking low-grade skills for ultimate power. He dramatically wiped away a fake tear, playing up his disappointment. Guess I can't cheat my way to the top with low-level loopholes, Naruto sighed theatrically, leaving for the academy with a mock sad stride. I guess the intermediate academy taijutsu had a synergistic effect on my other skills, causing them to level up. Hey, I am not complaining. Skill. Uzumaki Clan Taijutsu. Swirling Kata. Level 4. Description. A defensive, agility-based combat style from the Uzumaki clan, focused on long-range attacks utilizing scroll arts. Enhanced for supreme combat efficiency and devastating power. Passive enhancements. Scroll synchronization. Increases efficiency and speed of scroll arts integration in combat by 30%. Enhanced agility. Improves dodging capabilities and reflexes by 40%. Advanced seal knowledge. Enables quicker and more complex seal formations, reducing setup time for scroll arts by 20%. Chakra flow mastery. Enhances chakra control, increasing the effectiveness of chakra-infused scroll attacks by 25%. Active boost. Swirling assault. Temporarily enhances attack range and speed by 50% for 60 seconds upon activation. Chakra infusion. Increases the power of scroll-based attacks by 40% during the active phase. Seal burst. Activates a powerful area of effect attack from scrolls, dealing significant damage to multiple targets within range. Class feature. Scroll arts. Level 4. Description. A technique in the art of utilizing jutsu scrolls, the hallmark combat style of the Uzumaki clan, now refined for strategic versatility and enhanced efficacy. Passive enhancements. Scroll mastery. Reduces chakra consumption for scroll activations by 20%. Rapid deployment. Increases speed of scroll deployment by 30%, allowing for quicker jutsu execution. Scroll capacity expansion. Can now carry and effectively use twice the number of scrolls previously capable. Precision casting. Reduces the margin of error in scroll jutsu execution by 25%, ensuring higher accuracy. Active boosts. Multi-scroll synthesis. Ability to combine effects of multiple scrolls simultaneously, increasing the complexity and power of the resulting jutsu. Scroll conservation. Each successful jutsu execution has a 10% chance to not consume a scroll. Silent casting. Allows for the silent activation of scrolls, reducing detection by enemies by 20%. Naruto settled into his usual seat in class, not noticing the girl beside him until she caught his eye. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. This is usually where my friend and I sit, he said casually, scanning the room for Hinata. Naruto-kun, came a timid voice. Naruto turned and his eyes widened in shock. Hinata, he exclaimed, hardly recognizing her. Hinata looked completely different. Her hair was styled differently, parted to show off her features, and she wore visible makeup and tighter clothes. It was as if she was trying to mimic Sakura and Ino. Naruto felt incredibly uncomfortable. He liked Hinata as a friend, but this dramatic change was a bit too much for him. Despite his discomfort, he knew he needed to be supportive. Path Quest Alert. Quest. Hinata's confidence. Description. Hinata has transformed herself to become more confident and noticeable to the man she admires. Objective. Talk to Hinata. Reward. Varies based on players' words and actions. Failure. Consequences depend on players' words and actions. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of quest. This is bullshit, Naruto blurted out, staring at the system intently, causing Hinata to startle and whip her head back. What? She stammered, confused by his sudden outburst. Naruto fixed his gaze directly into Hinata's eyes. Hinata, did you change for someone else? He asked earnestly. Hinata was taken aback by how quickly Naruto seemed to see through her, but then she faltered, wondering if he realized she had changed for him. Hinata, Naruto said softly, reaching out to gently touch her hair, trying to coax it back to its usual style. Look, I don't know who this guy you admire is, he continued, his voice filled with genuine concern. Hinata's heart sank. She longed to tell him that it was him, but the words died in her throat as he went on. But don't change for anyone else's attention, he advised, his voice earnest. Naruto paused, his thoughts flashing back to his own struggles, the pranks, the yelling from adults, the disdainful glares, and how the system had revealed his hated reputation. It's going to be hell for you if you try to change for them, he added, his voice heavy with empathy. He remembered how, in his early days at the academy, he had tried so hard to conform, to be what they wanted, only to find that it never brought the recognition or acceptance he craved. Change is good, but change for yourself, never for someone else, Naruto continued, his voice deepening with emotion. Take my word for it, you'll just end up chasing their approval, and they still might not accept you. Accept yourself, make yourself better, change not for them but for yourself. Naruto finished, unsure if his words were more for Hinata or for himself, maybe both. Hinata looked down, absorbing his words, feeling the weight of their truth. Yeah, you're right, she whispered. Quest. Hinata's confidence. Status. Successfully completed. Reward granted. Naruto's revered status has been changed to Damocles' sword. Damocles' sword. Description. A special status given to non-players whom the player's reputation exceeds 1000. Effect. Players' actions and words to the non-player are exceedingly influential, carrying significant weight. Warning. Hinata's confidence now hinges on player Naruto's actions and words. Each interaction can significantly impact her state. Proceed with care. Note. Good luck. Naruto didn't feel good about this reward. It felt off, like it was nice to know that his words and actions meant a lot to Hinata, but for some reason that note, good luck, felt very ominous. Naruto shrugged off this ominous feeling. I am thinking way too into it, right? Today was the monthly general spar, an event where using jutsu was permitted, meaning the majority of the winners were usually from the clan families. Naruto was buzzing with excitement, eager to test how spirit possession would fare in battle. To his surprise, his opponent was Shino. Hey, Naruto called out, waving his hand nervously. Shino responded with a silent nod, his demeanor as unreadable as ever. Hajime, Mizuki announced, signaling the start of the match. Immediately, Naruto activated spirit possession. Shino paused, locking eyes with Naruto. In that moment, something about Naruto's gaze unnerved him. It was as if Naruto had read every move he might make, every strategy he could deploy. Shino felt a chill run down his spine as he confronted those piercing eyes. For a tense minute, Shino and Naruto stared each other down, each embodying the epitome of calm. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, the silence between them charged like the air before a storm. It was as if they were two combatants measuring each other, their intense focus and steady, controlled breathing adding to the weight of the moment. The standoff broke suddenly as Naruto's hand flicked forward. All eyes followed the kunai that thudded into the ground, but it wasn't the kunai that sent a wave of raw fear through Shino, it was the explosive seal attached to it. Shino instinctively leapt back to safety, but midair, he caught sight of Naruto aiming a shuriken at his neck. Before Shino could even form the hand signs for a substitution jutsu, the shuriken was alarmingly close to his throat. With no time to fully react, Shino executed a quick backflip, narrowly dodging the projectile as it whizzed past while Shino was bending his body into the backflip midair. In the next moment, he noticed a metallic shimmer, the ninja wire attached to the shuriken became visible. Naruto yanked on the wire, redirecting the shuriken downward toward Shino's right hand. Reacting on instinct, Shino raised his hand to save it, which inadvertently caused him to land hard on his back with a thud. Dust billowed around him as he felt a leg press firmly against his chest. Looking up, he saw Naruto standing over him, an expression of calculated calm on his face as if every move had been meticulously planned. Naruto then flashed the kunai close to Shino's neck, signaling a definitive end to the match. Impressive win, Uzumaki-san, Shino conceded, acknowledging his defeat. But I think it was a little excessive to use an explosive seal. It's fake, Naruto lied with dead calm as he picked up the kunai from the ground. The explosive seal on the tag wasn't fake. Rather, it was incomplete. Shino watched Naruto's retreating back, his thoughts running deep. Weaponizing fear, anticipating my reactions, and playing 10 steps ahead. Looks like there is more to you than meets the eye, Uzumaki-san, he thought silently. Naruto felt the spirit possession turn off as the cool and calm washed away. No, more like popped like a balloon. Naruto quickly ran away from the grounds. The sepia filter, the dead calmness, the hundreds of plans. Holy shit, that was so jarring compared to his current mindset. This skill is amazing, Naruto thought as he went to splash some water on his face to calm himself down. Let's not try to use that skill all the time, it was intense. But hey, I guess now I know how smart people fight, Naruto chuckled as he felt a throbbing in his head. Quest. No hold spar. Status. Successfully completed. Reward. Plus 100 reputation with Shino Aburame, plus 100 express. After school was over, Naruto and Hinata headed to Higarashi's weapons. Naruto burst into the shop with his usual enthusiasm. Yo, Higurashi-san, I'm here as promised. Yeah, just a minute. I'll go get Tenten, said Hiden, waving Naruto off. What's that about? Asked Hinata. Apparently his daughter has a copy of Academy Advanced Taijutsu. I'm going to see if I can buy it off of her, explained Naruto. Oh, I see, Hinata murmured, pondering if Naruto would accept her own advanced taijutsu book. Anyway, look around, they've got some great stuff here. Naruto said. Thanks, I like our stuff too, said a new voice. Walking out from behind the counter was a kunoichi, maybe a year older than them. She wore a flowery pink sleeveless shirt, red pants, and her hair was held up in 2 round buns. So, which one of you wants to buy my book? That would be me, said Naruto, stepping up to meet her. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. Higurashi Tenten, back at ya. So, about that book. Yeah, I could sell it to you, but you got to do something for me first. I want to fight you. Just a spar, but I have to know if you're worthy of it. Alert. World Quest. Quest name. Fight me, survive a spar with Tenten. Objective. Survive for 2 minutes in a sparring session with Tenten without being killed or knocked out. Rewards for completion. Experience points, Express, 200. Skill book. Advanced Academy Taijutsu. Special offer. 70% off coupon for any one item at Higurashi Weapons. Reputation increase. Positive impact on your standing with Higurashi Tenten. Penalty for failure. Experience points, Express, 20. Reputation impact. Decrease in standing with Higurashi Tenten. Action required. Confirm acceptance or declination of quest. Naruto tapped the acceptance. Sure, happy to, said Naruto. And he was happy too. Any chance for more experience was a big win in his book. So where do we do this? Meet me tomorrow morning at Training Field 4, my sensei will referee the match. And your friends can come watch too. I promise I won't beat you too badly. I'll be there, said Naruto excitedly. This was going to be epic. Higurashi Tenten LV9. Assuming he survived. They say love is blind, and if you're in love, you might ignore their craziness. Hinata wasn't sure if this applied to her, but today, Saturday, seemed a perfect test. Her plan was simple. Wake up, train for a few hours, then meet Naruto at Training Ground 2 to help him with whatever he needed. However, when she arrived, she found Naruto laughing like a madman, and the reason was bizarre, to say the least. Naruto's jacket, the one he'd previously ruined with chakra dye, now sported square holes all over, with hammers attached to each hole using duct tape, positioned so that the hammers touched the skin. It was an odd sight that made Hinata pause in confusion. Naruto-kun, what is that? Hinata asked, pointing at the jacket, still puzzled over why Naruto would further ruin a perfectly good jacket. Ugly color aside, it had been functional. My ticket to beating Tenten, Naruto declared with a confident grin, stripping off his current jacket to don the modified one. Hinata's cheeks flushed with a blush, watching him change, but her embarrassment quickly shifted to amusement as she struggled to hold back laughter at the sight of Naruto proudly wearing his ridiculous creation. Equipment. Items your character carries for use in various situations. Slot. A designated position within a character's profile designed to hold specific types of equipment. Each slot can accommodate one type of item for optimal performance, although players may place any item in any slot. Number 4. Weapons. Armor. Gear. Magic items. Since I can't use my equipment until I am level 5, I just have to make do with these. Item. Diluted Orange Academy Issue Pants. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Stat modifiers. Dex +2, AC +3, HP +15. Status effects. +5% stealth efficiency. Durability. 600/600. Item. Modified Academy Issue Jacket. Material. Thin, lightweight, reinforced with light leather armor. Protection level. None. Stat modifiers. STR +8, AC +4, HP +12. Durability. 6/60. Description. A modified jacket filled with 8 holes and 8 taped hammers that offer a synergistic effect of strength to the user. This jacket will be unusable after a single use. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Status. Chakra imbalance, difficulty in controlling chakra, -100% performance in executing simple jutsus. Title. Academy student. Level 3. Class. Shinobi of the Uzumaki clan. Race. Human. HP. 350 seconds. AAC. 22. CP. 10k. Racial traits. Chakra chains, locked. Mind's eye. Healer's body, locked. Class features. Scrolls arts. Fuinjutsu. Feats. Observer. Stats. STR. 21. Dex. 19. Con. 12. Int. 13. Wis. 12. Cha. 9. VIT. 14. Luck. Stat points remaining. 2. Allies. Equipment. Weapons. Modified Academy Issue Jacket. Armor. Diluted Orange Academy Issue Pants. Gear. Black fingerless gloves with metal backplate. Magic items. Dark blue gambeson. Express. 950. Description. Uzumaki Naruto is the dead last of the Konoha Academy, having failed the graduation twice before and clearly not prepared to graduate. While most of his past is a mystery, Uzumaki Naruto has found his clan. Higurashi shop. The shop door swung open and in came Naruto, draped in an enormous blanket, causing Mr. Higurashi to raise an eyebrow in confusion. Is it ready? Naruto asked, his voice muffled by the blanket. Mr. Higurashi nodded and pulled a box from under the counter. He glanced out the window and noticed Hinata standing outside. Is that the girlfriend? He teased, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. The comment flew right over Naruto's head as he nodded earnestly. Thanks for making this gift, he said, reaching for the box. Just then, Mr. Higurashi caught a glimpse of the hammers attached to the jacket under the blanket. Why are you wearing a blanket? He asked, curiosity piqued. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he began to hurry out, but the blanket snagged on something. As he turned to free himself, the modified jacket was fully revealed to Mr. Higurashi. Panicking, Naruto faced the bewildered shopkeeper. You are in a dream, he declared, waving his hands in mystical circles, then slowly backed towards the door, opened it, and stepped halfway out. Naruto opened the door a crack once more, still waving his hands. You are still in a dream, he repeated, then with a few tugs, freed his blanket and dashed off. That boy ain't right, Mr. Higurashi muttered, shaking his head before blinking. Wait a minute. Go, go, go. Naruto yelled to Hinata as they sprinted across the bridge. Just as they were about to reach the other side, a shout came from the shop they had just left behind. Naruto, what did you do to my precious creation? The voice boomed across the distance. I played God. Naruto yelled back without slowing his pace, his voice echoing back over the bridge as he and Hinata continued their way to Training Field 4. The loud rhythmic thumping that met them as they approached was slightly disconcerting. The fact it got louder as they got closer was even more so. The green thing with giant teeth, caterpillar eyebrows causing the thumping noise from striking a training post was downright terrifying. Hello, called Naruto nervously. Who knew if the green thing would suddenly turn and start pounding on him in such a way? Rock Lee LV10. Yosh! He screamed suddenly, turning to face the newcomers. Naturally, the duo took a few steps backwards from the thing. Welcome, my most youthful friends. Have you come to stoke your fires of youth in the flames of hard work? He asked, completely serious. Naruto and Hinata briefly looked at each other before Naruto stepped forward. I'm Uzumaki Naruto and this is my friend, Hinata. I'm supposed to meet Tenten here this afternoon. Oh, he screamed loudly. How very youthful of our Tenten to have found such a man to date. We must fight to see if you are worthy. Before Lee could do anything, he was planted face first into the ground by a giant club. Shut up, you moron. I'm not dating him. She looked over her shoulder toward another young man and blushed slightly. Hyuga Neji LV11. Sorry about him. He's an idiot, said Tenten, stepping over the twitching boy. So you're here for that spar then? Yeah, said Naruto, his eyes a bit wide as he stared at the club Tenten was swinging about so casually. The thing was easily as big as she was. Great. As soon as Guy-sensei gets here we can get started, she said simply. She then opened a scroll to seal away the club. Naruto couldn't help but observe the club. Item. The stupid stick. Material. Unknown, potentially cursed. Level requirement. LV5. Damage. 50 to 100 melee. Additional stats. +3 STR. Special effect. Causes. Days. Status effect. Durability. 50-50. Description. A seemingly impractical weapon due to its extreme slowness, the stupid stick holds a fearsome potential. If a blow is successfully landed, it can cause severe brain trauma, effectively dazing the opponent. Despite its cumbersome nature, the stick has a certain allure, especially to those strong enough to wield it. The mysterious origins and the potential curses binding it add to its enigmatic and dangerous allure. Ideal for warriors seeking to challenge themselves or surprise their enemies with unorthodox tactics. Naruto tried not to snicker when he then saw Lee stand up and wobble his way back to the training post. He couldn't hold it back once he saw Lee start striking the post as if nothing ever happened a minute later. Don't worry about him, nothing keeps him down for long. Clearly, Naruto said flatly. How often do you hit him with that thing? And how is he not brain damaged as a result? Tenten blatantly ignored the comment, choosing instead to start stretching and warming up. Naruto felt the weight of a hostile glare and turned to find its source. It was Neji, his eyes not fixed on Naruto, but rather piercing through Hinata, who stood quietly beside him. Hinata's eyes were cast downward, a clear sign of her discomfort and fear. Naruto's fists clenched involuntarily, a surge of anger rising within him at the sight of his friend being intimidated. He was about to confront Neji, to stand up for Hinata, when the atmosphere of the training field shifted. Another figure, resembling Lee but larger, entered the area. This new arrival was not just walking. He was walking on his hands, his feet kicking playfully in the air above him. The absurdity of the sight momentarily diffused Naruto's anger. Tenten sighed. Guy-sensei, why do you keep doing this to me? Why can't I have a normal sensei who does normal things? What did I do wrong in my previous life to deserve this? Meanwhile, Neji stood by watching, neither twitching nor acknowledging the strange man or his teammates. He simply chose to glare at Hinata. What's up with him? Naruto asked, nodding towards Neji. He's intense about the whole shinobi thing, Tenten replied. Top rookie last year. Doesn't really like me sparring with academy kids. And that's why he's giving Hinata the evil eye. Naruto's voice rose slightly, tinged with annoyance, as he observed Neji's unrelenting stare. Are you from the main family? Tenten suddenly questioned Hinata, who remained silent, her demeanor uneasy. Naruto scowled, puzzled. What's that got to do with anything? Tenten let out a long breath, turning to the large, green-clad figure. Hey, Guy-sensei, could you ref our match? She called out, her voice cutting through the tension. Yosh, said the man loudly, springing from his hands back to his feet. First, we must go over the rules. No intentional killing blows allowed. If I see you going for the kill, I will break you. The match will last until one of you is unconscious. Any questions? What are you? Naruto asked in hushed voice, his eyes glued to the giant eyebrows on the man's face. Oh ho, you have never heard of the beautiful green beast of Konoha. For I am he, but to those who know me best, I am Maida Guy. Maida Guy LV. Name: Tenten Higurashi. Status: Queen of Hands. Title: Genin. Level: 9. First Class: Civilian Shinobi. Second Class: Blacksmith. Race: Human. HP: 156 AAC: 17. CP: 114 Lineage traits: Keen eye. Nimble fingers. Class features: Crafting expertise. Feats: Weapons master. Stats: STR: 16. Dex: 24. Con: 16. Int: 12. Wis: 12. Cha: 10. Allies: Might Guy, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, Konoha. Equipment: Weapons. Storage scrolls. Armor: Light shinobi armor. Gear: Ninja tools, crafting supplies. Magic items: Scroll of 1,000 blades. Description: Higurashi Tenten is a real kunoichi and takes it very seriously. As seriously as she takes being a kunoichi, she takes being a blacksmith just as much so. She was trained from a young age in both skills by her adoptive father after her adoptive mother failed to return from a mission. She has vowed to be just as strong and capable as any other shinobi. Naruto blinked several times in surprise. Wait, you can get multiple classes. I want multiple classes too. This time let's go for the wizard class. He glanced again at Tenten's total dexterity, dex score, comparing it to his own attributes. Okay, so this is going to be a dex versus STR build, Naruto concluded as he removed the blanket off him. Tenten looked him over, her eyes lingering on the jacket, and her expression clearly conveyed her thoughts. Oh great, another weirdo. Lee couldn't help but shout, that is a youthful jacket. Meanwhile, Neji muttered under his breath, this is a waste of time. Hajime. Guy shouted, stirring the pair into action. Naruto lunged forward, the ground beneath him cracking like a spiderweb from the force. Tenten's eyes widened as she instinctively leapt back to dodge, but the sheer momentum from Naruto's raw strength meant he was almost able to grasp her midair and slam her to the ground. Reacting quickly, Tenten performed a substitution jutsu without any hand signs, leaving behind a cluster of makebishi, sharp spiked stars, in her place. Naruto winced as the spikes embedded themselves into his palms, but thankfully, his gloves prevented them from piercing his skin. He quickly recovered, spotting Tenten reappearing at a distance. With a swift motion, he threw the makebishi towards her. Tenten dodged agilely, but she watched in disbelief as the spiked stars tore through tree bark as easily as a hot knife through butter. What kind of academy student has this kind of strength? She wondered silently. From the sidelines, Maida Guy observed Naruto's display of youthful strength, with keen interest, seeing potential in the young ninja. Lee, inspired by the spectacle, sparkled with excitement, eager to test his own strength against Naruto's. Neji, however, remained unimpressed and aloof, simply snorting in response. Fate will decide the winner. Tenten quickly launched a kunai, employing the academy-style clone jutsu to create the illusion of dozens of kunai flying towards Naruto. Anticipating the attack, Naruto executed a substitution jutsu to evade, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Tenten, calculating his likely position, unleashed a barrage of shurikens. From the sidelines, Hinata shouted encouragement for the first time, "You can do it." Her voice boosted Naruto's morale as he deftly used Kunai Bukijutsu to deflect most of the shurikens. With agility, Naruto closed the distance between him and Tenten. As he approached, Tenten threw another kunai directly at him. Instead of deflecting it, Naruto flowed into an anti-clockwise swirling kata, maneuvering swiftly to Tenten's right. His fist was cocked, ready to strike, but Tenten was prepared. She swiftly drew a staff from her storage seal, meeting Naruto's punch head-on. The force of the impact caused the wood of the staff to bend alarmingly before it exploded from the stress, creating a smokescreen. Using the cover, Tenten spat a Senbon needle towards Naruto's ear. It barely grazed him, slicing a nick in his earlobe. Status update. Player Naruto has been inflicted with poison. Is poisoning me necessary? Just my style. You give up, and I'll give you the cure, Tenten countered. Naruto grinned and yelled, "Pass." He then lunged forward, landing a solid punch. Tenten reacted quickly, pulling out a shield from her storage seal. The impact sent her skidding back several feet, the shield absorbing most of the force but clearly showing the power behind Naruto's strike as Tenten felt her bones rattling. Noting that he needed to end this quickly before the poison worked its magic, Naruto opted to use Spirit Possession. Spirit Possession has been activated. Naruto began to focus more intently on Tenten's movements and posture. He noticed the way she shifted her weight onto her left foot, allowing her to utilize her left hand more effectively. Naruto noticed the slight tremble in her fingers as she reached for her weapon, indicating slight hesitation or uncertainty, maybe due to his strength build or maybe because she didn't know what to attack with, or if her attack would be something that an academy student could take. He also observed the way she held her shoulders, slightly hunched and tense, indicating that she was prepared for a quick and agile movement. Her eyes were focused, but not overly tense, indicating that she was fully present and alert. Naruto's immediately used Kunai Bukijutsu to create cover on the ground and sent shurikens spinning and circling around the dirt cloud towards Tenten. Tenten's frown indicated her surprise at Naruto's strategy. As he charged through the smoke cloud, she tried to hit him with another staff, but he skillfully dodged the blow, having anticipated her action. As he stopped his skid and sent a kunai at Tenten, she expertly parried it with her staff. That was reckless. Says who? Says common sense. Naruto scrunched his nose up in confusion and shrugged. Never heard of him. Tenten palmed her face, slowly before she took in a deep breath. Well, I'm certain he'll pay you a visit. She withdrew her summoning scroll, as several shuriken emerged between her fingers, when you're staring up at the white ceilings in the hospital. As Tenten sent the shuriken at Naruto, the boy leaned forward and twisted his head. Tenten was not a completely religious person, but even she would question if Kami had been the one to interfere on her behalf as she watched the blonde young boy headbutt a thrown shuriken with his goggles, somehow hitting it at an angle that was flat with the exact amount of force at the exact needed time. Then she watched as the ninja star ricocheted off his head and struck another one that was mid-flight, which was then sent barreling straight towards her, streaking past her cheek and leaving a cut as it whizzed by. Her jaw detached. Gee ga, I'm so sorry. Guy and Lee, star-eyed with astonishment, watched intently. Neji maintained his glare towards Hinata, who did her utmost to ignore her cousin. It's over, Guy declared, as Tenten charged with renewed vigor, her weapon, the stupid stick, aimed to deliver a knockout blow to Naruto's jaw. Team 3 and Hinata held their breath, expecting the fight to reach its definitive end. But in a twist no one saw coming, Naruto's left hand shot up, intercepting the stick's end with a kunai, as Naruto jammed it in. Meanwhile, his right hand, placed between the kunai's handle and his own jaw, cushioned the impact. The force sent him skidding backward, but he remained conscious. Can't you just go down? Tenten yelled in frustration, her voice echoing her disappointment as Naruto simply rubbed the back of his head. Guy, observing the scene, stroked his chin thoughtfully as he caught Naruto's eyes. That look, that confidence, everything about it reminded him of Shikaku Nara. He has a plan. Yosh, that's the power of youth. Guy said. Inspired, Lee couldn't contain his excitement. Sensei, I will emulate Naruto-kun's power of youth, he declared, startling Hinata enough for her to step aside. Naruto, seizing the moment, shouted, Fuin. The kunai lodged in the stick glowed ominously with an explosive seal. Tenten, recognizing the imminent danger, threw the weapon aside just as it detonated, the explosion reverberating through the field. Tenten leapt back, narrowly escaping the blast, only to find Naruto poised behind her, kunai in hand, ready to strike. In a split second, Tenten vanished in a puff of smoke, a log stuffed with explosive seals left in her place, a classic substitution. You like explosions? Then taste this. Tenten's voice rang out from the trees, her form hidden. Tenten's substitution log was filled with a lot of explosive seals, all welded together by a single fuinjutsu array. Fuin, she yelled, unleashing her counterattack. Hinata's face drained of color at the display of excessive force. But Naruto pressed his finger against the central seal of the fuinjutsu array, channeling his chakra with precision. The seals, one by one, fizzled out, rendered harmless by his intervention. Even Guy, with all his experience and knowledge, looked on in confusion and awe. Did he just neutralize it? He whispered to himself, struggling to find the right word for Naruto's feat. As the tension between Naruto and Tenten escalated, Tenten realized it was time to escalate her tactics as well. With a glint in her eye, she drew her kusarigama. She skillfully tossed the weighted end toward Naruto, intending to catch him off guard. Naruto, however, seemed to anticipate her move. He countered by throwing a log at the weapon, which, to Tenten's surprise, got ensnared by the chain. Then, Naruto grabbed the chain, as if challenging Tenten to a test of strength, a tug of war. Dumb move, Tenten scoffed, convinced she had the upper hand. I guess there is a difference between a genin and an academy student. She prepared to leap, planning to pull the log with such force that it would disorient Naruto, setting him up for a swift defeat. She thought that since Naruto had such abnormal strength, he would instinctively use it. There was one problem. Naruto had immediately figured out Tenten's plan. As she jumped, he simply released the chain and the log. It hurtled towards Tenten, who was caught off guard by the unexpected maneuver. Her eyes widened in horror as she noticed the sizzling sound emanating from the log. The explosive seals, which Naruto had cunningly reactivated, were moments away from detonation. Fuck, was all Tenten could muster, a single word that encapsulated her realization of the impending explosion. And explode it did, midair, sending shards of wood and metal raining down like a deadly storm. Tenten moved with incredible speed to dodge the debris, but the shockwave was unavoidable. The kusarigama's chain, still connected to the log at the moment of the explosion, acted like a conduit. The kinetic force from the blast traveled down the chain, straight to Tenten's hands. The sudden and violent vibration jolted through her, rattling her bones and sending a painful shock through her body. It was an unexpected transfer of energy, one that she hadn't anticipated, demonstrating a physical principle where energy is transferred through connected objects, in this case, the chain acting as the medium. Recovering from the initial shock, Tenten could only grit her teeth in frustration. Naruto threw back her earlier taunt with a grin. Guess, there's a difference between an academy student and a genin. Tenten's frustration boiled over, her vein popping in anger. As the tension in the clearing escalated, Tenten reached into her pouch and extracted a large scroll. Neji couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Using your trump card against an academy student. Pathetic, he snorted, clearly unimpressed. Lee, however, wore a look of concern. Turning to Guy, he asked, Guy-sensei, shouldn't we stop Tenten? Normally, Guy would have intervened, but something in Naruto's eyes held him back. Pure confidence. With a swift movement, he took out 2 scrolls from his inventory as he crouched down, facing Tenten with a calm that belied the intensity of the moment. Sushoryu, twin rising dragons. Tenten exclaimed. Her scrolls unfurled skyward in a majestic swirl of smoke, and she leapt between them, beginning an unrelenting assault. From the scrolls, she summoned a veritable arsenal. Kunai, shuriken, fuma shuriken, maces, sickles, senbon, katanas, even broadswords. Each weapon was aimed with precision, threatening to overwhelm Naruto with sheer volume and variety. But Naruto was ready. He began a dance, his movements light and agile, as his scrolls unraveled to reveal nothing but plain paper. To the onlookers, the papers swirled around him in patterns that mimicked the mesmerizing flow of a whirlpool. As he moved, Naruto infused the papers with chakra, revealing a Fuinjutsu seal of storage right on the white surfaces of the scrolls. Every weapon that Tenten hurled towards him was absorbed by the scrolls as soon as it made contact, vanishing into the seal of storage. Tenten's fierce barrage was neutralized in seconds, leaving her staring in disbelief as Naruto stood confidently, his scrolls outstretched. The weapons she had relied on could now be turned against her in an instant. Tenten was no stranger to adversity, but the sight before her made her realize the precariousness of her position. She had always prided herself on her arsenal and her ability to control the battlefield with her weapons. Yet, here she was, disarmed by an academy student's clever use of Fuinjutsu and scroll arts. The advantage had shifted entirely to Naruto's favor, and she knew it. With a heavy heart and a reluctant admittance of defeat, Tenten raised her hand and said, "I give." The clearing fell silent. Quest name: Fight Me, survive a spar with Tenten. Status: successfully completed. Rewards granted: 200 experience points. Book: Advanced Academy Taijutsu. Special offer: 70% off coupon for any one item at Higurashi Weapons. Plus 100 reputation with Higurashi Tenten. Player Naruto has defeated an opponent who is 5 levels above him. Achievement unlocked. Name of the achievement: David vs. Goliath. Rewards: choose among the following. 1 Tenten's 1000 weapons. 2 a chain quest related to Tenten. 3 random item box. As Naruto's eyes scanned the screen in front of him. Whoa, this is a first. Alright, let's break this down, Naruto thought to himself, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Option 1. Tenten's 1000 weapons. Naruto mused, imagining himself surrounded by a sea of shiny weapons. But seriously, what am I going to do with 1000 weapons? I mean, if it were 1000 boxes of ramen, now that would be a treasure trove. He chuckled at his own joke before a lightbulb went off in his head. Wait a second, I could sell them back to Tenten. And buy a mountain of ramen. He laughed at the thought, but the practical side of him knew better. Nah, she'd probably just throw them at me for trying. Option 2. A chain quest related to Tenten. Now, that sounds more like it. Naruto's eyes sparkled with the prospect of adventure. Express, leveling up, and probably more rewards at the end. This one's got potential. And then, there's option 3. Random item box. Naruto scrunched up his face in distaste. Anything random just spells trouble. I mean, knowing my luck, it'd probably be a box full of homework. He shuddered at the thought, a fate worse than death. Player selection. Naruto has selected option 2. Status: please wait until the quest is initiated. Naruto's moment was abruptly interrupted by a cough, and he suddenly realized all eyes were on him. What? He asked, genuinely confused. Did I hit you too hard? You were poking things in the air and smiling like a retard, Tenten teased. Naruto nearly facepalmed. He had completely forgotten he wasn't alone. Wait, didn't I have spirit possession? Why did I do something as dumb as trying to use the system in front of everyone? Oh, it deactivated. He thought to himself, then sighed in relief realizing at least the system wasn't visible to anyone else. Anyway, this fight was a draw, Tenten declared, trying to bring the conversation back to the matter at hand. No, you lost, Naruto countered, unable to let that comment slide. As if. I just didn't go all out against you, Tenten shot back, her pride not allowing her to admit defeat. Naruto and Hinata exchanged deadpan looks, clearly not buying Tenten's claim. It was then Lee, unable to contain himself, burst out, Tenten. That's not the truth. You went all out and you lost to Naruto-kun's youthful spirit. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop. Thanks, bushy brows, he said, his voice dripping with confusion. Tenten's glare shifted to Lee. Lee, I am your teammate, you should support me, she insisted. I cannot support a lie. Lee exclaimed passionately. That's right, Lee, we don't support lying women. Guy joined in. Yeah, Guy-sensei, we don't support women. Guy quickly corrected him with a hard smack. No, Lee, I said lying women. Yes, Guy-sensei, Lee replied, a bit chastened as he took out a notebook and started writing, presumably a reminder to himself about the difference. Everyone just stood there. Sweat dropped at the scene that just unfolded with Lee and Guy. Breaking the awkward silence, Tenten finally spoke up. Anyways, I'll admit it, I underestimated you and you won. She conceded, acknowledging Naruto's victory with a hint of reluctance but genuine respect. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't contain his excitement and cheered loudly, yada. Suddenly Tenten's demeanor switched to be completely serious. Oh, and thanks for helping my dad out with those deliveries while I'm away on a mission. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, sure, said Naruto bashfully. He wasn't used to receiving such a genuine thanks from anybody. It had never really happened before. So I guess we kinda got off on the wrong foot. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future greatest Hokage of Konoha. His hand extended. Tenten almost wanted to laugh at the words, but then regarded the tone in which he said it. It wasn't just some open, empty statement. No, it possessed the same level of conviction that Lee had whenever he said he would beat Neji, or the same level of belief that Neji had when he said that Lee's fate was determined. It was the same factual manner that Guy-sensei said he was the greatest taijutsu specialist in Konoha, and the same manner in which she had said she would become a strong kunoichi. She smirked. Tenten, future greatest weapons mistress of Konoha. They shook, and Naruto once more flashed another grin. You know, you're the first real genin I've met and you're pretty cool. If all genin are like this, I can't wait to get my headband too. She blinked. Once. Twice. Thrice. Oh yeah, you're still in the academy. Naruto looked at Tenten's words in confusion. How did you headbutt a thrown shuriken in midair and redirect it enough to bounce off another one? That sort of innate shurikenjutsu skill was outright insane. It took key focus and concentration to pull something like that off, and even after a year of practice, Tenten could only so much as bounce one shuriken off another enough to go in a small weak curve, whereas her goal was to learn how to endlessly ricochet them back to back, to the point she would be able to make them go in a perfect circle if need be. It's a secret. A great secret from the one and only Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, you are an academy student. Yeah, what did you think I was? An extraordinarily gifted street rat. Oi. What kind of aspiring ninja wears a torn jacket with hammers duct taped to it? Fair enough. And what is that posture? Is that a taijutsu stance or is the ground recoiling from your sexual advances? Ha! Big woof coming from the gal who lost to the orange-wearing hammered sex offender. Wait, that sounded way cooler in my head. Tenten sighed. Alright, looks like we're going to have a lot to work on. Work on what now? Tenten cracked her knuckles. You probably don't know how you pulled off that trick with the shuriken, but I know it's not luck. I'm going to figure out how you did it and repeat it if it's the last thing I do. Naruto blinked. What? A notification popped up on Naruto's screen. Alert. Chain Quest. Quest title. Tenten's Ambition. Objective. Train with Tenten, a kunoichi aspiring to be the greatest weapon specialist, for a week. Demonstrate extraordinary shuriken jutsu skills. Rewards. Dungeon Key, Feat, Weapon Master. Penalty for failure. Severe diarrhea. Naruto's jaw dropped as he read the rewards. A dungeon key and a feat were too good to pass up. He made the right choice with option 2. Tenten, you can do whatever you want in your free time, but for now we have to train. Neji said as he turned to Naruto. You and the talentless trash can run along now. Real ninja have training now, said Neji. His voice was ice cold when he spoke. Just as Naruto was gearing up for a confrontation with Neji, Hinata intervened, grabbing his shirt. Let's go, Naruto-kun, she urged softly, her voice tinged with concern. Naruto let out a sigh, the tension in his body easing as he looked at Hinata. He realized that getting into a fight wasn't worth it, especially not with Hinata worriedly looking at him. Reluctantly, he stepped back, deciding to leave the situation behind. I still say you're a jerk, but that's fine. We should hit the road anyway. See you around, stabby girl, bushy brows, and super bushy brows. Naruto ran to join his friend before the weapon girl could turn him into a pincushion again. As they walked away, Naruto turned to Hinata, his curiosity evident. What was that guy's problem? That's Neji. He's the most talented in the Hyuga clan, Hinata replied, her voice soft. Naruto frowned, not wanting to admit it, but knowing Neji's level was formidable. Still, that doesn't explain why he's such a jerk to you. Hinata hesitated. I'm from the main family. And he's from the branch family. So, he's jealous. Naruto guessed. No, he hates me. He believes I don't deserve to be the clan heir, she said quietly. Naruto scoffed. Bullshit. You can easily surpass that guy. Hinata blushed at his confidence in her, but deep down, she doubted her ability to match Neji. Naruto's words, though encouraging, felt like a distant dream. Noticing Hinata's silence and doubt, Naruto asked, do you want to surpass Neji? Hinata hesitated. I don't know, she admitted softly. Naruto stopped walking, his gaze intense. When you decide you want to surpass him, let me know. I'll help you. His voice was serious, filled with a determination that surprised Hinata. She wanted to laugh it off, but there was something about Naruto's earnestness that made her believe, even if just for a moment, that it might be possible. Naruto turned to Hinata with a curious look on his face. Hinata, can I ask you something? He said. Yeah, Hinata replied, her voice soft and shy. Use your eye thingy on my finger, Naruto instructed, pointing towards where the system window appeared to him. Hinata used her Byakugan to look at Naruto's finger. After a few seconds, the two of them were quiet. So, Naruto prompted, eager to hear her observation. What? Hinata was completely lost. Is there something above my finger? Naruto pressed, hoping for some confirmation of the system's presence. No, Hinata answered honestly. Naruto couldn't help but grin, realizing that the system was truly invisible to others. Hinata stood in disbelief, unsure if what was happening was a joke. Naruto paused, then sighed heavily and slapped his face lightly. Hinata, he called softly. Yes, Hinata responded, her voice a whisper. Naruto handed her a small box, which she took hesitantly. Look, I don't have many friends, so this whole friendship thing is new to me. Iruka-sensei said I should give you a gift. I tried to think of something, asked Mr. Higurashi for advice, and here, he finished, catching his breath as Hinata smiled and opened the box. Inside, she found a beautiful necklace, designed like the yin and yang symbol, crafted from two metallic features, one orange and the other purple. Hinata noticed a small engraving on the necklace, to the best girlfriend ever. Her face turned a deep shade of red, and she looked like she might faint as she stared at Naruto, her breath caught in her throat. What? Naruto asked, looking concerned as she pointed to the engraving. Yeah, so, you're a girl and my friend, so. Girlfriend, Naruto explained, a bit awkwardly. Hinata couldn't help but laugh, so hard that tears began to roll down her cheeks. She clutched the necklace to her heart and managed to say, thank you. Naruto sighed in relief, happy to see her reaction. Hinata looked down at the necklace again, her eyes lingering on the word, girlfriend. She didn't have the heart to explain the usual meaning to Naruto. In fact, she didn't want to. She cherished this moment just as it was, confusion and all. Tenten had always wanted a cute little kohai. There was the appeal to picking up a junior that she could buy sweets, pet, pamper and have him, her help her sharpen her weapons with a big loving smile. Perhaps it came with the fact that she had been the Nei-chan of the orphanage she had grown up in, not in the motherly, caregiver sense, but in the tomboyish, you mess with me, you enjoy the taste of sand, manner. Her somewhat crass manner and a slight tendency for violence had probably what had inspired her obsession with blades and weapons of all sorts, and it of course helped that she thought playing with dolls was the most ridiculous thing in the freaking world. She still remembered the first doll she had been given, considering the fact that she had given it an extensive surgical process by retrofitting the hands with sewing needles and the legs with scissors. Of course, the other girls had not appreciated the beauty of Princess Scissorhands, abbreviated to Seeheim, the scissor-handed, needle-legged princess doll. Then, she had not understood why the matron had been so appalled. Seeheim was far more useful that way to help in cutting and sewing together what little clothes they had possessed as of then. When she found out that she was being adopted by a ninja, she was excited, and her excitement went over the roof when she found out her adopted dad was a blacksmith, and her adopted mom was a kunoichi. The first few years were fun. She could still remember a memory where her dad had replaced Seeheim and all the other stuff she had with rounded dull things. She could still remember how she argued with her parents about the dull things. It is too round on the top. It needs to be pointy. Round is not scary. Pointy is scary. This will put a smile on the faces of the enemy boys in her class. Her parents laughed at her. She, in her anger, had told them, "I hate you." It was the tantrum of a child, and she regretted saying it because, in the next week, her mom was Kia on a mission. She could still remember how her dad gave her Seeheim back. "What did you say that time? Round is not scary. Pointy is scary. Get ready to learn all the pointy, scary things in the world. I am going to make them all not scary." From then on, she began training to be a weapon specialist. Maybe it was the regret of the last fight she had with her mother, or maybe it was her father's actions to start teaching her about weapons to train her to be strong. All in all, Tenten never got over her love and somewhat obsession with pointy things. Regardless, the weapons enthusiast wanted someone who was also equally passionate and shared a love of the sharp and pointy. Of course, this was somewhat of an idealistic wish that she would sigh and ponder, than something that she ever saw coming into fruition. Right up until the moment that she had found Uzumaki Naruto and taken him under her wing. Except, well, Uzumaki Naruto was not the cute little kohai she wanted, but quite possibly the one she needed. "Come back here, you." Assuming she did not kill him first. "I'm sorry." "Hello, sorry. I'm Ten. Get ready to eat pointy metal." As it had turned out, she really wanted to find out if she had been a little bit too enthusiastic in seeing his display, and then she wondered if it was mere, simple, dumb luck that had saved her career as a kunoichi from coming to a terrible end. So of course, she had needed to confirm that hypothesis by recreating the scenario and seeing if indeed, Uzumaki Naruto could curve and redirect shuriken with a headbutt. Of course, this time around she had tossed rubber shuriken at him, because attempting to use the real ones could most possibly end in disaster. The results had been outstanding. 7 out of 10 times, Uzumaki Naruto had successfully pulled off a ricocheting magic tricks with the shuriken that were thrown at him, and 7 out of 10 was a very promising result. So then, it came her own turn to practice and see how to pull off the same tricks, and she had asked him to stand and toss the rubber shuriken and kunai at her. She had closed her eyes, took in a deep breath, and then steeled her gaze as he said he was going to launch, only to open her eyes and see a rubber chicken flying through the air. She was not kidding. A rubber chicken. With its beak out in front, its wings spread to the sides like an eagle. She had been so stunned at the sight of the flying avian toy, she could not react when it had smacked beak first into her eye and sent her tumbling to the ground. Chicken 1, Tenten 0. Of course, Naruto's cacophonous laughter had merely added insult to the injury, which led to her current situation of her chasing the blonde around the field while unloading the full wrath of her weaponry. Was it overkill? Maybe. But you try explaining to Maida Guy, Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji that the reason you now had a large black eye was because an academy student clocked you in the face with a rubber chicken. She grinned as she caught a hold of the fleeing blonde's legs with her kusarigama, the chain tying neatly across his left ankle, as she jerked the chain back and proceeded to quite literally reel him in as though she was a fisherwoman on a croaky old boat in the middle of a vast lake. Well, look what we've got. The catch of the day, the famous orange flopper. She grinned as she watched him futilely scrape his nails against the grass in an attempt to escape. Eventually he just stopped bothering and let himself be dragged, until he came to stop directly beside her foot, and she gave him her kindest grin. You know, I kind of feel really bad for fishes right now. She rose an eyebrow. Just for fishes? No, no, no. I mean, yes, I mean, well, you know what I mean, but I kinda also don't know what I mean. If you were any more eloquent, I'd need a dictionary. He gave a sheepish grin. That black eye goes really well with your hair ttebao. I'm not taking fashion compliments from someone who thinks wearing burnt orange clothing is fashion. She sighed as she shook her head, paying little heed to his chant about how orange was the best. And he was a fashion icon. The sun had barely peeked over the horizon, due to both of them arriving bright and early for the training. Dressed in her training clothes that was more or less a refitted martial arts GI, rather than her normal attire, she really shuddered when Naruto showed up, fully clad in his orange clothing. At least it wasn't an orange jumpsuit. Speaking of which, how in the world did a rubber chicken have enough force to give her a black eye? For Cammy's sakes, the only thing that was capable of doing that was one of Rock Lee's punches or kicks, but of course, Lee was a gentleman at heart, and his attacks never aimed for her face. Wait, why in the world do you even have a rubber chicken in the first place? Naruto had stopped listing off the vague uses and benefits of the color orange in civilian fashion to stop and gave her a stare. Oh yeah, that. I was just trying to see fate will answer my question. She blinked. What? Was this Providence? Was the fake douche, a cute douche, but a douche nonetheless, onto something when he kept insisting that there was a divine will in place for each and every being? She shook her head. Cammy forbid Neji was right. Why? Because I want to see if I can get some trap master skills by using unconventional things as traps and stuff. You want to become a trap master, meaning you want to become a shinobi that uses traps to fight. He gave an enthusiastic series of nods. I don't see that working out well for you at all. What do you mean? She pinched his cheek, dragging it, only to blink as she realized that the whisker marks felt like grooves in his skin, and as he gave an incoherent grumble. What I'm saying, chicken man, is that you look more like someone fit for flashy ninjutsu or taijutsu. She grinned. Though mostly ninjutsu, because you need to grow about a couple of more inches to make sure your opponents don't lose sight of you in a taijutsu brawl, chibi. Oi, I'm not short. And the Hokage is a young bachelor with women vying for his attention. Naruto frowned. He opened his mouth for a second as if to say something, but then changed his mind and closed it as he grinned. I don't think Gigi would find that funny. She shrugged. His inability to see the comedic value doesn't mean it's true. Naruto gave another wide grin. Well, it was true. Once upon a time. It's not like Hokage Gigi was born old. Tenten sighed. You're missing the point. Being an ensnarement specialist is something that takes time, dedication and planning. If you want to plant a trap for your enemy, you are working on the assumption that you know where your enemy is, how he will react, and a plethora of different uncertain variables that will contribute to the success of your traps. And that is almost never the case in a battle. Ensnarement specialist. Awesome. I didn't know there was already a title for it, Datbao. I am going add to the list. Yeah. If I am going to become the best Hokage, I need to have some kind of skills in taijutsu, ninjutsu. Her left eye twitched slightly. First of all, the term ensnarement specialist doesn't exist. I just made that up on the spot, and I think you're still missing the point. No, I get it. She gave him a flat look. Really now? He placed a finger on his chin. Say, I'm on a super secret mission to guard the greatest bowl of ramen in the world, but then, shinobi from the hidden village of noodle broth, are trying to steal it. If all I've got is my traps and stuff with me, I need to know which road they'll use to try and get the ramen, how many of them they are, and whether my traps can stop them all and keep the ramen safe all at the same time. 'Cause if I don't know all of it, my traps could fail to even catch them, and they'll get away with the ramen ttebao. She blinked. That's one way of explaining it. But yes, You need foreknowledge if you intend to succeed as a shinobi using traps. If you work on a team that has a hyuga, a sensor or a tracker of any sort, you'd have that aspect mostly covered, but even then, there exists the possibilities of the traps failing, or of them missing your targets altogether. Successful trapping of opponents was something she knew about because she had dabbled a bit on it earlier, utilizing things such as bear traps and paper bomb mines. Even with Neji's Byakugan telling her where the opponents were coming from in order for them to plant down her traps, it had still not done much good. Their opponent had attempted to flank them, missing her traps completely and going all the way around to attack them from behind. Any attempt she had made to lure them towards the traps had only succeeded, until they realized they were traps there, and then proceeded to avoid it like the plague, making most of her work pointless. Sensors and ninjutsu experts were also the bane of all trap settings, because your opponent either sense the traps miles away or simply barrel through it with ninjutsu. So, should I remove it from this list? What do you think I should do? She turned her gaze back to the boy, his two brilliant blue orbs looking bright and eager as he playfully tossed a rubber chicken in his hands. Me. Well, yeah, you're the expert. He rubbed the back of his head. Should I still try and get in? Ensnarement specialist feat. Or, well, should I? You know. Tenten scratched her head as she glanced around the area. It was strange for someone to come for her for advice on specializations, as Lee had never done it, Neji would never do it, and Guy did not need to do it. Still, she stared around her team's training ground as she contemplated a way to make Naruto's goals of utilizing traps become more effective. Training ground 9 was nothing special. There was a small pond, numerous trees, and a kicking post that had been abused to hell and back by the furious feet of Lee. The training grounds were somewhat large, as expected from Konoha, and it was filled with the luscious green trees and a thick forest covering. She turned her attention to the several bull's eyes and stationary targets that she had also abused to hell and back by puncturing them with as many shuriken and kunai as she could. All of them hit the center though, now having extraordinary aim, although it had not always been the case, and once upon a time she couldn't even toss a rolled-up paper ball into a basket 3 feet in front of her. There's an old saying, the heart finds its morning and is refreshed. Many people interpret this as the idea of inspiration finding us in our most cherished place or act. For Tenten, that place might have been the training ground where she relentlessly practiced on her training dummies, unleashing the full extent of her arsenal. Yet, as she stood there, surrounded by the familiar sights of punctured targets and the comforting weight of shuriken in her hand, inspiration was as elusive as a shadow in the night. How can I help this orange idiot? Traps, after all, weren't the most glamorous aspect of being a ninja. They were seen as a means to an end, slowing down pursuers or securing an escape route. Not exactly the stuff of legends. Naruto's ambition to become a trap master seemed, at best, a quirky diversion from the traditional shinobi path. At worst, it was a one-way ticket to obscurity. After all, how many tales of heroism sung praises of traps over the direct confrontations of ninjutsu, taijutsu, or the elegance of kenjutsu? Traps were practical, yes, but hardly the making of a Hokage. As she mulled over these thoughts, Tenten couldn't help but feel a growing frustration. Traps, by their nature, were defensive, strategic. Against an average person, perhaps they held some surprise. But a high-level ninja, most would dismantle or outright destroy a trap with a mere flick of their chakra-infused fingers. The reality was harsh. Physical traps, especially those devoid of chakra, seemed fundamentally inferior to the other, more robust techniques in a ninja's arsenal. Hello. Tenten, you still in there? Her attention rapidly turned back to the blonde, gazing at her up with eager eyes. She wanted to tell him that he was still an academy student, and he should not be bothering so much about any of this now, considering his Jonin-sensei could just come up one day and kick all of his hard work to the curb. She likewise wanted to tell him that utilizing traps was not in his best interests, considering how he seemed to be a walking ball of chakra, and he would excel at becoming a ninjutsu tank. She wanted to shake her head and contemplate what in the world she was doing, spending her Saturday morning off tutoring someone. This was one of the only 2 days when she was usually free from Guy, his eccentric mini-me and the fate douche. What had spurred her to come out so early, and start training to learn how to deflect shuriken with a headbutt. It sounded like something Lee and Guy would do when they were fired up and did not think about the larger picture. Tenten. You never really wanted to be a weapons specialist, did you? Naruto's voice had drew her from her thoughts, and she turned back to the blonde, whose eyes were the same blue, but rather than sparkle, they seemed to have a curious depth to them, like someone had dipped their hands into water and caused continuous wavy ripples. Then her mind interpreted the words and identified their semantic meaning together as sound around her started to slowly go mute. Well, she had never wanted to become a weapons specialist, even though she did like the sharp pointy objects. No, her true dream was to become like her role model, like Senju Tsunade, one of the Densetsu no Sannin, and the world's greatest and foremost medical practitioner. She had wanted to become a medic, a healer, someone who would aid her companions on the battlefield when they were wounded, someone who would ease and comfort bruises and pain. There were 1,000 people who could kill and there were a dozen kunoichi who only knew how to seduce, but there were very few individuals who could heal and restore, because that was a truly difficult task. One that had been too difficult for her, so it had seemed. Dreams were fragile, and reality came crashing upon the realization that she did not have the chakra control to become a medic. There was no hopes of her ever saving life in a profession that demanded all she did was to take it. So in the end, her dream tarnished, realization that her lifelong idol was a person she could never work to become, she had thrown herself into weapons instead. It was also around time she lost her mom. She did love and care for weapons, she really did, but there was always the nagging reminder at the back of her mind that the only reason she was a weapons specialist in the first place was because she had failed her original dream. Her goal of becoming a weapons master was just a cheap substitute. Still, no one should have known this, or at least, remembered it. Not her sensei, not her teammates, and not even her adoptive father. She gave him a steady gaze. Why do you ask? What do you mean? No one has asked me that before. Ever. She would remember easily if there had been anyone that had brought it up, but there was none. Questions she had gotten instead was about how she got so good at weapons and why she seemed to love them so much, but not one person had looked upon her and asked, "You didn't really want to do this, did you?" It was like looking at a pro fisherman, smiling with a giant shark in his hands, and then telling him that he never wished to be a fisherman and then somehow being correct. What could possibly even draw that conclusion? Well, I noticed that. He looked as though he was going to continue, before shaking his head. Never mind. It's not important. Her lips pursed. Not important. No, there was not a chance in hell that she was going to take that. Oh no, you don't. If you've got something to say, you'd better say it. He seemed doubly reluctant and it made her more annoyed. What was he hiding? Was he secretly some kind of stalker that had been following or was obsessed with her? It seemed unlikely for that to even be the case because she was certain she was a good enough kunoichi to have noticed someone wearing bright orange with bright blonde hair stalking her. So what? You just looked at me and it came to you just like that. That's not possible. What tipped it off? Well, he rubbed his chin, his eyes still giving that strange depth. It's kinda in the way you throw. She rose an eyebrow. In the way I throw. What kind of vague, ridiculous statement was that? How did the way she threw her kunai and weapons indicate anything of the sort? That was like saying that you could tell a husband was cheating because he always hoarded family funds, or a woman was a murderer because she cut meat at ungodly speeds. She grabbed him softly by the collar and gave him the nicest smile she could muster. Naru-chan, would you kindly mind explaining what that means? Gah, that's the only way I can explain it, Datbeo. A pair of scissors was rapidly in her hands, summoned easily from her scroll in a puff of smoke, and her smile was becoming strained further and further as the seconds ticked by, and Naruto's face still looked reluctant. Try harder, or the orange gets it. Wait. Hey now, there's no reason for that. She gave him the look. The one she had first given Neji when he thought he could get away with talking down to her the same way he talked down to Lee, the one she got whenever someone insulted or called her one-dimensional for her choice in relying only on weapons, and the one that had usually sent tall bullies twice her size reeling back before her fists and even began to shatter their noses. There was no mirth in her eyes at this point. I don't mind getting a black eye because of hijinks, but what I do mind is when someone who literally met me yesterday can give me the googly eyes, and then suddenly come to conclusions about things that not even my own teammates and Jonin-sensei realized. So either you start talking, or I start snipping. His reluctance seemed to remain strong as his face squirmed in a myriad of expressions, right until the snipping of the scissors took off a large portion of the orange jumpsuit. All right, you throw like Sasuke Tem. She blinked, the scissors coming to a stop in her hands. The name was infamous at this point, and you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who did not know Uchiha Sasuke, sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre. Explain. Now. He groaned. When you throw, you don't really give off that super awesome vibe of you saying, I can do this even though you really can. You give off that vibe saying, I have to do this. And what's the difference? Uzumaki Naruto gave her a shrug, his shoulders raising and dropping in rapid succession, and his depth-filled blue eyes hit her brown straight on. I can become the Hokage, but I don't have to become the Hokage. Not a word was uttered as she gazed into his eyes, and then eventually detached her grip from his collar, as she snapped the scissors close with a flick of her wrist. I think we're done here. Oi, what's that supposed to mean? What do you mean we're done? She dusted off her training attire as she gave the annoyingly perceptive blonde a final look. She wasn't even sure if the blonde understood the insinuations of his own statement, or perhaps he did, and maybe he was pretending not to. Hey, Tenten, where are you going TT Ibeo? The clearing was left with only a blonde boy within it, slowly scratching his head. Was it what I said? But she's the one who wanted me to say it. So why'd she get angry TT Ibeo? He proceeded to irritably scratch his head. Skill, Spirit Possession, has been deactivated. Quest completion. Tenten's ambition. Status. Successfully completed. Rewards granted. Dungeon key. Feat. Weapon Master. Tenten walked. One foot after the other, mechanically, her mind a cacophony of thoughts and echoes. Naruto's words reverberated in her head, each repetition like a hammer striking the same spot, over and over. She tried to push them away, to find a counter-argument, a rebuttal, but nothing came. His observation, innocent yet so piercing, had unearthed something she had buried deep within. The morning air was cool, but she barely felt it. Her steps, initially slow and pensive, gained momentum. Her hands, clenched into fists, swung by her sides. The training ground, usually a place of focus and discipline, now felt like a cage, trapping her with her own swirling thoughts. Why did it have to be him? She thought bitterly. Why did Naruto, of all people, have to see through me? Everything about her suddenly seemed empty now. Tenten hadn't just settled for becoming a weapon specialist. It was more than that. It was a connection to her mother. But as she reflected, it all felt like a hollow justification. Even though she had a passion for weapons, it didn't mean she couldn't have pursued healing instead. But circumstances held her back, similar to how Lee was unable to use chakra, and Neji lacked the resources to fully utilize his talents. The realization that she might have settled for what was within reach made Tenten's blood simmer with frustration. It felt like an insult, a dismissal of her potential. In her team, she had felt somewhat normal, but the truth hit her hard. She was just like them, individuals whose ambitions were restrained by fate's cruel grip. Damn you, Neji, and your damn fate nonsense, she muttered under her breath. Tenten had prided herself on being unreadable, on keeping her dreams and disappointments locked away. Yet, this boy, hardly more than a stranger, had unwittingly cracked her facade. As she walked, her gaze fell upon a tree. It was tall, robust, its bark rough and scarred from numerous training sessions. Without thinking, she stopped in front of it. Her breathing was heavy, not from physical exertion, but from the weight of unshed emotions. Her hand instinctively reached for a kunai, a movement refined by countless hours of practice. With precision, she launched it, watching as it buried itself into the tree's bark. She retrieved it, only to strike once more. Each thrust carried a storm of questions. Why? How? What if? What if she had broadened her focus within the medical field beyond just medical ninjutsu? She could have been an on-field surgeon, providing critical care in the heart of battle. Or perhaps a poison maker, crafting toxins that could turn the tide of conflict. Maybe even a pill pharmacist, developing medicines that could bolster her comrades on the front line. And what if she had taken a year to hone her control further? What if she stopped shackling herself with the mindset of defeat? As Tenten continued to hurl her kunai and shurikens with increasing speed, her thoughts were interrupted by a memory of Naruto's words. When you throw, you don't really give off that super awesome vibe of you saying, I can do this even though you really can. You give off that vibe saying, I have to do this. The recollection fueled her anger, sending her weapons flying faster and with more intensity. Why? She thought with each strike. Why couldn't I be what I wanted to be? Why did I have to settle? The kunai's rhythm was relentless, but the tree remained steadfast. With each strike, her frustration grew. The physical exertion began to take its toll, her arm aching, her breath ragged. But she couldn't stop. The tree was her opponent now, a stand-in for all the dreams she couldn't reach, for the healer she couldn't become. I am strong, she thought, her strikes growing more forceful. I've worked hard. I've made a name for myself. Why isn't that enough? Why does his observation unsettle me so? She wanted to scream, to let out all the frustration, the anger, the sense of inadequacy. But then, as her arm raised for another strike, she paused. The kunai hovered in the air, her arm trembling. The tree in front of her bore the marks of her outburst, the bark chipped and scarred. But it was still standing, still strong. Not like her. Tenten lowered her arm, the kunai slipping from her grasp. Her breaths came in short gasps, her body covered in sweat. She leaned against the tree, its rough bark pressing against her back. Her eyes closed, and for the first time in what felt like hours, she allowed herself to feel the full weight of her emotions. I am not who I wanted to be, she admitted to herself. But that doesn't mean I've failed. I've just. The bell above the door jingled as Naruto pushed his way into Higurashi Weapons, the familiar scent of metal and oil greeting him. The shop was lined with all manner of weapons, from sleek kunai to massive swords. At the counter stood Mr. Higurashi, polishing a particularly menacing-looking axe. Oh, Naruto, why are you here? Higurashi asked, a playful twinkle in his eye. Don't tell me, my daughter has caught your eye. Naruto looked genuinely confused, his brows knitting together. Higurashi-san, how else would I see your daughter if she didn't catch my eye? He asked earnestly. Higurashi couldn't help but sweat drop at Naruto's response. Of course, the academy student was too dense to understand the subtle implication. What do you want? He asked, trying to steer the conversation back on track. I want to get a weapon, Naruto said, his voice filled with a determination that seemed at odds with his usual cheerful demeanor. A weapon? Higurashi looked surprised, a hint of amusement in his voice. Did my daughter rub off on you? Naruto's cheeks flushed a bright red. He had come to buy a weapon to test out his new Weapon Master feat. Weapon Master, passive. Level. NA. Description. The Weapon Master feat grants the user unparalleled mastery over any chosen weapon, transcending conventional combat skills. Upon wielding the selected weapon, the user gains instant proficiency and heightened combat capabilities. Passive boosts. Instant mastery. Immediate, intuitive understanding of the chosen weapon. Attack precision and skill with the weapon are maximized. Weapon-related skills. All skills related to weapons are upgraded to level 10, achieving mastery without specific form. Active boosts. Master's Strike. Once per combat, you can declare a Master's Strike. This attack automatically hits and deals critical damage. This ability resets after a short or long rest. Enhanced combat efficiency. Attacks with the chosen weapon are executed with supreme proficiency and effectiveness. Before either could continue their conversation, the door creaked open again. Both men turned to see Tenten standing there, her appearance strikingly different from her usual composed self. Her hair was disheveled, strands sticking out at odd angles, and her clothes were stained with sweat and bits of bark. There were traces of dirt on her face, and her eyes held a mix of exhaustion and lingering frustration. "You got some nerve coming here asking for a weapon," Tenten said, her voice carrying an edge that confused both her father and Naruto. Higurashi looked between his daughter and Naruto, a puzzled expression on his face. "Tenten, is everything all right?" Naruto, still red-faced and now slightly intimidated, stammered, I just came to buy a weapon, Tenten. I didn't mean to," Naruto began, but Tenten's voice thundered through the shop, cutting him off. "Shut up," she shouted, her voice sharp as the blades surrounding them. She marched up to the counter, her movements swift and decisive. Her hand reached out, gripping a sword that lay there. "You think I wanted to give up?" Tenten's voice cracked with emotion, her eyes fiercely locked onto Naruto's. "I never did, Naruto. I never gave up. My dream wasn't just to be a medic like Tsunade. No, it was to be like Tsunade, a woman of strength, a legend, a beacon for others. I didn't give up on being a medic. I chose my own path." She unsheathed the sword with a flourish, the metal gleaming under the shop's lights. "You see this sword? I made it. I poured my heart and soul into it. So, tell me, am I abandoning some childhood dream, or am I forging my own destiny?" Her voice crescendoed, filled with a passion that shook the very air. "In 3 months, Naruto, at the Chunin exams, I will show you in the world I haven't settled. I haven't given up. I chose to be a weapons specialist, not because it was all I could do, but because it was what I chose to do." With a swift, fluid motion, she cut her own hand with the sword, a line of red appearing against her skin. Her father gasped, and Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. She threw the bloodied sword towards Naruto, who caught it instinctively, his hand trembling. But Tenten's voice rose above their concerns, filled with a furious determination. "Naruto, I never gave up on anything. I didn't settle for second best. I chose this path to become my own kunoichi, to be a woman that others would look up to. I will be Tenten, the strongest weapon specialist in the world." Her declaration reverberated through the shop, the weapons on the walls seeming to resonate with her words. As Tenten's glare met his, a system notification flashed before Naruto's eyes, startling him. Naruto's POV. Alert. Chain Quest. Quest name. Tenten's Awakening. Description. Tenten is on the verge of unlocking the class, Herald of Hephaestus. Fight her and force her to awaken. Reward. A loyal ally in Tenten. Failure. Tenten's death. Action required. Acceptance or declination of quest. I took a deep breath, the weight of the katana feeling just right in my hands. Time for reflection was over, it was time to act. Even though I had only known Tenten for about a week, she had quickly become a cool friend, one I respected and trained with. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. Isn't death because of some words a bit much? But I pushed it aside and focused on the moment as I watched Tenten walk away. "Fight me," I called out firmly. Tenten stopped in her tracks and turned to face me. "What?" I swung the katana back and forth, feeling its balance and edge. As I did, something clicked inside me, activating the weapon master feat. My stance shifted instinctively, morphing into that of a seasoned swordsman. I gripped the katana with both hands, my knees slightly bent, the blade angled forward, poised and ready. Why wait for the Chunin exams? Show me the true power of the weapon specialist, Tenten, I challenged, my voice serious and steady. Tenten's expression hardened in response, her eyes narrowing with focus as she gripped her own katana, mirroring my stance. Mr. Higurashi, witnessing the unfolding scene, took a deliberate step back, his expression a mix of concern and understanding. This was a pivotal moment for his daughter, a clash that seemed necessary for both her and me. I launched into the duel with a burst of speed, my katana cutting through the air as I closed the gap between Tenten and me in an instant. My blade arced down in a smooth, controlled strike aimed at her midsection. Tenten's reflexes snapped into action, her blade rising swiftly to intercept mine. The sound of metal clashing echoed sharply as our swords met. Without missing a beat, I unleashed a series of 3 rapid strikes, each aimed to test her defenses. Tenten moved with a fluid grace, her katana an extension of her will, perfectly synchronized with her movements. She parried each attack, her blade redirecting mine with precise, clean motions. The force of my assault briefly pushed her hand upward, but she skillfully used the momentum to pivot her body, countering with a swift, powerful horizontal swing aimed back at me. Our swords clashed once more, the impact resonant enough to send a shockwave through the shop around us. Shelves rattled, and the hanging weapons vibrated from the force of our exchange. This is the first time I'm experiencing this, I thought, gritting my teeth as I maintained my focus. Sword duels were intense, and every move had to be precise. With a resounding boom, Tenten and I both stepped back, granting ourselves a brief respite. The tension hung heavy in the air as she lunged forward again, her katana slicing through the air with lethal intent. I found myself driven back, each block and parry I performed pushing me further toward the defensive. Tenten's strategy was clear. She was trying to control the flow of the fight, dictating the pace and direction with her aggressive approach. I kept my footing light, shifting my weight from one leg to the other, ready to change direction at a moment's notice. My arms worked in tandem, my right hand gripping the katana firmly for slashes and cuts, while my left hand assisted in guiding the blade for more controlled blocks. As Tenten's blade came at me in a diagonal slash, I sidestepped, redirecting her momentum to throw her off balance. This opened her up for a counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, I aimed a quick thrust towards her side, trying to slip past her defenses. But Tenten was quick to recover, twisting her body to let my blade slide harmlessly away, her counter move a mere blur. My movements melded agility with precision, narrowly dodging Tenten's relentless strikes. In a fierce display of her skill, Tenten's blade sliced through a display stand, severing it cleanly in half. Debris clattered to the floor, yet she didn't pause, her katana a continuous blur as she pressed her assault. As Tenten executed a complex wrist twist, her katana arced swiftly towards my head. Reacting in the nick of time, I raised my sword, the guard intercepting the blow. The force jolted me backward, but I quickly regained my balance and countered, my blade sweeping upward to leave a shallow cut across Tenten's shoulder. Do you want to continue? I asked, my concern breaking through as I noticed her determination not waning. Her eyes narrowed, flames of determination igniting within them. She responded with an EI attack, a swift draw and cut technique from the scabbard, that caught me off guard. The sheer power of her strike overwhelmed my defenses, pushing me back and nearly toppling me over. Switching tactics swiftly, I dropped my katana and unleashed a barrage of shurikens and kunai. Tenten, with astounding speed, sliced through each one, her katana moving in a rhythmic, deadly dance. Not done yet. I threw a scroll towards her, which she instinctively cut, releasing a billowing cloud of smoke into the air. I seized the moment and lunged forward from behind the smokescreen, but Tenten was ready. She parried my attack, yet the force of the master strike sent her skidding across the shop floor. Using her katana, she managed to stop herself, digging the blade into the ground to halt her backward momentum. I let my katana glow with an ominous energy as I issued a stern warning, defend or else, you'll die. Why didn't you use your last attack? Tenten asked, dusting herself off as she rose from the debris. Last thing I checked, a weapon specialist isn't limited to a katana, I shot back, knowing full well Tenten had more tricks up her sleeve. Without a moment's pause, Tenten hurled her katana straight at me. I raised my own blade in response, clashing against hers midair, sending a shower of sparks flying around us. Before I could regain my footing, Tenten unfurled two scrolls, each spilling forth a dense cloud of smoke that swiftly enveloped the area. As the smoke cleared, I was taken aback to see hundreds of weapons embedded into the ground around us, transforming the battlefield into an armory laid bare. Tenten wasted no time. She grabbed a kusarigama, a weapon consisting of a weighted chain linked to a sharp sickle, and swung it with practiced ease. The weighted chain flew towards me first, which I managed to block with my katana, the sound of metal striking metal ringing sharply. But the sickle followed a swift arc, slashing across my face and leaving a stinging, bloody mark. Let's do this then, Tenten declared, her voice thick with resolve. A fight where either you kill or be killed. Determined not to be outdone, I steadied myself as Tenten wielded the kusarigama with deadly precision. She spun the chain expertly, creating a dangerous zone around her that was difficult to penetrate. The sickle whizzed through the air, aimed repeatedly at my vitals, while I parried and dodged, feeling the air slice as the blade passed dangerously close. I knew I had to close the distance, negate the reach of her chain. Waiting for her next attack, I anticipated the swing of her sickle, stepped inside the arc, and with a quick, upward slash of my katana, aimed to sever the chain connecting the sickle. Metal clashed against metal with a grating sound. Sparks flew as my blade met the chain, and with a forceful twist of my wrists, the chain snapped, rendering the sickle harmless as it clattered to the ground. Now disarmed, Tenten was quick to react, backflipping away to reach for another weapon from the ground. I didn't give her the chance. I advanced, slashing and thrusting with my katana, forcing her to dodge and weave, picking up smaller throwing weapons and hurling them in quick succession. I deflected them with the flat of my blade, my arms working tirelessly. Tenten swiftly grabbed a handful of makibishi, sharp, caltrop-like spikes, and scattered them across the ground in a strategic pattern, aiming to restrict my movements. I noticed the trap just in time and leapt gracefully over the spikes, landing lightly with my katana poised and ready. Next, Tenten grabbed a shuriken, her fingers positioning it with practiced ease. She threw it with a spin that turned it into a whirling dervish of death, slicing through the air towards me. As the shuriken approached, she used the Academy Shadow Clone technique to multiply it, creating a barrage of deadly projectiles swirling around me. I readied myself, my sword sweeping through the air in broad, swift strokes, deflecting the incoming shuriken with precision. I knew this onslaught was just a diversion. Seizing a pair of sai from the ground. The light glinted off the metallic prongs as she brandished them confidently. She lunged forward, thrusting and jabbing with the sai, each strike precise and aimed to disarm or incapacitate. As she advanced, I readied my katana, understanding the unique challenge the sai posed. Unlike a sword, the sai could trap and manipulate an opponent's weapon with its prongs. I had to be careful not to let my blade get caught between them. Tenten thrust one of the sai toward my midsection, a direct and dangerous attack. I sidestepped, using the length of my katana to maintain distance, and parried the thrust to the side. The metal clanged loudly as our weapons met, sparks flying from the force of our contact. She switched tactics rapidly, attempting to hook the hilt of my katana with her sai to disarm me. Anticipating her move, I twisted my katana at an angle, avoiding the hook and bringing my blade down in a swift motion aimed at the shaft of her sai. The impact was precise, and the sai's shaft buckled under the force, rendering it less effective. Tenten didn't pause, however. With her remaining functional sai, she executed a series of quick, stabbing motions, each one faster and more aggressive than the last. I parried each attack, the sound of our clashing metal a constant echo in the charged atmosphere. Recognizing an opening as Tenten overextended one of her thrusts, I stepped in closer, inside the reach of her sai. This was risky, as it put me dangerously close to her secondary weapon, but it also gave me a chance to destroy the weapon. With a quick flick of my wrist, I maneuvered my katana in a sweeping motion aimed at disarming her. The blade of my katana struck the handle of her sai, knocking it from her grasp with the impact. Now unarmed, Tenten stepped back, assessing the situation with a quick, calculating gaze as she transitioned to metallic nunchaku. She wielded them with such grace and fluidity, they seemed like mere extensions of her arms. Each movement was a mesmerizing display of her skill. The nunchaku arced and whipped through the air, forming both a shield and a weapon as she spun them deftly around her body. Facing her, I tightened my grip on my katana, my focus narrowing to match her tempo. As Tenten launched her attack, her nunchaku slicing towards me in swift, calculated arcs, I used the blade to parry with precise timing. The metallic clang of our weapons meeting filled the air. She was relentless, each swing of her nunchaku aimed to exploit any opening. However, I stayed close, limiting the swing radius of her nunchaku, which required space to be most effective. Each time her weapon came toward me, I countered, my katana moving in a controlled blur, aimed at disrupting her rhythm and finding a gap in her defense. In a rapid exchange, Tenten's nunchaku swung towards my left side. A quick, sharp movement aimed at catching me off guard. Anticipating her strategy, I stepped forward instead of back, closing the distance even further and angling my blade towards the chain of her nunchaku. With a swift, targeted strike, I aimed not at Tenten but at the connecting chain of her weapon. The sound of metal on metal was sharp as my katana met the chain. The force of my strike was enough to break the chain, severing the connection between the nunchaku's two sections. The broken weapon clattered to the ground, rendering her attack incomplete and throwing her momentarily off balance. As Tenten advanced, her sunetetsu, a slender, needle-like weapon, flashed in rapid jabs, each thrust aimed with precision at the weak points in my guard. She moved like a dancer, her steps light and her strikes sharp, trying to target the vulnerable spots beneath my arms. Suddenly, Tenten shifted tactics, blending her weapon strikes with smooth, grappling movements reminiscent of jujutsu. She aimed to unbalance me, her body twisting in close to leverage my own weight against me. I jumped back, dodging her piercing strike, and as I landed, my katana met her sunetetsu in a powerful, sweeping arc. The master strike activated and with a resonant boom, Tenten was propelled backward, crashing into the scattered arsenal behind her. As Tenten slipped on her tekagi shuko, the metal claws glinting menacingly, she lunged forward. Her hands, transformed into deadly weapons, swiped at my katana, aiming to disarm me. I sidestepped smoothly with her claws scraped against the air, missing me by mere inches. In response, I countered with a rapid thrust, my blade slicing through the tense air towards her. Tenten ducked under my attack. Just as I prepared another strike, she dropped a smoke bomb at her feet. The area instantly clouded with thick smoke, obscuring my vision. Despite the sudden blindness, I relied on the mind's eye. With a swift motion, I struck where I predicted she'd be, my sword meeting resistance. There was a metallic clang as my blade connected with her tekagi shuko, the force of my strike overwhelming the claws, breaking through the metal. As the smoke dissipated, I noticed the remnants of Tenten's tekagi shuko scattered on the ground. I spun around just in time to see her seizing a kama, its curved blade gleaming ominously. She swung the sickle weapon in a broad, sweeping arc, intending to catch me off guard. I ducked swiftly, feeling the air shift above me as the blade sliced through it. Rising quickly, I responded with a rapid slash from my katana, aimed directly at the handle of her kama. Tenten, anticipating the counter, leapt backwards, narrowly avoiding my strike. Her movements were fluid, yet each step was calculated, using the kama not just to attack but to control space, hooking and pulling at defenses to create openings. Despite her skill, I pressed on, my own blade moving in a blur. I parried another swing of her kama and followed up with a forceful thrust. As Tenten hurled the kama at me, I pivoted swiftly, executing a swirling kata to evade the spinning blade. She didn't pause. Retreating slightly, she grabbed a shiguriki, a chain weapon with a weighted end, and swung it with lethal intent. I countered instinctively, my katana slicing through the air, catching the chain mid-swing and redirecting it with a flick of my wrist, steering the weight away from me. In the same fluid motion, Tenten drew a jeet, a pronged weapon designed for disarming. She thrust at my katana, aiming to catch and control my blade. Anticipating her move, I sidestepped, the jeet passing harmlessly by. I spun around, my counterstrike swift and precise, targeting the jeet itself. My blade struck the jeet near its base, the force of my strike snapping the weapon in two. The rapid exchange was a blur of motion and metal. Tenten lunged at me with her nakote, claws affixed to her fingers like deadly extensions of her own hand. Each swipe was aimed with deadly precision, designed to slash or grab at an opponent. I responded with rapid, sweeping movements of my katana, parrying her strikes just inches from my face. The air hissed with the sound of our weapons meeting. In the heat of our exchange, I noticed a pattern to Tenten's attacks. Seizing a fleeting moment, I adjusted my stance, ready to exploit her next move. As she swiped again, I stepped closer, inside the reach of her claws, using the flat side of my blade to redirect her arm to the side. With her defenses momentarily open, I executed a swift, controlled slice, targeting the straps that secured the nakote to her hands. My blade cut through the material, and the claws clattered to the ground, rendering her momentarily weaponless. As Tenten's hand closed around the Kusari Fundo, a weighted chain, she snapped it forward with a fluid motion. I responded instantly, my katana slicing through the chain, severing it with a sharp clang. The severed pieces clattered to the ground, a brief pause in the relentless tempo of our duel. Without hesitation, Tenten picked up a tonfa. She wielded it expertly, using it to both attack and defend. Her movements were sharp and precise, but my swordplay matched her skill. I circled around her, my blade parrying and then countering, exploiting the brief openings in her defense. Our weapons clashed repeatedly, the sound echoing around us. The duel escalated as Tenten reached for a tetsubo, a massive war club. Despite its size, she swung it with surprising agility. However, my katana, honed and swift, met the heavy weapon mid-swing, slicing through it and breaking the club in two. The halves thudded to the ground. Unyielding, Tenten then grabbed a pair of teko, metal knuckle guards. Her fists flew towards me, a barrage of rapid punches. I countered each strike with my katana, the metallic ring of our weapons a constant backdrop to our fierce combat. Next, she seized an ono, a traditional battle axe. She swung it in wide, powerful arcs. I dodged and weaved through her attacks, my counterstrikes chipping away at the axe handle until it finally snapped under the relentless assault. In rapid succession, Tenten switched to a kua, a short-handled hoe. She slashed at me, her movements aggressive and desperate. I met her attack head-on, my blade striking hers with such force that the kua's blade shattered. Moving swiftly, Tenten picked up a masakari, a broad axe, and aimed a heavy blow at me. I parried it skillfully, sparks flying from the contact. With a swift and clean strike, I cut the axe's head off, rendering it useless. Her determination unquenched, Tenten then wielded a long staff, spinning it with practiced skill. I was faster, my katana slicing through the staff, splitting it in two. She wasn't done yet. Grabbing a kyokutsu shoge, a hooked blade with a rope, she swung it toward me. I deflected the hook and swiftly closed the distance between us, severing the rope with a sharp flick of my blade, neutralizing another of her weapons. Tenten then took up an eku, a boat oar, using its length to try to keep me at bay. But my blade was relentless, cutting through the wood effortlessly. She picked up a nagamaki, a long-bladed polearm. She thrust and slashed, each move swift and calculated, but my agility and swordplay were superior. I dodged her strikes and countered, my katana a blur of motion as I maneuvered around her relentless attacks. Tenten gripped the naginata, its long pole topped with a curved blade that glinted menacingly in the light. She launched into an assault, the blade slicing through the air with precision. Her movements were fluid, utilizing the naginata's reach to keep me at a distance, sweeping the blade in wide, arcing strikes aimed to cut or push me back. Her movements were fluid, utilizing the naginata's reach to keep me at a distance, sweeping the blade in wide, arcing strikes aimed to cut or push me back. From my perspective, each of Tenten's maneuvers was a lethal dance, demanding my utmost attention. I wielded my katana defensively, the shorter blade requiring me to be agile. I parried her sweeping cuts, sidestepping the slicing arcs, and ducking under the high swings. As Tenten switched to thrusting, aiming the sharp point of the naginata directly at me, I recognized my chance. She was extending herself slightly with each thrust, an inevitable vulnerability given the weapon's length. Waiting for her next forward push, I deflected the tip of her naginata to the side with my katana, using a classic redirection technique. The moment her weapon veered off its intended path, I stepped inside her guard, the proximity negating her weapon's advantage. With a quick pivot, I brought my katana up in a swift, rising slash aimed at the shaft of her naginata. The blade cut deeply into the wood, severing the pole, and effectively having the reach of her weapon. Tenten quickly snatched up an uchiwa, a rigid fan traditionally used for defense, and started using it to parry my sword strikes. Her movements were precise, the fan snapping open and shut with a sharp flick of her wrist, creating a barrier that momentarily diverted my attacks. Each time my katana came slicing through the air, she maneuvered the fan with skill, attempting to deflect the blade and create openings for her counterattacks. Despite the rapid pace, I could see the fan straining under the force of my sword. The uchiwa, while adept at redirecting lighter blows, wasn't built to withstand the sustained assault of a sharp-edged weapon like my katana. With each strike, I increased the intensity, my blade cutting closer and closer to the fan's delicate structure. I feinted a strike to her left, and as she moved the fan to block, I quickly reversed my grip and swung with a backhanded slice. The katana met the fan with a resounding crack, slicing through the bamboo ribs and shredding the paper. Pieces of the destroyed fan fluttered to the ground like fallen leaves in a storm. Tenten's next several choices, including the Su-Yari, Tsuki Nari Yari, Tajiri Nari Yari, Atsuchi, Bishaman Yari, Tonto, Kagi Yari, Wakazashi, Kama Yari, Dansen Uchiwa, Kata Kama Yari, Ninjutsu, Jumanji Yari, Dato, Kikuchi Yari, Odachi, Sasumata, and Tsukubo, were all met with the same fate. Each weapon was wielded with incredible skill and precision, but Naruto's mastery of the sword and his keen awareness allowed him to counter and destroy each one. How? Tenten asked, breathless and incredulous, staring at the katana in Naruto's hands. This, Naruto said, holding up the katana with a sense of reverence, is an amazingly made weapon, crafted by someone strong. Tenten's expression hardened into a growl, but before she could react, Naruto tossed the katana towards her. She caught it reflexively, her confusion evident. You want to show the world your strength. Do it with a great weapon. Not a mediocre one, Naruto said firmly, his eyes locked on hers. At that moment, Mr. Higurashi, having watched the duel with a mix of apprehension and pride, threw another katana towards Naruto. With swift reflexes, Naruto caught it mid-air, the blade gleaming in his grasp. The air crackled with tension, both Tenten and Naruto understanding the gravity of the next move. It would end with one decisive attack. Naruto watched as Tenten's katana began to hum, a soft glow emanating from the blade. Suddenly, the sword burst into blue flames, its light casting a surreal glow on Tenten's determined face. Tenten's awakening has commenced. Conditions have been met. Tenten's class has been changed from blacksmith to herald of Hephaestus. Tenten has activated her martial spirit, the flames of a blacksmith. With a shared nod, they lunged towards each other, their movements a blur of speed and precision. Their katanas met in a single, earth-shattering clash. Naruto's sword, overwhelmed by the sheer force and newfound power of Tenten's blade, shattered into pieces. Tenten's katana, now glowing intensely, stopped just at Naruto's neck. I win, Tenten declared, her voice steady but her eyes shining with triumph. Naruto smiled, his expression one of genuine respect and a touch of chagrin. Of course you won, Tenten. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot who doesn't know when to shut up. I'm sorry if my words hurt you. Tenten's expression softened, and she placed a gentle hand on his head. You'd make a great Hokage someday. And you, Naruto replied with a grin, will earn the title of the world's strongest weapon specialist. Ahem, Mr. Higurashi's voice cut through the air, pulling the duo's attention towards the wreckage that was once a perfectly good shop. With a simple point of his finger, he made his expectations clear. You two are paying for all the damages. But Dad, Tenten began, deploying her most powerful weapon, her dull eyes, hoping to melt her father's resolve. But Mr. Higurashi stood as unfazed as a mountain, immune to the charm that would sway most. Meanwhile, Naruto fished in his pocket and pulled out a single ryo, accompanied by a coupon for one free ramen. With a grin that could light up the Hidden Leaf village, he offered his treasures to Mr. Higurashi as if presenting a royal decree. Well then, I should go now, he announced, matching his words with a nervous grin, attempting a casual, backward retreat. Before Naruto could make his grand escape, Mr. Higurashi's arm shot out, landing heavily on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto glanced up to see the veins and muscles in Mr. Higurashi's arm standing out like the roots of an ancient tree, a silent but clear message. Naruto let out a nervous chuckle, the sound a mix between a squeak and a gulp. You are paying for it. Yes, sir, Naruto squeaked out. Quest completion. Reward granted. Ali. Tenten now a loyal ally. Hidden reward. Destroying all of Tenten's weapons has earned 1,000 experience points. Additional quest unlocked. Paying back debt. Chain quest alert. Quest. Paying back debt. Objective. Earn 50k Ryo to pay for the damage to Mr. Higashi's shop, with the assistance of Tenten. Rewards. Plus 500 reputation with Higashi shop. Friendship with Tenten. 1000 express. Special item from Higashi shop. Failure. No monetary loss, but minus 700 with Higurashi shop and missed opportunity for a loyal ally in Tenten. Action required. Acceptance or declination of quest. Hinata was not usually one to look forward to school, seeing it as yet another stage to showcase her lack of success in pretty much everything. However, there was one, brightly shining exception to this dreary outlook, Naruto-kun. Just the thought of him could light up her day, and today, she was determined to make a bento for him, hoping to capture his heart through his stomach. In the Hyuga household kitchen, Hinata stood surrounded by an array of ingredients, meticulously planning the perfect meal. Naruto-kun loves meats, she murmured to herself, carefully selecting the juiciest cuts while purposefully ignoring most of the vegetables. But he hates vegetables. Except for red beans, she continued, remembering his peculiar taste. Only in red bean soup, though. With a smile, she began to assemble the bento, her movements graceful and filled with care, imagining Naruto's delighted face. In her head, the scene played out perfectly. Naruto-kun, I made you this meal, she would say, her voice filled with hope. And he, with stars in his eyes, would reply, Hinata, I couldn't have asked for a better wife. At that thought, Hinata blushed a deep red and let out a giggle, lost in her daydreams. What are you giggling at, big sister? A curious voice interrupted her fantasy. Hinata spun around to find her little sister, Hanabi, along with a few of the household servants. And nothing, Hinata stammered, her face now matching the color of a ripe tomato. I was just making a few bentos. Hanabi's gaze drifted to the small mountain of bentos Hinata had prepared. Are you trying to gain weight? She asked innocently, her question loaded with the naivety only a younger sibling could possess. Hinata's heart sank, and her imagination took a nosedive. Do I look fat? Does Naruto-kun like fat girls? Ah. Does he hate me because I am the fattest woman in the world? No. Observing Hinata's sudden shift from dreamy bliss to utter despair, Hanabi could only sweat drop at the dramatic change. Typical, she thought, understanding all too well her sister's tendency to overthink and take the words of others a little too seriously. Hinata tiptoed into class, her eyes scanning every corner for that unmistakable mop of blonde hair. But Naruto-kun was nowhere to be seen. Oh, I thought he was getting more punctual, she sighed to herself, a little disappointed. The day dragged on, each tick of the clock stretching longer than the last, but Naruto-kun never showed up. Was he sick? She worried, her imagination conjuring up images of Naruto laid up with a cold. As soon as school ended, Hinata dashed off to the one place she was sure to find Naruto, Ichiraku Ramen. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw him, but it plummeted the next instant. There he was, with another girl. The girl's dress was vibrant, hugging her form with elegant lines and a high collar. It was adorned with intricate patterns, swirling designs that seemed to dance with each movement she made. No, I was too late. Hinata's heart ached, a lump forming in her throat. But then, the girl spoke, can I get a vegetarian ramen? Hinata's eyes widened. Gah, what unholy monstrosity is that? You have defiled the sanctity of ramen. Naruto's accusation cut through Hinata's despair, bringing a bizarre sense of relief. The girl, unfazed, pulled out a giant page that looked suspiciously like a contract. Anything else to say? She asked Naruto, who could only grumble in response. I am helping you, she insisted, to which Naruto protested about the unholy vegetable. Their argument was cut short by Ayame, who wielded her wooden spoon like a weapon of justice, smacking Naruto on the head. That hurt, Naruto complained, rubbing the sore spot, only to notice Hinata standing there with a look of utter confusion. Oh, Hinata, I didn't see you there. Please tell me you came to order something holy, Naruto said, eager to restore some sanctity to his ramen sanctuary. Hinata, however, was stuck on a different thought. You didn't come to class today, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Oh, yeah, I was helping Mr. Higashi and Tenten clean the ahem mess in his shop, Naruto explained, coughing awkwardly. Which you caused, Tenten chimed in, accepting her vegetarian ramen with a smirk. Excuse me, it was both of our mess, Naruto shot back, turning his attention back to Hinata. Anyways, Tenten and I are trying to figure out a way to make some money to pay for the damages, he said, taking his ramen from a yame. Can I help? Hinata blurted out louder than she intended, her cheeks flaming red. Thanks, Hinata, you are a true friend, Naruto beamed, sending Hinata's heart into a fluttering mess, almost ready to faint. Meanwhile, Tenten raised an eyebrow, her expression saying clear as day, no way. Naruto, slurping his noodles with unabashed gusto, broke the silence. Okay. Any ideas? Because frankly, I have none. Don't speak while eating, Tenten scolded, then quickly shifted gears. Do you have some skills we can use? I can make seals, Naruto offered, a bit of noodle dangling from his mouth. Tenten paused, weighing the confession. I know I should be surprised, since Fuinjutsu isn't easy, but yeah, I think I can sell a few storage scrolls to some genins and shunins I know. Yada, we're done, Naruto declared triumphantly, taking another victorious bite of his ramen. No, because I can probably get around 5k ryo from selling low-grade storage sealing scrolls, Tenten mused, a plan forming in her mind. Excuse me, but I can make medium-grade storage seals, Naruto interjected, his pride wounded. And how long would that take you? Tenten prodded. Depends on the yield, Naruto replied. About 20, give or take, Tenten estimated. A week, Naruto concluded, and both sighed in unison, realizing the enormity of their task. How much do we need? Hinata chimed in, her voice tinged with worry. 50k. Tenten dropped the bomb, causing Hinata's eyes to widen in shock as she glanced at Naruto, her expression screaming, what the hell kind of damage did you do? Naruto just silently ate, avoiding the question altogether. What about you? Tenten turned her attention to Hinata, who gulped nervously. I am not that good at anything, Hinata confessed, her confidence faltering. That's not true, you're amazing, Naruto said, causing Hinata to blush furiously, while Tenten wore a knowing smirk. Like what? Tenten prodded further. Well, she has this weird eye thingy, like your jerk of a teammate who you like, Naruto teased, enjoying the moment. I don't like Neji, Tenten stammered, caught off guard. And you were looking at him and blushing when we first met, Naruto added, his voice deadpan, leaving Tenten scrambling for words. I just think he's good looking. Annoying to listen to, but good looking, so it balances out, Tenten tried to explain, but Naruto just looked at her, his eyebrows twitching in disbelief. First, it was Ino, and now Tenten. Why do girls only care about looks? Naruto lamented, turning to Hinata with a mock-serious tone. Hinata, please tell me you don't go for looks, unlike some shallow people. In her mind, Hinata crafted a heartfelt defense, but Naruto-kun, you're the most handsome to me. Does that mean I shouldn't like you? Of course not. I adore Naruto-kun for so much more than your looks. Your kindness, your bravery, your caring nature. And, okay, maybe your handsome face a little bit. Her internal monologue painted her cheeks a vivid shade of red, though none of her passionate thoughts made it past her lips. Naruto, misinterpreting Hinata's flustered silence and rosy complexion, sighed, believing he had proven his point. See, everyone goes for looks, he concluded, placing his face in his palm, unaware of the epic saga of admiration and love Hinata had just silently narrated in her head. So, skills? Tenten asked, turning the conversation back to their money-making dilemma. Hinata, feeling a bit lost, glanced down, only to notice the bento she had packed earlier. I can cook, she whispered, almost too softly for the others to hear. Tenten acknowledged the suggestion with a nod. Great skill, but I don't think we have the budget or time to make a food stand, she reasoned, shooting down the idea gently. At his wit's end, Naruto, fueled by frustration, tapped into spirit possession, sparking a sudden burst of inspiration. I know how we can make money. How? Tenten inquired, clearly skeptical, taking another slurp of her soup. E-rank missions, Naruto declared, as if it were the most obvious solution in the world. Don't worry, Hinata, I'll think of something. Naruto clearly doesn't have a brain, Tenten muttered, dismissing the idea before Naruto could even elaborate. But Naruto was undeterred. I'm serious. You're a genin, so you can get E-rank missions. All we have to do is select a bunch of E-rank missions and divide them amongst ourselves. We use the transformation jutsu to disguise ourselves as Tenten so no one gets suspicious, he explained, his plan unfolding with each word. Tenten opened her mouth to protest, to point out the sheer absurdity of the plan, but the longer she thought about it, the more it seemed to make a weird kind of sense. Okay, but we have to avoid any missions where we're in close proximity to other ninjas so that we don't get caught, she finally conceded, laying out the one condition that made this bizarre plan somewhat palatable. Naruto and Hinata nodded in agreement. Missions are the bread and butter for any ninja, assigned by the village or a contractor. They are divided into 6 categories based on numerous factors. In fact, an entire building in the ninja village is dedicated solely to assigning a rank to each mission. These are categorized as S, A, B, C, D, and E rank. E rank missions are the most numerous, primarily because they consist of simple tasks around the village that villagers are willing to pay for. Want your dogs walked? Simply head down to the Hokage Tower, fill out a form, and within about an hour, a lone genin will arrive to complete the mission. Normally, E and D rank missions are interchangeable, the only difference being that D ranks are completed by genin teams, while E ranks are handled by lone genins. Most genins despise these missions, having dreamed of saving princesses or battling dragons, yet find themselves cleaning toilets and locating lost cats instead. I thought my first mission would be me traveling to a distant land to find a mythical sword in a lake and becoming the queen of that land, Tenten chuckled at the thought. Tenten strode into the Hokage's office with a mission, literally. She was armed with a form for a dozen E-rank missions, her mind spinning with the elaborate plan she and her friends had concocted. To get the necessary approval, she'd convinced Guy-sensei that these missions were part of an intense solo training regimen he'd be proud of. With his signature gracing the form, she felt confident, even though she knew bending the truth was a risky game. The office was bustling, clerks moving back and forth, papers flying as if caught in a gentle breeze. She approached the counter, form in hand, and was greeted by a clerk who looked as though he'd seen too many forms and not enough daylight. Good afternoon. The clerk peered over his glasses, eyeing the form and then Tenten with a mix of surprise and amusement. A dozen E-rank missions. Planning to conquer the world of weeding and cat finding, are we? He joked, trying to inject some lightness into the process, well aware of the rigorous nature of shinobi missions, regardless of their rank. Tenten chuckled nervously, playing along. Yes, you know, just trying to keep Konoha safe from unruly gardens and stray animals. Someone's got to do it, she replied, hoping her attempt at humor didn't sound as forced as it felt. The first clerk finished up with a nod. All right, you're all set. Jonin made a guy's signature checks out, and your missions are approved. Good luck out there, Tenten. Konoha is counting on you to keep those gardens in check, he said, handing back the form now stamped with approval. Thank you, I won't let you down, Tenten said. Tenten left the Hokage's office with her new mission documents in hand and headed straight to the nearest shop. There, Hinata and Naruto were attempting to blend in inconspicuously. Hinata, her Byakugan activated, was pretending to read a newspaper upside down. Next to her, Naruto was sipping water, donning a pair of comical glasses, featuring large bushy eyebrows, a bulbous nose, and a thick mustache attached to the frame, masking his recognizable features somewhat clumsily. You guys are taking this seriously. A ninja must maintain discipline and secrecy during a mission, Naruto declared, his glasses slipping off his face as he spoke. Hinata quickly caught them and handed them back to him. These are E-rank missions, there's no need for all of this, Tenten countered, her tone light and dismissive as Naruto shook his head in disagreement. We can still get into real trouble here, Naruto insisted, his seriousness echoed by Hinata's nod of agreement. Tenten glanced at the document in her hand, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Sure, she replied nonchalantly, barely concealing a smirk. She was clearly looking forward to seeing their reactions. Okay, what's on the plate? finding a legendary treasure hidden at the end of the sea, or maybe rescuing a soul reaper trapped in a society of souls. Naruto said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tenten, trying to keep a straight face, handed him the mission scroll, which brought him crashing back down to earth. Cleaning the public toilets, she announced, almost apologetically. This is shit. Naruto looked ready to cry as his dreams were broken, with Hinata patting him on the back and Tenten ignoring the heartbroken boy. Okay, we've got to find a spot where we can switch in and out without anyone catching on that we're all playing me for the day. How about we use my place as the take house? Naruto threw in, slightly off with the terminology. Safe house, Naruto. And sure, let's do that, Tenten corrected him with a nod, already on board with the idea. At the mention of heading to Naruto's apartment, Hinata's face blossomed into a deep red, her imagination likely spinning wild scenarios about the significance of being in his personal space. A few minutes later, Naruto led the way to his apartment, giving the door a hearty kick to swing it open. Tenten and Hinata cautiously stepped in, immediately met with the sight of what could generously be called organized chaos. What? Naruto looked back, sensing their hesitation. It's surprisingly cleaner than a pigpen, Tenten remarked, her voice dripping with genuine surprise, a compliment so backhanded Naruto wasn't sure whether to say thank you or start an argument. As Tenten navigated through the clutter, her foot nudged something on the floor. Bending down, she picked up a book, the pillow book. Her laugh filled her head. Haha, no way. Flipping it open, she found it to be the genuine novel, not some knockoff or a parody. Guess even idiots recognize art, she mused silently, placing the book on the nearest stable surface, a table that had seen better days. Hinata, meanwhile, gathered a small collection of books scattered around. Collection of 10,000 Leaves. The Narrow Road to the Deep North. Tosa Diary, Tales of Eyes. Hinata, holding the poetry books, felt a twinge of annoyance. How come I didn't know Naruto-kun was into poetry? She mumbled under her breath, slightly irked that this facet of his personality had eluded her. It was a revelation that both surprised and somehow vexed her. After all, wasn't she supposed to be the one who knew him best? But then, as quickly as the annoyance had bubbled up, it transformed into something softer, warmer. She imagined Naruto, the village's most unpredictable ninja, standing beneath her window, reciting verses of love with the same intensity he applied to his training. Naruto-kun, my very own Romeo, she thought, a dreamy smile spreading across her face. Guys, Naruto tried to get their attention, only to be met with a sharp glare from Tenten. Female guys, he corrected, though it didn't seem to improve his situation. Keep trying, Tenten muttered, rolling her eyes as she took the opportunity to survey the rest of Naruto's living conditions. How can someone keep living in such a broken-down home? She pondered, her gaze sweeping over the room. I can see that fridge is completely broken, the doors hardly stay on their hinges, those windows are too moldy to let in any light, she continued, ticking off the apartment's many, shall we say, quirks, on her fingers. What's the plan that doesn't involve you two making judgments about my home? Naruto asked. Tenten, while tracing the kunai marks along the bathroom door with her finger, laid out their mission strategy. The plan is that you two are going to transform into me. We'll take on missions as far away from each other as possible, come back here, and I'll go and collect the mission payments at the Hokage Tower. After that, we use the money to fix this place up. Naruto had been nodding along, absorbed in the plan's logistics, until Tenten's final remark hit him like a rogue wave. His expression shifted from understanding to shock, his eyes widening. Tenten, meanwhile, was already calculating the costs, mumbling to herself about a new fridge and repair expenses. Why? Naruto interjected, his curiosity piquing as he interrupted Tenten's calculations. Why not? We're friends, aren't we? I don't want my friend living like this when I have the ability to help him. I'm sure Hinata feels the same, Tenten replied, her gaze shifting to Hinata, who nodded in agreement. At that moment, Naruto struggled to keep his composure. His lips quivered, and his eyes glistened as he fought back tears, looking down to hide his vulnerability. Thank you, he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head and said it louder, with more force, thank you. His voice cracked, betraying the emotional turmoil swirling within him. Ouch! Tenten grimaced, covering her ears, but her eyes softened at the sight of Naruto's tears. For Naruto, it was more than just the promise of a better living space. It was the realization that he wasn't alone, that he had friends who cared deeply enough to intervene. Okay. You big orange baby. Show me your transformation jutsu, Tenten commanded. In a puff of smoke, Naruto transformed, and suddenly, another Tenten stood before them, mirroring her stance. Good. Now show me the mannerisms. She demanded next. What? Both Naruto and Hinata echoed in confusion. Tenten let out a heavy sigh, her patience thinning. There's so much more to a person than just an image. I want to see if you can actually come across as me, she explained, trying to instill in them the importance of the finer details. Naruto whipped out his kunai and started mock stabbing the air. Stab stab. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Naruto's eyes. Congratulations. Skill transformation jutsu has leveled up. He paused, taken aback. Wait, why? Naruto stood there, scratching his head, deep in thought. He was trying to piece together the puzzle of why his transformation jutsu had suddenly leveled up. Was it really because of his playful, albeit simplistic, imitation of Tenten's fighting style? Or was it something else entirely? He pondered over the possibility that maybe, just maybe, it was simply a matter of timing. Perhaps he had used the jutsu enough times already, and this moment, right after his stabby performance, was just when it happened to level up. Pure coincidence. His contemplation was rudely interrupted by Tenten, who, armed with the stupid stick, whacked him back into his original form. What was that for? Naruto groaned, rubbing the spot where he'd been hit. I am more than just a stabby girl, Tenten huffed, clearly unamused by Naruto's reductive portrayal of her. Like what? I am an elegant weapon-wielding mistress of steel and... Tenten began, puffing up with pride. Delusions, Naruto interjected, earning himself a glare that could freeze lava. Tenten raised the stupid stick. Mind repeating that? She asked, her voice dangerously low. No, I sense that I've made a mistake, Naruto quickly backpedaled, realizing he might have poked the bear one too many times. Amidst the exchange, Hinata felt an unexpected twinge of jealousy. Watching Naruto and Tenten bicker with such ease, she couldn't help but wish she could interact with Naruto-kun in the same light-hearted, bantering way. Why can't I be like that with Naruto-kun? She wondered, her heart longing for the kind of camaraderie that came so naturally to others. Notification. This is the first time you have accepted a quest not directly issued by the system. Further details will be provided. Info. Upon accepting missions, jobs, or tasks from organizations outside the system's purview, the details will be analyzed by the system and an equivalent quest will be issued for tracking purposes. The system is not responsible for rewards from these quests other than experience points unless actions qualify the player for hidden rewards. Normal rewards are provided by the organization, hidden rewards are granted by the system. Parameters have been established. Alert. World Quest. Quest title. Restore order. Objective. Repair the vandalism in the public bathroom to ensure safety and hygiene for the community. Use any necessary means to clean, repair, and restore the facility to its original condition. Rewards. 100 experience points, 500 Ryo, mission completion stamp awarded upon successful restoration of the public bathroom. Penalty for failure. Failed E-rank mission, -100 reputation with Tenten, 50 express. Naruto stood before the public bathroom, his expression far from amused. To call it a bathroom was a stretch, more like a disaster area that had once seen better days. The walls were covered in graffiti, ranging from nonsensical doodles to rude remarks. The mirrors were cracked, and the smell. Well, let's just say it would be kinder not to describe it. It was such an unwelcome assault on the senses that had Naruto wishing for a jutsu to clear his nostrils. It was clear this place had seen more vandalism than cleaning in its time. Okay then, Genin, I'm sure you can clean up that damn fox demon's mess, the mission giver had said, with a dismissive wave of his hand. The comment hit Naruto harder than expected. He knew civilians used that nickname for him, mistakenly attributing his whisker marks to some fox-like nature. Naruto could hardly believe the absurd reasons people found to blame him for things completely out of his control. First, there was his association with the Uzumaki clan, then the sabotage from teachers because he was born on October 10th, and now even his birthmarks were a target for disdain. It all seemed so ridiculous. Is there anything they hate me for that I actually chose? He wondered silently, the frustration evident in his sigh. It felt like no matter what he did, he was always seen in a negative light for reasons beyond his choice or control. I don't do vandalism, I only do pranks. Naruto corrected the man in his mind, already plotting a harmless but fitting revenge prank for the man who dared to tarnish his reputation. With a heavy sigh, Naruto decided to focus on the task at hand. Let's just get this over with, he muttered, rolling up his sleeves. As Hinata stepped into Naruto's home, she found Tenten knee-deep in what looked like a construction site, right in the middle of the living room. Tools were scattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the distinct scent of effort and wood shavings. Tenten was in the process of wrestling with the bathroom door, a new one leaning against the wall, waiting to take its place. Oh, Hinata, you done with the mission? Tenten asked without looking up, her focus on prying the old door off its hinges. Why yeah, Hinata managed, her voice barely above a whisper. Place the mission documents on the table, Tenten instructed, and Hinata complied, sitting down to watch Tenten work her magic with the tools. What do you like about Naruto? Tenten suddenly threw the question into the air, as casually as one might comment on the weather. The question caught Hinata off guard, sending her into a flurry of nervous flailing, desperately wishing for the power of invisibility. Her face turned the shade of a ripe tomato. Oh, must be love, Tenten teased, a giggle escaping her as she yanked the old door out with a final tug and set it aside. Hinata was beyond red at this point. Come on, no need to hide it from me. What do you like about Naruto? Tenten prodded, not really expecting a serious answer, just aiming to tease Hinata, maybe make her feel more at ease. But then, Hinata began to answer, with a voice so steady and sure it seemed out of character for her, as if her love for Naruto was the only thing she was confident in. First, it's definitely his kindness, she stated, her confidence surprising. Or how considerate he is. Hinata continued, painting a picture of Naruto that seemed to confuse Tenten. Huh, Tenten blinked, not following. Or his subtle humor, Hinata added, her description veering into uncharted territories for Tenten. Wait right there, Hinata. Sorry, there must be some misunderstanding, Tenten interrupted, her hands pausing in their work. Yeah, what? Hinata looked puzzled. Are we talking about the same Naruto? Like, the one whose apartment we're in? Tenten questioned, her tone filled with incredulity. Of course, there's no one with the same name, since it's so unique. And there's no one aside from Naruto who has such amazing fashion taste. It's not just his fashion and handsomeness, but even if he had none, I just fell for his bravery. Hinata explained with a smile, her adoration for Naruto shining through. Tenten stared at her with a deadpan expression. Being in love is scary, she thought to herself, Naruto and fashion. The concept seemed so alien, so wildly implausible, it could only be explained by the irrational, unfathomable nature of love. Tenten, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, leaned towards Hinata. Hey, how about I help with your love life? She offered, a grin spreading across her face. Really? Hinata asked, her voice a mix of hope and surprise. Then, with a hesitant voice, she added, but don't you like Naruto-kun? Tenten's expression froze for a moment before she burst into laughter. Haha, that's a good one, but no, I don't like Naruto. He isn't cute enough, unlike Neji, she managed to say between giggles. Hinata's relief was palpable, she had gained an ally rather than a rival. How are we going to do this? Hinata quickly asked, eager to hear the plan. Tenten, now focusing on the task of screwing the new door's hinges, mused, a relationship is like a three-legged race, both of you have to put in the work. Hinata looked on, puzzled by the analogy but attentive. Okay. Try to do something that Naruto will notice, Tenten suggested after a moment. Cooking. Hinata ventured, hopeful. Probably not. That Ayame girl from Ichiraku Ramen cooks for Naruto, yet he doesn't seem to see her as much more than the food, Tenten pointed out, her pragmatism slicing through Hinata's idea. What do I do then? Hinata's voice was tinged with desperation. What's something you can help Naruto with that he would probably never forget? Tenten prodded, screwing the last hinge in place. Hinata thought for a moment before her face lit up. I can help him with the clone jutsu. He can't do the clone jutsu. Tenten looked at Hinata in disbelief, pausing her work. He has too much chakra and too little control, Hinata explained, her voice firm. Okay, so you're going to help him with chakra control exercises, Tenten concluded, giving the new door a final, approving nod. Yeah, Hinata nodded, the plan taking shape in her mind. After all, the Hyuga were known for their impeccable chakra control. Helping Naruto could be the perfect way to grow closer. Just then, Naruto burst into the room, slamming the mission documents on the table. Finally done, he announced, flopping down in exhaustion. I am never doing these missions when I'm genin, he huffed, his resolve firm. Everyone thinks like that. Now, get up and take that old door out. I'm tired, Tenten commanded, rolling her eyes at Naruto's dramatics. Naruto, with the old door in his grasp, started to wobble forward, the weight seemingly too much for him. Setting the door aside, Naruto captured Tenten and Hinata's attention with his next move. He started rolling up his shirt, revealing his midriff, much to Hinata's shock and apparent delight, judging by her immediate nosebleed. What are you doing? Tenten exclaimed, her voice a mixture of confusion and concern. Hacks, Naruto declared triumphantly, tying the jacket sleeves around his waist like a makeshift belt, his mind clearly ticking with mischief. Give me your katana, Naruto then demanded, turning to Tenten with an expectant look. No, Tenten flatly refused. Yes. No. No. Naruto suddenly reversed tactics. Yes. Shit, you tricked me, she grumbled, handing over the katana with a reluctant frown. Naruto, with a victorious smirk, bit into the hilt of the katana, earning a look of horror from Tenten. He wasn't really going to. But before she could finish the thought, Naruto was already checking his system window, marveling at his enhanced stats. Stats. STR. 20 base 12 plus 8. Dex. 17 base 14 plus 3. Con. 10. Int. 13. Wis. 12. Cha. 9. VIT. 26 base 11 plus 15. Luck. With the boosts in stats, Naruto picked up the door as if it were made of paper, shouting, hacks. In victory. However, his triumph was short-lived. In his excitement, he forgot a fundamental truth. One cannot effectively speak with a katana in one's mouth. The katana slipped from his grasp, leading to a swift item katana has been unequipped notification. In the blink of an eye, Naruto found himself on the floor, the door crashing down on top of him. Idiot, Tenten thought, shaking her head at the spectacle.